Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. Now that the Great Ken Seal had obtained the power of 4 system main cities, the power it gave off wasn't weaker than a system main city's city lord seal's power. The Great Ken City had also become an intermediate city, so Xiaofu looked at its new stats: village name, Great Ken City, legendary, level, intermediate, 1,884,000 out of 32 million, village area, 1,600 square kilometers, village territory, 51,800 square kilometers, residents, 672,950 out of 1,640,000, military, 111,640 out of 442,000, popular support, 85, village special stats, territory crop output plus 130%, territory crop growing time minus 130%, population limit plus 95%, residence stats can randomly plus 9, soldiers stats plus 10%, population attraction plus 115%, chance of attracting higher grade population plus 115%. Subsidiary village limit, 2,400 subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Drun Village, Lee Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. These were the Great Ken City's current stats, and Xiaofu casually looked through them. He found that there wasn't anything special, so he didn't pay them any great attention. The only thing that he was excited about was that after obtaining the experience point from conquering and relocating 4 system main cities, Great Ken's level had rapidly increased, and it was halfway to an advanced city. This meant that it wasn't too far away from leveling up to a great city. Xiaofu returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. He swallowed a healing medicinal pill and started to work on his injuries as he rested. Time quickly passed, and it was now in the afternoon. The orange glow of the sun fell into Xiaofu's room, and Xiaofu slowly opened his eyes. Xiaofu's injuries had been fully healed, and he was also in peak mental condition. All of the weariness from before had been swept away. Xiaofu comfortably stretched and got off his bed. He opened his door and was surprised to find that Xianru was waiting outside. Under the sunset, it seemed as if there was a golden cloth on her body. With her graceful figure and her partially obscured face under the veil, she seemed extremely beautiful. "What is it?" Xiaofu asked. Xianru smiled as she replied, "Your Majesty, the whole world has heard about the matters at Pouring Sun, and I've come to congratulate your Majesty." Hearing this, Xiaofu lightly laughed, and because he knew that she definitely had something else, he asked, "All right, let's get down to business." Xianru understood and slightly lowered her head as she asked, "I wonder what your Majesty is going to do about the Emperor Phoenix statue. It has been placed on the Heaven Prayer platform for a month, but it hasn't received any Phoenix chi. Your Majesty, it would be a waste to not use such a godly item." So it was about that matter. Because of the undead disaster, Xiaofu had completely forgotten about this, and after thinking momentarily, Xiaofu nodded and said, "Come with me." Following this, Xiaofu went to the meeting hall and gathered many of his generals, and he started discussing with them. Xiaofu had now changed his attitude towards the ordinary people. Before, he hadn't wanted to harm ordinary people and only wanted to deal a heavy blow to the powerful families. However, they had posed a great threat to Great Ken in that battle, and if hundreds of millions of them gathered and were willing to fight to the death, the undead disaster would have been heavily wounded, if not destroyed. Xiaofu could no longer just ignore them, and he had to start dealing with them. Otherwise, if all of the players gathered together, it would be quite difficult for Great Ken to deal with them. Great Ken currently had the undead disaster, but what if it didn't have the undead disaster? How would it face those 15 million players? With Great Ken's strength, it would be almost impossible to win. What's more, those 15 million players wouldn't die true deaths, while Great Ken's soldiers would remain dead if they died. It simply wouldn't be a fair battle. Great Ken was now facing far too many enemies. There weren't just the countless factions attacking them now but also true empires, kingdoms, and divine nations in the future. Great Ken was still far too weak, and it couldn't do anything decisive. Of course, those things were only considerations for the future. Right now, The most important thing was the present. After their discussions, Zhao Fu decided to issue a Great Kin writ. Those who had a Great Kin writ could establish a subsidiary faction of Great Kin. Factions with a Great Kin writ would be acknowledged by Great Kin and wouldn't be attacked by Great Kin. Regions with enough Great Kin writs would be spared from the undead disaster, and those regions would be looked on favorably by Great Kin. Any faction that belonged to Great Kin wouldn't be attacked, while any other faction that didn't have a Great Kin writ would be viewed as Great Kin's enemies. Wherever the undead disaster reached, they would be expelled from system main cities and killed. Zhao Fu wouldn't provide any support to these factions because they only belong to Great Kin in name. It would be impossible for Great Kin to support them with any resources without knowing whether they were truly loyal or not. Before, Zhao Fu wouldn't have been able to do such a thing, but because of the undead disaster and the battle where they had slaughtered 15 million players, countless people were willing to submit so that they wouldn't be destroyed by Great Kin. At the same time, Zhao Fu would have them attack the factions that hadn't submitted. As the factions with the Great Kin writs combined with the undead disaster attacked the opposing factions, it would lead to a situation where anyone who didn't submit to Great Kin would die. Perhaps this would develop a group of loyal players, but it would definitely cause the players to whittle down each other's numbers. That way, Great Kin's obstacles would grow smaller and smaller. With the undead disaster, Great Kin would be able to quickly establish a nation in order to deal with the crisis after the real world was devoured by the Heaven Awakened world. After obtaining the information from God Kerr, Zhao Fu's plans weren't as short-sighted. He knew what would happen in the future and how terrifying the future was. However, it wasn't time to think of such things. It wasn't even certain whether Great Kin could survive during such a time. At the same time, under Xian Ru's recommendation, Great Kin also proclaimed a Holy Daughter Writ. 457 Holy Daughter Writ. A Holy Daughter Writ was for helping Great Kin choose women with Phoenix Chi, and each region had to provide at least 10 people. Of course, Great Kin wouldn't reveal its plan of gathering Phoenix Chi, so Zhao Fu couldn't make it too obvious. Great Kin's conditions were that the women had to be between 12 to 45 years old, and this age range was quite great. Zhao Fu had originally wanted to set the range from 18 to 30 years old, and it was best that they were virgins. However, after some recommendations from Xian Ru, Zhao Fu realized that he was still thinking like an ordinary person and was still bound by the rules of morality. As an adult and a ruler, his focus should be on benefits. Only children talked about right and wrong. As a king, he had to think of Great Kin's benefits first. Great Kin required Phoenix Chi, so anyone who could provide Phoenix Chi would do. Who cared what later historians would say about him? After all, history was written by the victors. Apart from the age range, there was also another requirement: the women had to be beautiful, and an extreme beauty at that. The more beautiful a woman was, the more likely that she would have a great amount of Phoenix Chi. Moreover, each large family had to provide one woman from the main family. This was because most large families had fate legacies, and it was likely that women from the main family would have Phoenix Chi. At the same time, Zhao Fu also wanted to use them as hostages. The large families were far more powerful than ordinary people, so having some way to restrict them would be good. The family and relatives of anyone who became a holy daughter would receive massive benefits. Not only would they belong to Great Kin, but they would also receive protection and support from Great Kin. Without any benefits, how could anyone be willing to become a holy daughter? In the early stages, they had to rely on people giving themselves up voluntarily, but in the later stages, they wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Great Kin would be able to directly take them through battles. Since the ordinary people dared to fight against Great Kin, Zhao Fu didn't need to care about them either. Those who became holy daughters would essentially be put under house arrest within the court. As for the nation factions, they wouldn't submit unless they were subdued with great force. However, Great Kin would be even crueler to them because the nation factions were more powerful than the large families. Of course, if they chose to surrender, Great Kin would still treat them well. After discussing various matters in detail, Great Kin proclaimed the two types of writs. It was as if a massive meteor had fallen into a sea, causing massive waves that shocked the entire world. Great Kin's way too overbearing. Anyone who doesn't join will die, and he wants all of the regions to give him beautiful women. Only he would dare to do such a thing in the world. Does he really think that he's an emperor and is already creating a harem? He wants people from 12 to 45 years old. What's with that massive range? What a piece of crap. Now, in addition to ruthless and bloodthirsty, everyone also saw Great Kin's legatee as domineering and tyrannically licentious. Now, Great Kin's reputation had completely soured, and even though everyone felt incredibly angry, no one dared to publicly voice this. Although they were angry, they feared Great Kin even more. Anyone who didn't submit would be massacred. How could they dare to speak? Anyone who tried to speak out against Great Kin would be completely suppressed and wouldn't be treated humanely. After seeing the merciless massacres Great Kin had committed, they realized that Great Kin wasn't kind or merciful and wouldn't spare them. At that moment, many people started to blame the ordinary people who had participated in the battle at Pouring Sun. Before, it had only been a battle between Great Kin and the factions that were a part of the Kin Resistance Alliance, but now that the ordinary people had joined in, Great Kin had turned its rage to everyone. Now, everyone had to join Great Kin or would be attacked. If the undead disaster came to where they would be expelled from the system main cities and have no hope of surviving. Under the threat of Great Kin, many people had already submitted. After all that had happened, the northern side's factions no longer felt as confident, and a portion of them wanted to surrender to Great Kin. The ordinary people all started to think of ways to join Great Kin, whether it was through a Great Kin writ or through a Holy Daughter writ. Great Kin required at least 10 people from each region, and it didn't make it compulsory but voluntary. This was because there was no way to force such a thing. Some people would rather just commit suicide and respawn in another region. Why would anyone sacrifice one's own body for one's region that one didn't care about? In the end, during the early phase, Great Kin had to rely on giving out benefits for people to willingly join. After the real world was devoured in the future, they would no longer have the choice. However, if large families wanted to join, they had to give up a female member of the main family. This was compulsory. Large families weren't like ordinary people, who had relatively few cares, because they had a foundation that Great Kin could threaten. If they didn't want to be destroyed, someone had to sacrifice oneself for the family. Zhao Fu didn't think too much about this because this was what Xianru had recommended. Zhao Fu believed that there weren't any great downsides to this, and since this was all for Great Kin, he agreed to all of it. Seeing that Zhao Fu approved of her thoughts, Xianru naturally felt quite happy. This was the sort of ruler she wanted to see, one who wasn't bound by anything because only such a person could establish an unending dynasty. Xianru didn't care much about the ordinary people and the large families because they weren't Great Kin's subjects and were obstacles to Great Kin. As such, there was no need to care about their lives, they were merely tools to be used. After hearing about the two writs, an important figure from the governmental figure angrily slammed his fist down on the table and said, Great Kin's legatee is going out of control. He's too domineering and wants to toy around with countless women. He's simply a tyrant and a dictator. What will happen to the world if it falls into his hands? A chubby middle-aged man sighed as he said, even so, what can we do? We can whittle down the undead disaster's numbers so that it doesn't become too big, but in the end, we're unable to stop it. It'll be difficult to gather so many people again, and what's more, Great Kin has listed us as targets. All of our forces in each region will be wiped out, which will result in disastrous losses for us. In the future, our control over the various regions will be far weaker, which will have great ramifications for us. After hearing him speak, everyone fell silent. A slightly skinny man couldn't resist and said, how about we negotiate with Great Kin and preserve a portion of our forces? After the passages between the regions open, it won't be too late to ally together to properly face Great Kin. As soon as the regions are linked, with so many people, we won't have to fear the undead disaster. 458 Fate of the world. Everyone nodded, but the problem was when the regions would finally be linked. They couldn't just keep waiting like this, or the undead disaster would soon spread throughout all of China's territory. When that time came, even if the regions were opened, they wouldn't have the strength to deal with Great Kin. They couldn't be hasty in this matter, and the important figures from the governmental factions continued to discuss. As for the dynasty and nation legatees, they tried to think of ways to resist the Great Kin's two writs. Great Kin's undead disaster was already terrifying enough, and without a massive number of ordinary players, they were unable to deal with it at all. They were in an incredibly weak position. They had no way to negotiate with Great Kin unlike the ordinary factions. After all, their factions couldn't tolerate the existence of each other. Only when one side was destroyed would the other obtain victory. Whoever wanted to unify China would never allow there to be a second nation or empire within one's territory. As such, the various dynasty and nation legatees couldn't give in or surrender easily, nor would Great Kin spare them. That was the dynamic between them. Currently, the northern side's factions were just a pile of loose sand that was disorganized and not together. Everyone did what one wanted, and Su Yan couldn't find a way to unite them again. The ancient clans were also discussing Great Kin and felt quite displeased about the two writs it had issued. Not only had Great Kin killed a large number of ordinary players, but it was also dragging everyone into it and forcing everyone to make a decision. Before, the undead disaster only targeted factions, and ordinary players didn't suffer much. Now, everyone was dragged in, and no one could escape. This was effectively destroying China's foundation, but because Great Kin had been forced to this position, who could blame who? The ancient clans didn't care too much about the Holy Daughter writ, and this was the same for the 100 schools of thought. After all, Great Kin was just collecting some women, and this was normal for emperors. In the end, how could these women compare to the fate of the world? As such, what all of these factions cared about was the Great Ken writ, and they more or less didn't care about the Holy Daughter writ. Many people even guessed that the 10th ranked pill, the Dragon Sun pill, had been claimed by Great Ken's legatee, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have his way with so many women. This caused many men to feel great admiration towards him. However, Flower Moon was different in that it didn't care about the Great Ken writ. Instead, Flower Moon was focused on the Holy Daughter writ. Flower Moon didn't care too much about the world itself but more so about its own businesses. The Holy Daughter writ required women to give up their bodies, and this caused Flower Moon's women to feel quite furious. As an organization made up of women, they believed that women should be the center, not men. They also thought that men should submit to women. In fact, they even wanted to establish Flower Moon Kingdom, which would be a matriarchy, and women would be superior to men there. As such, they felt quite furious that Great Ken was seemingly treating women as objects, and they no longer had any thoughts about negotiating with Great Ken. As the various factions discussed Great Ken's 2 writs, Great Ken started to set another plan into motion. When he had begun the undead disaster, Zhao Fu ordered Little Sha and a few other experienced assassins to continuously train Eternal Night members until there were 30,000 members. Now, it was time to put those people to use. Zhao Fu felt that he needed to give the people a push to accept the 2 writs and cause them to fear Great Ken even more. Only then would they submit easier. First, Zhao Fu's targets were the 4 regions close to the 8th region. These 4 regions and the 8th region had allied together to resist Great Ken, so all of them would suffer because of that. The 8th region had been completely annihilated, so Zhao Fu now turned his gaze to the 4 other regions. Before, Zhao Fu had wanted to split the undead disaster into 4 waves to invade the 4 regions. However, Zhao Fu was worried that the undead disaster's strength would grow too weak. If his enemies once again allied with other regions and ambushed the undead army, it was likely that Great Ken would lose. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to use the 2 writs to reduce their power first. Most of the people from those 4 regions had participated in the battle at Pouring Sun, so they were fairly empty. However, there were still new players spawning there. Because most of the members of the factions from the 4 regions had died in that battle, the 4 regions were still quite weak and would be easy to deal with. As such, Zhao Fu gave the order to destroy all remaining factions. Without doing things to the extreme, they wouldn't become afraid. The 30,000 Eternal Night members felt quite excited as this was the first time they had carried out a real mission. They put on their black hoods and equipped their hidden blades, and their eyes beneath their hoods radiated bloodlust and excitement. Zhao Fu had ordered Little Sha and the other assassins to develop a group of killing machines, so the training had been extremely cruel. Apparently, hundreds of people had died in the process. Even though there had been some casualties, Eternal Night had become more powerful overall. It was a dark night, and there was a cold wind blowing, making it easy to fall asleep. With everyone relaxed, it was the perfect opportunity for some assassinations. Eternal Night's members arrived at the 4 regions through teleportation channels and started to execute their plan. Figures continuously appeared on streets and roofs as they waited. Currently, it was completely silent within the system main cities, and there weren't any soldiers patrolling. This was because after hearing about the miserable outcome of Pouring Sun, the city lords were all too eager to negotiate with Zhao Fu. When Zhao Fu came to find them, they didn't hesitate to agree to his terms because if they didn't agree, their outcome would be the same as Pouring Sun's. With their strength, how could they defeat 32 city lords? Now that Zhao Fu had conquered 4 system main cities, he had made 4 of his subordinates city lords, so he had 32 city lords under his command. If they didn't agree, each of them would have to fight 8 city lords. For Zhao Fu's side of the contract, he promised that he wouldn't attack anyone from the system faction, but he could kill any players within the system main cities. This meant that Great Ken could kill people on the streets without anyone stepping in. With Great Ken's strength, even city lords had to submit. Such a thing would have been impossible before. With the system main cities' tacit acceptance, Great Ken could do essentially whatever it wanted within system main cities. Great Ken's assassins directly went into the streets and buildings and started to kill. Pitiful cries sounded out in the night as the stench of blood spread everywhere. The system main cities were covered by an oppressive and dangerous atmosphere, and people didn't dare to venture outdoors. These factions were still in a weak state, and because they didn't have many people yet, it was very easy for Great Ken's assassins to destroy a faction. 459 Respawning privilege. Zhao Fu didn't plan to show any mercy to the governmental faction, the ancient clans, the 100 schools of thought, or Flower Moon. They had helped a lot in that battle, and he hadn't even sought revenge for the incident with the Chaos Imperial Star. They had came to attack Great Ken time and time again. If he didn't show them who was boss, they would continue doing this without any fear. Because these factions were discussing Great Ken's 2 writs, they hadn't expected Great Ken to suddenly attack, and they responded with panic and terror. Great Kin's assassins didn't hold back and stabbed their hidden blades into their targets' throats, ending their lives and completing their first blood refining. Within the governmental faction's headquarters, a handsome young man holding a saber fought against 5 of Great Kin's assassins, but he was starting to be forced back. His body was covered with wounds, and he yelled, "Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Do you know just who we are?" Ordinary people didn't dare to offend the governmental faction, and the governmental faction wasn't weak either. The lives of those who offended the governmental faction would become miserable in the real world. No one answered him, and a small, skinny figure suddenly attacked. A blood-red light flashed as a long gash was cut open on the young man's chest, causing him to powerlessly fall to the ground. However, he didn't die and still had a trace of life left in him. Little Shah had attacked incredibly accurately and precisely, and he emotionlessly looked at the young man on the ground before saying to the people next to him, "Take him away." They obeyed, bounding the young man and feeding him a few healing medicinal pills. This young man was the son of an important figure in the governmental faction. He had a high status, so Zhao Fu ordered that such people weren't to be killed because he had plans for them. Within the ancient clan's headquarters, a valiant young man stabbed towards Chuoba King vigorously with his spear. Chuoba King yelled as she swung her large sword, sending out a blood-red wind that knocked the young man flying and caused him to faint. Within the School of Military's headquarters, a soldierly-looking young man lay within a pool of blood. Wang Ergu calmly said to the people next to him, "Take him away and treat his wounds." "Yes, sir." Great Kin's assassins obeyed and took the young man's body before quickly leaving. Within Flower Moon's headquarters, a beautiful woman heard the fighting outside and immediately realized that things were bad. Just as she tried to leave the Heaven-awakened world, she found that she was already in a battle state and was unable to leave. She didn't know what faction was attacking them, but now that Great Kin had issued those writs, any faction that wasn't part of Great Kin was in danger. Currently, there weren't many people within Flower Moon's headquarters, so they were wholly unable to defend against the ferocious faction. The woman wisely decided to go to the back door and try to escape. However, just as she stepped outside, she saw an enchanting-looking woman smiling as she stood there. Just as she was about to move, Liu Mai's body suddenly flickered before appearing before her. She punched the woman's abdomen, and the massive power that the punch contained caused the woman to lose all of her strength. Following this, she was also taken away by a few assassins. After that night, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the world. Countless factions within 4 regions had been destroyed overnight. In fact, many innocent people had been killed, and blood stained the system main cities. Players' corpses were all over the place, and it seemed that the system main cities didn't even care about the players being killed on the streets. It could be seen just how arrogant Great Kin had become. The governmental faction, the ancient clans, Flower Moon, and the other factions had immediately found out about their forces being destroyed, making them feel incredibly startled and furious. Great Kin had shown absolutely no mercy and annihilated their forces. It was evident what its attitude towards them was. It would no longer show any mercy, and Great Kin's coldness and bloodthirstiness forced them to take Great Kin completely seriously. This was because from now on, Great Kin wouldn't hold back against them, and if they dared to do anything, it wouldn't hesitate to slaughter them all. What shocked them even more was that after the people with high statuses were taken away by Great Kin in the Heaven-awakened world, their bodies in the real world also disappeared. This shocked countless people, and they couldn't understand what had happened. Their disappearance in the real world most likely had something to do with Great Kin, but they had no idea just how Great Kin had done it. Great Kin didn't hide anything either, and it announced that it had a way to take people from the real world into the Heaven-awakened world. Whether the 6 people they had taken from the real world into the Heaven-awakened world would stay alive depended on the performance of their respective factions. This caused everyone in the world to feel incredibly shocked. If Great Kin really had such a monstrous card up its sleeve, this meant that players were no longer safe within the Heaven-awakened world, and their respawning privilege was in danger. Now that Great Kin had such a method, it became tens of times more dangerous. The countless factions weren't the only ones truly terrified of Great Kin now. Ordinary people were truly terrified of Great Kin as well. Now, who dared to say anything about Great Kin? No one dared to offend Great Kin anymore because it could lead to a real death. Who didn't fear death? Now, all of the factions truly started to fear Great Kin because losing to it meant a true death. After dying, who would still have any more opportunities? Under the threat of death, the countless factions felt incredibly terrified and understood how weak they were. They no longer dared to fight against Great Kin anymore, and they started to submit to the writs that Great Kin had issued. These factions didn't dare to fight anymore, so the ordinary people too followed suit. The Great Kin writ and Holy Daughter writ quickly spread more and more. People started to ask how to obtain the Great Kin writ because the requirements weren't as stringent as the Holy Daughter writ, which required the person to be exceptionally beautiful. In fact, Holy Daughter writs could be used in the same manner as Great Kin writs, as factions with Holy Daughter writs would also belong to Great Kin. However, this required them to give up a woman who fulfilled the requirements. Factions with a Holy Daughter writ would also receive some support from Great Kin, while those with just a Great Kin writ wouldn't receive any and wouldn't be valued as much as those with Holy Daughter writs. Zhao Fu wanted to give out as many Great Kin writs as possible, so he didn't set any stringent requirements. After fulfilling all of the requirements, a faction could go to the Ying family to claim a Great Kin writ, and that faction would be acknowledged by Great Kin. This caused all sorts of factions from all over China to head to the Ying family. Seeing the massive amount of strength that Great Kin had demonstrated, even some foreign factions came to obtain Great Kin writs because after Great Kin swept through China, they would be next. Now, there were mountains and seas of people in front of the Ying family's residence, and no legatee could stop them. Great Kin's name once again returned to the peak, and it seemed even more terrifying. 460,000-year mission. The Ying family leaders did as Zhao Fu instructed and gave out Great Kin writs with big smiles on their faces. Seeing the countless people gathered here, they felt that Great Kin's legatee would be able to restore Great Kin soon. This was the 1,000-year mission that had been handed down from generation to generation, and now, it was finally going to be fulfilled in their generation. How could they not feel ecstatic and overjoyed? Before, they had been quite displeased that Great Kin's legacy had been obtained by an outsider, and they had even refused to acknowledge that person and thought that it was a humiliation for the Ying family for such a thing to happen. However, now, they were delighted that he had obtained Great Kin's legacy. Now, who in the world could rival him? All of the other dynasty legatees were much weaker, and this person was destined to be as amazing as the first emperor of Qin. With him as Great Kin's legatee, this was the honor of the Ying family. What should we do? My son is in their hands, and if we do anything, they might just kill him, considering Great Kin's temper, a bearded middle-aged man said worriedly to the others. Before, the governmental factions people had been discussing how to deal with Great Kin, but they had suddenly heard about how Great Kin could take people from the real world into the Heaven Awakened world. They had no idea how Great Kin had obtained this method. If the real world was devoured by the Heaven Awakened world and their bodies naturally entered the Heaven Awakened world, it wouldn't be such a big deal. However, now that Great Kin controlled such a method, it was simply too shocking. A square-faced middle-aged man said, "Don't worry, old Zhu. Your son will be fine. We'll continue discussing, and I'm sure that we'll give you a satisfactory answer." Hearing this, the bearded middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. Within the ancient clans, an elder from the Xingshan clan said angrily, "Great Kin's legatee has gone too far. Not only has he slaughtered our people, but he has also captured one of the Xingshan clan's main family members as a hostage. Now that he has such a method, who would dare to become his enemy?" Another elder said, "I told you long ago that Great Kin wasn't an enemy to be trifled with. Putting aside the time with the Chaos Imperial Star, we've done many things to antagonize him, so how could he not take revenge? Now, our only option is to carry out peace talks. Even though the undead disaster will greatly wound China, it will allow him to create an unending dynasty. Even though the undead disaster is sweeping through China's territory at the moment, it will move on to other countries as well." The other elders nodded and agreed to carry out peace talks. Within Flower Moon, a woman said, 14th sister has been imprisoned by Great Kin. Now, it not only has the unstoppable undead disaster, but it also possesses such a terrifying method. No one dares to act against the Great Kin now. If we want to fight against Great Kin with our numbers, it'll be equivalent to committing suicide. Also, even if we do act against Great Kin's legatee will immediately kill 14th sister. It's better to ask for peace. The outcome is already clear, and there are no longer any factions that can stop Great Kin. The other women were also afraid of Great Kin because they knew that after opposing Great Kin, if they fell into its hands, the only outcome would be death. In fact, their fate might be even worse than death. It seemed that Great Kin's legatee was interested in beautiful women, so if they fell into his hands, they would become toys for his pleasure. As such, the women all agreed to go through peace talks as well. Seeing this, the mature woman in the main seat could only sigh and say, "All right, let's carry out our plan to negotiate with Great Kin. Big sis, can you leave this to me?" Su Yuan suddenly asked the mature woman. The mature woman thought about it and felt that Su Yuan had a high chance of success, so she gave the power to carry out peace talks to her. None of the factions were confident that they could stop Great Kin, and they started to seek peace. As many people went to carry out peace talks, the northern side's Qin resistance alliance came close to total collapse. Within the Great Qin city, Zhao Fu wore his black cloak as he sat high up in a chair with 6 people standing below. There were 4 men and 2 women, and they were important figures from various factions. Back then, Zhao Fu had them brought back to be captives to show off Great Qin's power to bring people from the real world into the heaven-awakened world, combined with the threat of complete destruction. This caused countless people to feel terrified towards Great Qin. From the beginning, Zhao Fu had never cared about the ordinary people liking Great Qin or not. All he needed was for them to be scared and respectful towards it. As for how he brought their bodies to the real world, it was of course through the reality fruits. Over the 2 days, the reality tree had grown 10 reality fruits. He had used 6 to bring these people's real bodies into the heaven-awakened world, and he always kept one on him in case of emergencies. The 6 people below nervously stood there, waiting for him to say something. This was because they knew their bodies had permanently entered the heaven-awakened world, and they could never leave. Once they died, they would die a true death, so their lives were in the hands of the person sitting above them. Moreover, they knew who that person was. He was Great Qin's legatee, a violent and bloodthirsty person. There were countless stories of how terrifying he was, and under his pressure, they all felt quite scared. Zhao Fu could feel how scared they felt, and he laughed as he said, "Don't worry. I won't kill you yet, depending on how your factions perform. Stay within the Great Qin city, and I won't mistreat any of you." Hearing this, the 6 people let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that their lives weren't in danger for now. The young man who belonged to the governmental faction said, "In actuality, the Zhu family doesn't intend on becoming enemies with Great Qin. We were simply forced by the circumstances. Please let me return, Your Majesty. The Zhu family will never oppose Great Qin again." After speaking, the woman from Flower Moon also said, "Flower Moon didn't intend to offend Great Qin either. We just wanted to go about our business. Your Majesty, please let me go. Flower Moon will never stand against Great Qin in the future, and it will even help Great Qin as much as possible." The others all said similar things. They weren't stupid. Staying here could result in them dying at any moment, and they knew that after that disastrous loss, all of the factions gave up on being enemies with Great Qin. Their own factions also no longer had the heart to oppose Great Qin. However, someone coldly harumphed and uncaringly said to the 5 other people, "Weaklings." This person was from the Xingshan clan. Xingshan was an ancient god of war, and he had the power to topple the heavens and the earth. He was extremely warlike, and the Xingshan clan in the real world was extremely warlike as well. When they heard him, the 5 other people felt quite displeased, but they all ignored him. With Great Qin's terrifying legatee sitting above them, they didn't dare to make any trouble. 461 Imperial concubine Zhao Fu disregarded their words. Since he had brought them to the Great Qin city, it was almost impossible that he would let them return alive, so he wouldn't promise such a thing. However, after looking at the person from the Xingshan clan, Zhao Fu felt that he was quite courageous. He seemed neither servile nor overbearing, and even though his aura was weaker than Zhao Fu's, he gave off a willingness to fight. "I'll consider it. You can leave now." Even though Zhao Fu had already made up his mind, he didn't directly refuse in order to give them a trace of hope and make them behave. When they heard Zhao Fu as they were about to leave, the person from the Xingshan clan suddenly yelled, "Great Qin's legatee! If we had 30 million players in that battle and the Xingshan clan had been leading the army, we definitely wouldn't have lost so bitterly, and at the very least, we would have taken down a significant portion of the undead army." Zhao Fu frowned. The person from the Xingshan clan was becoming more and more unruly, and it seemed like he was going to rebel. So what? There are no ifs in war, only victors and losers. The victor was Great Qin, while the losers were all of you. Zhao Fu calmly said as he looked at the young man. "Humphrey." The Xingshan clan's person coldly harumphed as he yelled, "That's because Great Qin." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Fu pointed out with his finger. A terrifying energy shot out from his finger and sent the young man flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Within all of Great Qin, there wasn't a single person who dared to speak to Zhao Fu like this. That young man had thought that Zhao Fu was some kind-hearted weakling. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a bit of value, Zhao Fu would have casually killed him just then. The atmosphere within the hall became incredibly oppressive, and the 5 other people felt incredibly startled before subserviently lowering their heads, not daring to do anything as they thought to themselves, "Great Qin's legatee is indeed incredibly ruthless and cruel. Take them away." Zhao Fu wasn't interested in these people anymore, and a few soldiers came to escort them away. "Your Majesty, have those 2 women stay." Beside Zhao Fu, Xianru's eyes flashed with a violet light as she smiled. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt a bit surprised, but after thinking about it, he realized what she meant and waved his hand, signaling for the soldiers to take the 4 men away but to leave the 2 women. Seeing this, the 2 women started to feel a bit unsettled. "They have Phoenix Chi?" Zhao Fu asked Xianru. Xianru smiled and nodded as she replied, "They have quite a bit of Phoenix Chi. Your Majesty should start filling the Emperor Phoenix statue with Phoenix Chi." Zhao Fu looked at the 2 women. They were both in their early 20s and quite pretty. Their facial features were quite exquisite, and they had pearly white skin and slim figures. They were both decent beauties. That wasn't the only reason they possessed a decent amount of Phoenix Chi. One of them was from Flower Moon, which was one of China's two most ancient factions. Flower Moon had appeared a bit after the ancient clans, but it still had a history that was thousands of years long. Not only was the faction quite big, but the fate that it had gathered was also not weak either, or else it wouldn't have been able to survive for so long. The other woman was the family leader of a large family, and because she had obtained the family's legacy, the fate she possessed wasn't weak either. Only with a large amount of fate would one develop Phoenix Chi. After his talks with Xianru, Zhaofu knew more about Phoenix Chi now. "What are your names?" Zhaofu asked the two women. The two women felt a bad premonition, but they were unable to disobey. They knew the consequences if they did that. The woman on the left belonged to Flower Moon, and she was a sweet-looking beauty. She curtsied and said, "Your Majesty, my name is Miao Qian." The woman on the right belonged to the large family, and she was a mature woman who also curtsied and said, "Your Majesty, my name is Bai Yiken." Zhaofu nodded and looked at Xianru, who had picked up a brush and quickly wrote on 2 pieces of paper before nodding to Zhaofu. "Let's go." Zhaofu walked down, and the two women obediently followed behind him. The sinking feeling within them grew, and Xianru followed behind them with the 2 pieces of paper. Following this, Zhaofu took them to a tall platform, which was the Heaven Prayer platform. This was the first time that Miao Qian and Bai Yiken had seen a legatee's Heaven Prayer platform, and they both looked at it with amazement. Zhaofu went to the Emperor Phoenix statue and took the 2 pieces of paper from Xianru before taking out the Imperial Ruler's seal. Now, with the Imperial Ruler's seal, which had a massive amount of fate, he could make them Imperial concubines. However, he had to go through the proper ceremony first. "Stand there." Zhaofu looked down at the words on the paper before speaking to the 2 women. When they heard this, Miao Qian and Bai Yiken immediately stood still on the spot and looked at Zhaofu curiously. Zhaofu stretched out his hand, and a formless energy spread out, lifting the 2 pieces of paper into the air. They were spread out in the air, and Zhaofu pressed the Imperial Ruler's seal on each of the pieces of paper. The 2 ordinary-looking pieces of paper immediately shined with majestic golden light and looked quite extraordinary. "We, Great Qin's legatee, the future ruler of the Great Qin Empire, confer on the both of you the title of Imperial Concubine of Great Qin." After speaking, Zhaofu waved his hand, and the 2 pieces of paper turned into golden lights that went into the 2 women's bodies. Miao Qian and Bai Yiken couldn't react in time to what was happening. It seemed that they had been conferred the title of Imperial Concubine, and such a fast and simple process made them unable to react in time. Zhaofu looked at the 2 women, and after he gave them the titles, a phoenix's cry sounded out as golden chi rose out from their bodies, startling them. This golden chi seemed to be attracted by something, and it floated towards the Emperor Phoenix statue and entered it. After absorbing the golden chi, the crystalline Emperor Phoenix seemed to come to life. The Emperor Phoenix flapped its wings and moved its body as it raised its head, looking like it was unaccustomed to moving. However, it quickly accustomed to its body, and soon, it gracefully flew into the sky. Even though its body was made out of crystal, it gave off a golden light, making it look like a real phoenix, and the aura it gave off was also immense. Zhaofu was quite shocked. This Emperor Phoenix statue had only obtained the Phoenix Chi of 2 women, yet it already had such power. If it gained more Phoenix Chi, it would become even more powerful, and if it had a massive amount of Phoenix Chi, it truly wouldn't be inferior to a clan armament. Zhaofu smiled and ordered some people to take Miao Qian and Bai Yiken away and to have them taken care of. At that moment, Zhaofu received a message from the real world, and he returned to the real world to take care of the negotiations. What he didn't know was that a massive crisis was slowly covering Great Qin. 462 Xingshan clan. After returning to the real world, Zhaofu saw that countless factions representatives had gathered at the Ying family. A luxurious hall was filled with people, making the scene seem quite lively. The attendees were high class, and they wore all sorts of gorgeous clothing and spoke about important matters. As a young man walked in with a group of bodyguards, the hall quietened down, and countless people's gazes were gathered on the youth. Zhaofu agreed to negotiations because he wanted to reduce the number of obstacles in front of Great Qin. If he wanted to destroy all of them, it would take far too much effort and sacrifices, and they might fight to the death while resisting. Great Qin primarily relied on the undead disaster, and although the undead disaster seemed invincible, if they were able to gather 20 million players who were fully united, it was still possible to destroy the undead army. The reason they lost that battle was because they had been overconfident and not united. Many of the ordinary people had never fought in an actual battle before, which was why they had been unable to work together as an army. Zhaofu wanted the undead disaster to grow to a point where no one could stop it. Right now, he felt that the scale was still quite small, And even though the northern side of the Midland continent had roughly 2,000 regions, the undead army had only passed through 8 regions so far. At such a speed, how long would it take for the undead disaster to sweep through the entire northern side? Or the entirety of China? And how long would it take to sweep through the entire world? At such a slow speed, before it ravaged China, the Heaven-awakened world might have already devoured the real world. It was impossible for the system to allow it to continue developing like this. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to speed up his advance by reducing the obstacles. After expanding the undead army's scale and making it completely unstoppable, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them, rather, it would be much easier. Zhao Fu said a few words on the stage, indicating that Great Ken was willing to negotiate peace. This allowed all of the representatives to let out breaths of relief. The representatives then rambled on about how wonderful peace was, how they shouldn't be fighting their own people, and how Chinese people should unite together. Zhao Fu was bored and casually listened to those words, and some people even praised Zhao Fu for bringing peace to China, making him almost laugh. Of course, Great Ken's ultimate goal was peace, however, right now, with all sorts of factions opposing him and everyone wanting to be a ruler, how could there be peace? Zhao Fu said a few words in reply, and because he didn't completely trust these people, he gave out some conditions. If they wanted to oppose Great Ken, they would have to pay a price for it. Before, Zhao Fu had wanted all of the factions to provide a hostage. However, after thinking about it, he realized that in front of massive profits, a member of the main family wasn't worth much, so it was better to just ask for benefits directly. As for compensation, all of the factions could take such a thing. Right now, their top priority was to bring back peace. The compensation would be provided in the Heaven-awakened world, not in the real world. After all, if it was given in the real world, they would have to give it to the Ying family, and it was possible that the Ying family would have to suffer the hatred of the various factions. Zhao Fu didn't want the Ying family to be destroyed. On one hand, they had behaved quite well and provided him with a lot of help in the real world. The Ying family wasn't too important to Great Ken's legatee, but it was still good not to attract too much hatred. This meeting concluded very quickly, and most of the visitors soon left. Now, only the people from 6 factions remained. Zhao Fu's 6 hostages came from these 6 factions. A stalwart-looking young man walked over. He looked like a governmental official and gave off the aura of a military man, and asked, "Is Great Ken willing to release my little brother?" Following this, the others also asked Great Ken to release its hostages. Zhao Fu lightly chuckled before immediately refusing, saying, "They're doing quite well and are having a good time in the Great Ken city, there's no need for you to worry." However, a boorish elderly man with a white beard unhappily yelled, "No. You must release the person from the Xingshan clan." Zhao Fu frowned. Since they hadn't accepted his good graces, his tone became cold, and he said, "It's impossible for them to be released. This is the price your factions must pay for opposing Great Ken. If you can maintain good relations with Great Ken, we can consider releasing them." When he heard this, the white-bearded elder felt quite furious, and he clenched his fists, about to attack Zhao Fu. However, when he thought about the entirety of the Xingshan clan, he resisted the urge and furiously stormed off. Seeing this, the others also had no choice but to leave. However, one beautiful woman stayed behind. It was Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked at Zhao Fu with a complicated gaze. At that banquet when she had first met him, she had taken notice of him because he was someone who Wu Qingnian had brought in. The Wu family was perceptive when it came to judging people, and the members of the Wu family were often surrounded by admirers. All of them had exceptional talent and potential. As such, Su Yuan had investigated Zhao Fu, but because she had found out that he was only a minor figure, she hadn't paid him any attention. However, she had never expected that this unremarkable minor figure would suddenly become the proxy leader of the Ying family and the representative for Great Ken's legatee, gaining the respect of all factions. Furthermore, it was said that he had King's fate, but because 2 people with King's fate wouldn't be able to get along normally, it seemed strange that Great Ken's legatee would treat Zhao Fu so well and give him so much power. No matter how much Su Yuan thought, she couldn't understand this. However, with how Zhao Fu had played things, it was quite difficult for ordinary people to understand just what was going on. As Great Ken continuously grew, Zhao Fu became more and more important, and after coming over, Su Yuan smiled as she said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Fu recognized Su Yuan. After all, she was a famous superstar, and he had known of her while he was still a university student. He had seen her at the banquet before, but they hadn't interacted at that time. "What is it?" Zhao Fu asked as he amicably smiled and nodded. This wasn't Zhao Fu giving special treatment, rather, anyone who treated him with courtesy would also be shown courtesy. "I'm from Flower Moon, would it be possible to let my 14th sister go?" Su Yuan didn't try to hide her true motive. Zhao Fu had long since guessed that Su Yuan had an extraordinary background, But he had never expected her to be from Flower Moon. It was mainly because Flower Moon's people had always been in hiding for thousands of years, so unless one of them revealed it, it would be impossible to know. 463 shocking changes. Even though he now knew that Aizen was part of Flower Moon, Zhaofu wouldn't let Miao Qian go because she had been conferred the title of Imperial Concubine, provided the Emperor Phoenix statue with Phoenix Chi, and was more useful than the others. As such, Zhaofu could only refuse and say, "Apologies, Ms. Su. I'm unable to agree." This surprised Aizen, but she still smiled and said, "Flower Moon can support Great Ken to become the ruler of the world. With Flower Moon's support, things will be much easier for Great Ken." This tempted Zhaofu. If Great Ken had Flower Moon's massive support, Great Ken would have an incredible amount of resources and information, which would indeed make things much easier for Great Ken and would greatly speed up its development. However, Zhaofu still refused in the end. One of the reasons was because Miao Qian's Phoenix Chi was quite important, and he also didn't want any factions to enter Great Ken yet. Only after Great Ken became truly powerful would he consider working together with Flower Moon. Aizen was quite surprised. After all, it seemed like there was no reason for Zhaofu to refuse. Evidently, partnering with Flower Moon would bring Great Ken great benefits, so why would he refuse? After all, it was just releasing a hostage who didn't matter much in the face of massive benefits. "Then can you tell me why you're refusing?" Aizen asked as she looked at Zhaofu with her beautiful eyes. Zhaofu lightly laughed. How could he tell her? As such, he decided to end their conversation. "We won't be letting her go under any circumstances, so there's no use in asking. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." When she heard this, Aizen felt quite shocked. From Zhaofu's tone, it seemed like her 14th sister had become something important to Great Ken. Could it be that Great Ken's legatee had started to become interested in beauties and wanted 14th sister, which was why he wouldn't release her? If that were the case, her 14th sister would be defiled every day. After thinking about it, Aizen made a decision, and she said to Zhaofu, "Mr. Zhao, I would like to use another person to trade for her." Zhaofu felt a bit surprised and asked, "Who is it?" Aizen replied earnestly, "It's Li Wu." When he heard this name, Zhaofu almost laughed. Back then, Zhaofu knew that Li Wu had been taken away by someone, but he didn't know who it had been. Now, he realized that it had most likely been Aizen who had sent people to save him. However, Zhaofu had never cared about Li Wu. "Ms. Su, do you really think that such an insignificant person can compare to an important member of Flower Moon? Great Ken doesn't care about Li Wu at all. I still have matters to attend to, so farewell." After saying this, Zhaofu took his people and directly left. When she saw Zhaofu walk away with his countless bodyguards, Aizen felt quite helpless and could only sigh and leave. Li Wu was currently in a villa. After Aizen had found out that the Ying family wanted to kill Li Wu, she decided to save him and nurture him into a useful chess piece because she felt that he had some potential. Li Wu felt quite embarrassed when he was saved by Aizen. His splendorous title of Great Ken's legatee had been cruelly torn off, and now, he was nothing, merely an ordinary person. In fact, he hadn't even known how to face Aizen, but she hadn't said anything about that matter. After all, she had always known that he was a fake and instead encouraged him and allowed him to regain some confidence. This made Li Wu feel quite grateful towards Aizen. Now, he just wanted to develop his faction and marry Aizen. However, what he didn't know was that Aizen had almost sold him off. Back in the Heaven Awakened world, Zhaofu arrived at the 8th region. He stood in the air and looked down at the boundless ocean of bones, and he gave the order for the ocean of bones to split into 4 waves. The 10 disaster cavalrymen were also split into 4 groups in order to guide the 4 waves of skeletons. The 10 disaster cavalrymen rode on their skeleton horses and drew their black swords, creating a formless ripple. The massive ocean of bones started to split apart, gradually moving towards different directions. Now, Zhaofu didn't have to worry about players allying together to attack the ocean of bones. Because of the Great Ken writ, countless factions had just gone through peace talks, so it would be impossible to gather such massive numbers again. Now that the ocean of bones had split into 4 waves that went into 4 separate regions, even though the disaster cavalry were split up and couldn't cast undead disaster, the skeleton mages could summon skeletons and continue to develop the ocean of bones. Once they reached a certain size, they would once again split, and the 10 disaster cavalry would each be able to lead their own wave of skeletons to attack other regions. That way, the speed of the undead disaster would become much faster. The first wave of skeletons had already reached the first region, and soon after, the second wave reached the second region. However, just as the third wave reached the third region, something unexpected happened. A system announcement sounded out, and everyone in the northern side received it, surprising all of them. System announcement. A major event has happened in your region. The undead disaster has covered the entire northern side with a deathly intent, and all people who die will turn into undead within 3 days. Killing undead will give rewards, and all of the regions in the northern side will be temporarily opened. Everyone can freely travel between regions during this time. Zhao Fu was aghast. He didn't pay much attention to the beginning of the system announcement, but the key part was the end. The northern side's regions had temporarily been connected, which meant that the northern side's players could freely travel to any region. With this, Great Qin's biggest advantage was gone. Before, Great Qin could have stood against all of China because the passages between regions hadn't been opened. As such, the opposing factions were unable to gather together, so Great Qin could destroy them one by one. They had been unable to resist, which was why they feared Great Qin. That was the only reason why they had backed down, or else why would they have submitted? However, now that Great Qin's advantage was gone, they could gather all of their forces together. Once the northern side's factions were able to band together to attack Great Qin would lose without a doubt. With Great Qin's current strength, how could it resist them? There were roughly 300 million players in the northern side and countless villages owned by players. With the undead disaster's current scale, it was impossible to stop them. This system announcement completely screwed over Great Qin, and it made Great Qin, which had the absolute advantage, become the weaker side. Now, Great Qin was in danger of being destroyed. Moreover, killing the undead would give rewards, which would greatly attract people to attack Great Qin. This was simply too outrageous. Even now, Zhao Fu had no idea why such a thing had happened. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu concluded that perhaps it was because his undead disaster was too bloodthirsty and destructive, so the system had decided to suppress his side. However, that resulted in great danger for Great Qin, and because Great Qin was in a disadvantageous position, the northern side's factions would definitely immediately move. This matter was too serious, so Zhao Fu immediately returned to the Great Qin city. 464 Heavens exterminating Great Qin. Hahaha. After hearing this system announcement, Su Yan couldn't help but uproariously laugh. The heavens are helping us. After all of the factions that had just negotiated with Great Qin received this system announcement, they all stopped what they were doing and conducted meetings. The other legatees all felt incredibly excited and happy. Wasn't this the heavens exterminating Great Qin? If all of the northern side's factions allied together, how could Great Qin stop them? It would definitely lose. No matter which dynasty faction it was, facing so many factions, it would be impossible to win. Great Qin had acted incredibly arrogantly and disregarded everything. It had killed countless people and committed countless crimes, and it was finally going to receive retribution. The countless ordinary people who had been pressured by Great Qin all felt indescribably happy. The anger within their hearts was finally going to be released. After they heard the system announcement, all of the fear that they had felt disappeared. Because of the changes in the northern side, Great Qin stopped distributing the Great Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs. Now, the entire world's attention was focused on the northern side, waiting to see how the situation would develop. Su Yan once again raised the banners of the Qin Resistance Alliance, using the heavens are exterminating Great Qin to rally people to the alliance. This time, Great Qin will lose without a doubt. Even the system is preparing a chance for us to destroy Great Qin. Are we going to let go of such a good opportunity? Do you want to forever endure Great Qin's tyrannical ways? Do you want to be trampled on? Do you want to forever live in terror? Don't hesitate and fight for our glorious future. Everyone who opposes Great Qin's ruthless ways, take up your weapons and fight. This time, Great Qin will definitely be destroyed. Even if it has the undead disaster, it can't stop all of us. Now that all of the northern side's regions had been connected, the countless players could gather together. As their strength gradually grew, a notion of players that was extremely terrifying started to form. All of the factions that had just negotiated for peace with Great Qin didn't hesitate to immediately join the Qin Resistance Alliance. Before, the players of 5 regions could somewhat reduce the undead disaster's numbers, so how could Great Qin win against the players of 2,000 regions? Compared to a humiliating peace, these factions would much rather destroy Great Qin. Once Great Qin was destroyed, there wouldn't be any factions that would be able to threaten them in the northern side. The heavens are exterminating Great Qin. The heavens are exterminating Great Qin. The heavens are exterminating Great Qin. Countless players chanted this within the system main cities, and everyone was incredibly excited. The Great Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs had made countless people feel incredibly miserable, and they had only submitted because they feared the undead disaster. However, things were different now. They could gather the entirety of the northern side's factions. With such a massive force, let alone Great Qin, they would be able to crush 5 dynasty factions. In just an instant, their aura was able to greatly suppress Great Qin. On Great Qin's side, they had become incredibly silent. This time, Zhao Fu had completely miscalculated. The 2 writs had aroused the fury of countless people, and there were many people who wanted to destroy Great Kin. In actuality, it was the ordinary players who had forced Great Kin to issue the Great Kin writ and Holy Daughter writ. If they hadn't involved themselves, Zhaofu wouldn't have issued those writs. Zhaofu wanted to use the undead disaster and reality fruits to cause widespread terror and to force them to submit, but this had naturally also garnered their hatred. As such, Great Kin was not only facing countless factions but also countless players as well. There was nothing wrong about the Great Kin writ and Holy Daughter writ, but because of this sudden turn of events, they drew a great amount of hatred to Great Kin, which Zhaofu hadn't expected at all. Within Great Kin's meeting hall, the atmosphere was incredibly tense, and everyone looked incredibly serious. Wei Liao walked out and cupped his hands as he said earnestly, "Your Majesty, I believe that we should relocate the Great Kin city and its residents. Great Kin is unable to defend against such a massive force." Wang Jian also stepped forward and said, "This subordinate agrees with what Wei Liao said. As long as Great Kin's foundation isn't destroyed, there is a chance for it to be rebuilt." Beiqi deeply frowned, looking quite serious. In front of this massive force, all tricks and schemes were useless. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Great Kin had lost this time. Zhaofu felt quite frustrated as he sat above, and he sighed as he said, "Is there really nothing we can do to stop the northern side's factions?" The meeting hall fell silent, and no one could provide any ideas as to how to repel hundreds of millions of players. Suddenly, Li Si walked out and cupped his hands as he said, "Your Majesty, how about negotiating with them? Right now, there's no other way. Your Majesty, if it's negotiating, this subordinate is willing to go. I'm quite experienced in such matters." Shang Ying walked out and lowered his head as he cupped his hands. "All right, you can all leave for now," Zhaofu said as he rubbed his temples. Facing such a great crisis, all of the leaders had grim expression on their faces. They all obeyed and left the great hall, leaving Zhaofu sitting alone as he sank into his thoughts. Should we participate? Great Kin has been acting so overbearingly, so I feel that we should join them in destroying Great Kin. After all, Great Kin is definitely going to lose, a square-faced man said to the other government officials seated around the table. The others all nodded, signaling that they agreed. This was a great opportunity to destroy Great Kin. What about old Zhu's son? If we act, his son will definitely die. A skinny middle-aged man suddenly said. The square-faced man coldly harumphed, in the face of such an important matter, who cares about a single person's life? Old Zhu's son will be dying for his country. Hearing his words, no one else said anything. Within the ancient clans, a white-haired elder said, who would have thought that the situation would change so quickly? This system announcement was simply too unexpected, and Great Kin will not be able to escape this time. What should we do? We don't need to do anything. Great Kin has acted incredibly arrogantly, so it deserves whatever happens to it. Even if it was us, we would be unable to stop so many factions, the boorish white-bearded elder, the Xingshan clan's chief, retorted. The others thought about it, and because they decided that it wasn't something they could affect, they could only sigh. Great Kin had been the dynasty with the most potential, but now, it would meet such an end. Flower Moon's women were also discussing this matter. A fairly quiet woman said, "Let's remain neutral, there's no point even if we join, as Great Kin has already lost. If we don't participate, 14th sister will at least be able to live." The other women nodded, and the mature woman also made the decision not to participate. Su Yuan hadn't expected the situation to change so quickly and for the invincible Great Kin to fall to such depths. The other dynasty factions and nation factions all supported the Kin Resistance Alliance, providing a massive amount of resources and money to boost its strength. 465 deathly inten with their experiences from last time, the northern side's factions didn't dare to be even a bit careless. Even though they had an absolute advantage, they still made various preparations because they understood that they were facing Great Kin. With how terrifying Great Kin was, it was difficult to say what terrifying cards it had up its sleeves, so they had to make sufficient preparations to utterly destroy it his time. If they could truly destroy Great Kin, everything they had done would have been worth it. With the person with the greatest threat gone, their futures in the Heaven Awakened world would become more secure. Moreover, there were massive benefits to be had by taking down Great Kin. Just the 4 system main cities that it controlled alone were enough to make countless dynasty factions feel incredibly envious. It was likely that it had other good things as well. If Great Kin was able to create such a massive undead disaster and had things that could bring people from the real world into the Heaven Awakened world, it definitely had countless treasures of immeasurable value. This was enough to make everyone go mad, and even if they obtained a single one of those treasures, they would benefit greatly. It was evident just how big of a temptation Great Kin was for them. In order to obtain more items that could deal with the undead, these factions begged the Buddhist sect, the school of Taoism, and the forces of the Vatican within China's territory. There were many Chinese people who believed in God, so the Vatican's forces within China weren't weak at all. As the northern side's factions made various preparations, Zhao Fu finally made a decision. His eyes became filled with killing intent as he muttered, "You've done this because you were afraid that I'd kill too many people. But if Great Qin dies, I'll drag the entire Heaven Awakened world to die with Great Qin. Li Si. Shang Yang. Come in." After making this decision, Zhao Fu called out to Li Si and Shang Yang, who were waiting outside. Li Si and Shang Yang walked in, expecting Zhao Fu to decide to negotiate, otherwise, Great Qin wouldn't be able to resist its attackers. The two of them said simultaneously, "What matters do you have, Your Majesty?" Zhao Fu replied, "See how much food Great Qin has, and prepare enough for Great Qin for 5 years. Take care of the other resources as well. If there's not enough, you can buy more. Also, buy all undead-resisting talismans on the market. This matter concerns the survival of Great Qin, so there's no need to be stingy with money. Also, have everyone in Great Qin stop working and quickly build an underground city underneath the Great Qin city, big enough to accommodate all of Great Qin." After hearing these orders, it took Li Si and Shang Yang a while to process them. His Majesty wasn't telling them to go and negotiate but to prepare these strange things. However, since Zhao Fu had ordered them, they would obey. "Yes, Your Majesty." The two of them replied before quickly leaving. Zhao Fu summoned the black and white impermanences and took them to the 8th region before setting his plan into motion. The original plan was for the 4 waves of skeletons to invade the surrounding 4 regions because there were very few players in those regions. Most of the players had died in the massive battle, and because the rest had been massacred by Great Qin, there still weren't many people within those regions. The skeleton waves should have been able to rampage through those 4 regions incredibly quickly, and because of the system announcement stating that corpses would turn into undead after 3 days, this would have been of some help to the undead disaster. As the skeletons were reinforced by deathly intent, their strength would have also increased. Also, it was said that the corpses that turned into undead after 3 days also included creatures that were near death, and this too would increase the strength of the undead army. However, the creatures that turned into undead wouldn't have the disaster attribute, and they would be weaker than those that the disaster cavalry summoned. Moreover, the disaster cavalry wouldn't be able to guide them, but they would still roughly follow along with the rest of the undead. Even though the undead army was split into 4 waves, the aura given off by the 4 waves wasn't any weaker, and they were just as terrifying as they entered the 4 regions. Rumble. The 4 waves of skeletons flooded forwards, giving off terrifying sounds. They destroyed everything in their path, condensing an immense amount of deathly aura that followed them. As they moved forward, the ground lost its vitality, and grass and plants withered and died. Under this terrifying aura, countless birds and beasts escaped madly, creating a beast tide. Feeling this living aura, the countless skeletons became incredibly excited, and they early left her as they rushed towards these living creatures. A massacre had once again started. Following this, the boundless ocean of bones started to kill, but its scale didn't increase as almost all of the skeleton mages stayed in the 8th region. In order to keep them behind, the disaster cavalry added all of the skeleton mages to the skeletons they could control. The disaster cavalry could originally command 300 skeletons, and after becoming Lord class, they were able to control 3,000 skeletons. With 10 of them, they were able to control 30,000 skeletons. As such, Zhao Fu was able to directly control 30,000 skeleton mages, unlike the other skeletons that could only be guided. The 4 skeleton waves madly killed everything in their way while Zhao Fu had the skeleton mages wait with him in the 8th region. He sat on the ground and cut his wrist, causing his blood to continuously drip onto the ground. The black and white impermanences performed hand signs, causing their hands to shine with black and white lights as they performed curses. The northern side's factions had already successfully obtained the support of the School of Taoism, the Buddhist sect, and the Vatican. The School of Taoism could provide a large number of talismans, the Buddhist sect could buff items with Buddha's light, and the Vatican could provide holy water and special equipment, which were useful against the undead. The School of Taoism, the Buddhist sect, and the Vatican were all righteous factions, so they disapproved greatly of Great Qin after it created the undead disaster and caused so many creatures to die. During the last battle, they had wanted to help the northern side's factions to stop Great Qin's undead disaster, but because of the void zones, they were unable to fulfill their desire. However, things were different now. All of the passages between the regions in the northern side had been opened, and because they could freely visit different system main cities in different regions, they naturally became the greatest supporting force. With their full support, the northern side's factions became much more powerful, giving them much more confidence. It was not just the School of Taoism, the Buddhist sect, and the Vatican supporting them, there were many other factions giving them their support as well. For example, the School of Military sent many disciples to lead the troops, to organize the forces, and to take command of this battle. There was also the school of Confucianism. Even though it wasn't very proficient in dealing with the undead, it still sent over many items that could weaken the undead. Finally, there were also sects that specialized in dealing with the undead, such as the Ma-Ashan sect. The Ma-Ashan sect not only provided items, but it also shared its experience and techniques, which were of great help to the northern side's factions. 466 Great battle at the same time. In order to prevent the players from fleeing once they saw the ocean of bones like last time, they started to give talks to develop their unity and battle sense. This included praising the players who had joined for their righteousness and saying that they stood on the side of justice and were doing the will of the heavens. They listed all of the evils that Great Ken had committed, painting Great Ken out to be an incredibly evil faction that couldn't be forgiven for its crimes. This was quite effective, because the undead disaster, Great Ken Rit, and Holy Daughter Rit had already caused many people to hate Great Ken, and now, that hatred fueled the players' battle intent. Moreover, this had also boosted the players' confidence, making them think that they could definitely win. As such, they also told them about all of the factions supporting them, making it seem as if the entire world was helping them. These methods were all fairly effective, and the unity and confidence of the player army were far greater than the one from last time. This was of great importance because of their massive numbers. If the players weren't unified and didn't want to fight, they would definitely lose. The northern side's factions rapidly prepared, and suddenly, some people started to propose that since they had so many people gathered together and had a massive advantage, they should take this advantage to attack Vietnam and Thailand. There would be no one who could stop them. Those people said that perhaps they would be able to destroy the other nations, and even if they couldn't, they would be able to heavily injure those nations, making it impossible for them to resist China. However, no one paid any attention to those people. Right now, they only wanted to destroy Great Ken. No one was thinking about other countries right now, and they all believed that as long as they could destroy Great Ken, nothing else was important. On Zhao Fu's side, he spent most of his time sitting on the ground. He would occasionally cut his wrist, causing blood to drip onto the ground. Zhao Fu's body would become thinner at a speed noticeable by the naked eye, and his face would become pale. Great Ken was also working as fast as possible, continuously digging downward to create an underground city. The 4 skeleton waves had already passed through the 4 regions, and Zhao Fu once again ordered for them to be gathered together to invade the next region before returning to the 8th region. The northern side's factions and Great Ken were anxiously preparing, and the whole world was paying attention to them. No one dared to relax because they could feel the tense atmosphere spreading in China's northern side. As for the battle that was about to erupt, almost everyone believed that Great Ken would lose, as it were facing simply too many enemies. Of course, all of the foreign factions were watching with great interest, as Great Ken's legatee was also a great threat to them. Currently, a big part of why they feared China was because of Great Ken's legatee, because he was simply too brilliant, making them feel quite weak. Now, one of their greatest threats was about to be destroyed by his own people, allowing them to finally relax and breathe. Another 3 days later, the northern side's factions grandiosely started their attack. This time, they had gathered 170 million players, and with such a large force, it seemed enough to be able to kill a god. Such a massive gathering of players was simply terrifying, and at a glance, they seemed to go on for as far as the eye could see. The army seemed like an ocean of people, and its scale had already surpassed the ocean of bones scale. Su Yan personally came to this battle to direct the battle with the other leaders. Before, he had planned to directly go to the Forest of Horrors to destroy Great Ken in one fell swoop, but the 8th region blocked their way and all of the surrounding regions were cut off as if there was some sort of barrier preventing them from teleporting in. If they wanted to go around, it would be easy for the undead army to flank them and destroy them, so they had to enter the 8th region and battle head-on with Great Ken. Right now, the only thing that Great Ken had to stop the player army was the undead disaster. If they destroyed the undead disaster, Great Ken wouldn't have the power to resist, and it would be incredibly easy to destroy Great Ken. Everyone agreed with Su Yan's decision and took the massive player army into the 8th region. After returning to the 8th region and thinking about how their forces had been utterly destroyed last time, all of them wanted Great Ken to pay 10 times over. The 8th region had been occupied by the undead army for a long time, making it so that there wasn't even a trace of life left. All of the grass and plants had withered and decayed, and the ground was now gray and gave off traces of a deathly aura. The sky was covered by a gray layer of clouds, which didn't let even a bit of light to pass through. The surroundings were quite dark, and the entire region was filled with an eerie and chilly aura as if it was a true land of ghosts. Because of the size of the ocean of players and the ocean of bones, they quickly met within the 8th region. On one hand, the ocean of players gave off an incredible aura, and the players' voices yelling together sounded like berserk thunder. As they marched forward, the ground seemed to shake, and everything in front of them seemed incredibly weak. On the other side, The boundless ocean of bones gave off a deathly aura that reached the skies, and their black spirit flames continuously flickered within their heads. Their eyeless sockets looked at their enemies ahead as they eerily laughed. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the ocean of bones attacked first. Countless skeletons ferociously flew forwards, and 10 black pillars of light shot out as a massive black magic formation appeared in the sky, causing an aura of disaster to spread out. The ocean of bones, which was charging forwards in a berserk manner, gave off a large amount of a black aura, instantly turning it into an ocean of black bones. The black skeletons' auras became even more powerful and evil, and they gave off an overwhelming aura as they rushed ahead. Facing the terrifying ocean of black bones, the ocean of players didn't show any weakness. Su Yan confidently smiled and said to the people beside him, "Everyone, it's time to act." The people nodded and brought teams of people to the center of the ocean of players. A middle-aged Confucian man brought a group of people who gave off scholarly airs as he yelled, "Confucian disciples, heed my orders." All of the Confucian disciples' expressions became austere as they took out a book and flipped it open, and rays of azure light shot into the sky. Boom! A deep explosion sounded out as a massive book that gave off an azure-colored light appeared in the sky, giving off a boundless aura. There seemed to be the faint sound of a sage reading the words aloud, and those who were covered by the azure light felt an aura of righteousness cover them. They no longer felt as nervous or scared. A kind-looking old monk also brought a group of people to the center. The old monk clasped his fingers together and said in a loud and resonant voice, "Amitabha." Buddha's light shined from the old monk, and the other monks also followed suit and radiated Buddha's light as well. 467 True Catastrophe. Boom! Another explosion sounded out as Buddha's image, which gave off a boundless light, appeared in the air and gave off a benevolent and majestic aura. Buddha's light appeared around countless people's bodies, resisting the grey deathly aura around them. Everyone felt a warmth around their bodies, and no longer felt cold. A pure and beautiful-looking woman also brought a group of white-robed people to the center of the ocean of players. He made the sign of the cross as the other Vatican members did the same, and their bodies gave off waves of holy white light. Boom! Another massive explosion resounded as an angel that gave off an intense white light slowly descended from the sky. Under the white light, countless people felt a peace within their hearts, and they were given a holy light power that could deal a massive amount of damage against the undead disaster. At the same time, the countless players also used various talismans to obtain all sorts of buffs. After obtaining so many power-ups, the player army's aura wasn't inferior to the undead armies, and countless people roared as they rushed up to meet the ocean of black bones. Boom! Another shocking explosion sounded out as the ocean of black bones and ocean of players clashed together. It was as if two worlds were colliding, giving off an incredibly terrifying sound. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of countless weapons clashing together rang out, and blood and bones flew all over the place. The skeletons showed no fear at all, and they mercilessly killed the people in front of them. The players weren't afraid either, and with their various buffs, they continuously killed the skeletons. Corpses and skeletons littered the ground, and the battle of the two worlds didn't weaken at all. The countless skeletons gave off a life-exterminating aura as they ferociously attacked the countless humans in front of them. The players' wills were just as strong, and they didn't give an inch as they fought back. The players and skeletons continuously died, and the corpses and skeletons beneath their feet continuously gathered. The battle was incredibly intense, and the skeletons ruthlessly killed the players as the players vigorously destroyed skeletons, neither side backing down. Both sides held an unstoppable momentum, and the battle remained at a stalemate. The heavens are exterminating great kin. A big man from the school of military yelled as he swung his large saber and rushed towards the countless skeletons. Seeing this, everyone else felt impassioned, and they also started to yell the same thing. In that moment, the players' morale soared to new heights, and countless people felt an anger within their hearts. They would make Great Kin pay everything that it had done to them 10 times over. They vowed to destroy Great Kin in order to relieve the hatred in their hearts, and now, that the heavens had given them this chance, all of China was supporting them, and they were confident that they could definitely defeat Great Kin. Following this, the players continuously rushed up, and the ocean of black bones started to show signs of weakness. Even though many skeletons still furiously rushed up, their numbers started to dwindle, and their momentum decreased. They were slowly being pushed back by the ocean of players. Seeing this, Su Yan and the other leaders all smiled. The terrifying undead disaster was finally showing signs of weakness. This made them feel incredibly proud, and they felt even more confident in their ability to destroy Great Kin. Under the massive black magic formation, Zhao Fu stood in the air, his black cloak fluttering. Currently, Zhao Fu's state was a bit strange. His body had become a gray-white color as if there was no more blood in him. It was as if he was all skin and bones, and his sunken eyes were blood red and gave off a ferocious aura. Boom! Zhao Fu pointed forward with his finger, and the disaster cavalry raised their black swords. In that moment, hundreds of thousands of skeleton cavalrymen gathered together and mounted a terrifying charge towards the ocean of players. The charge of hundreds of thousands of skeleton cavalrymen was incredibly terrifying, and it shocked the entire battlefield. It was a wave of raw, unstoppable power. Facing this onslaught, the countless players couldn't help but feel some fear. Seeing this, Su Yan continued to smile confidently as he said, "Let's use that." The others looked quite relaxed and smiled as they nodded before giving out the order for the 200,000 or so players to fire their arrows. After being shot out, these arrows turned into streaks of white light, and they landed among the skeleton cavalrymen. Countless blinding white lights exploded, causing shocking holy light power to burst forth. Under the white light, countless skeleton cavalrymen howled, and a large amount of a gray arose out from their bodies as their bodies crumbled, as did their skeleton horses. In just an instant, the seemingly unstoppable skeleton cavalry charge had been completely annihilated, leaving behind a massive number of bones. It was unknown just what they had used for their arrows to have such immense power. What Zhao Fu didn't know was that each of these arrows had a holy light crystal bound to it. Those holy light crystals contained an incredibly powerful holy light energy, and they could deal a massive amount of damage to undead and evil creatures. Each crystal cost 20 gold coins, so shooting 200,000 of them had cost roughly 4 million gold coins. It could be seen that in order to destroy Great Kin, the northern side's factions had paid an incredible price. Luckily, there were countless other factions supporting them, or it would have set them back significantly. After all, 4 million gold coins were equivalent to 400 million copper coins, or $4 billion in the real world. After shooting out the first wave of holy light crystals, the 200,000 or so archers each took out another holy light crystal arrow and shot towards the boundless ocean of bones. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions continuously sounded out, and blinding white light exploded out as the skeletons continuously howled and died, turning into piles of bones. Following this, the 200,000 or so archers each took out yet another holy light crystal arrow and shot the arrows towards the ocean of bones, and as more white lights exploded, even more skeletons died. The massive player army relied on the holy light crystals to furiously attack the skeletons, causing the undead disaster to start collapsing. Even though the skeletons still fearlessly rushed up, they were unable to stop the massive player army anymore, and their numbers continuously dwindled. In the end, only a few million skeletons were left, and this signified that the undead army had lost. Zhao Fu could only sigh. In the end, Great Kin had still lost. Su Yan and the various leaders laughed in delight. The situation was already set, and Great Kin had lost. Now, Great Kin no longer had any strength to fight back. The countless players felt incredibly ecstatic. They had finally paid Great Kin back for its oppression and tyranny, so they naturally felt quite good. One of the northern side's faction leaders loudly laughed and yelled, "Great Kin's legatee, you've lost. Serves you right for daring to act so domineeringly and arrogantly, not putting us in your eyes at all. This is the price you pay. Today, we'll definitely destroy Great Kin, and it'll be useless even if you kneel and plead for mercy." Su Yan smiled as he looked at Zhao Fu in the distance, and he didn't say anything. Today, he was going to destroy Great Kin and kill Great Kin's legatee. The others also looked at Zhao Fu in the distance with mocking looks. Great Kin's terrifying and monstrous legatee had been reduced to such a state. Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes coldly looked at them, and he slowly raised his hand as he said hoarsely, "All of you forced me to do this. Now, I want everyone in the Heaven Awakened world to die." 468 Annihilating Calamity Boom. A massive explosion rang out, and it was as if everyone in the Heaven Awakened world heard it and looked north. Pendragon's legatee, Roman Empire's legatee, Egypt's legatee, Great Zaya's legatee, Great Shang's legatee, School of Taoism's sect master, School of Yin Yang's sect master, Buddhist sect's head monk, the Vatican's pope. Countless people seemed to detect something, and it was as if an annihilating calamity was about to descend. Their expressions became one of panic as they quickly said, "Everyone, get out of the Heaven Awakened world." Everyone didn't understand just what had happened for their leaders to become so panicked, but they still obeyed and tried to heave. However, they received a system announcement. System announcement. Due to abnormal changes, you are unable to leave the Heaven Awakened world. System announcements continuously sounded out as it was already too late. Everyone watched as a massive blood-red star that gave off a boundlessly terrifying aura slowly descended from the sky. The blood-red star gave off a devilish, evil, bloodthirsty aura, and the sky seemed to be dyed red. The redness continuously spread until it seemed as if the entire Heaven Awakened world had become blood-red. Some ordinary people had no idea what was happening, and they looked up at the blood-red sky, wondering just what was going on. Within the 8th region, countless people looked at the blood-red star in shock and felt an ominous feeling. Suyan also felt that things were bad, and a wave of fear spread through his heart. Following this, a truly terrifying thing happened. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of massive chains could suddenly be heard. Because everyone had gone silent, the sound seemed incredibly loud. Zhao Fu's raised arm, which was incredibly withered and wrinkled, shot out 5 chains, and those 5 chains shot into the ground like bolts of lightning. The ground instantly cracked, and a soul-freezing chilling intent rushed out from the ground, causing everyone to feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. The ground started to suddenly tremble as massive demonic hands that were hundreds of meters long stretched out and pressed against the ground. Massive holes appeared in the ground as terrifying bodies climbed out of the ground. 6 incredibly terrifyingly suffocating oars rippled outward, and the countless people felt as if they were just a small boat on top of a raging ocean. Their bodies continuously trembled from the terror that they felt in their souls, and even Buddha's light was of no use to calm their hearts. The 6 demon god images crawled up out of the ground and appeared before everyone. These 6 demon god images were thousands of meters tall, and there was a chain around each of their necks. Each of their bodies gave off a demonic flame that reached the sky, giving off a mighty aura of suppression. In front of these 6 demon god images, everyone seemed incredibly weak and small. The demon god images were all different. Apart from the Azure demon image wearing battle armor and holding a spear, there were 5 other demon god images. Hell demon image. Its appearance looked like a demon fiend, and it had a muscular body and black skin. It was completely naked. Tongues of flame occasionally appeared on its body, and it gave off the smell of sulfur. There were 2 black horns on its head, and it held a trident. Hungry ghost demon image. This demon god image looked like a skinny person without any muscles. Its 4 limbs were quite long and thin, and its stomach was incredibly big and round. It had gray skin and a twisted, ugly face, and its ears were also quite sharp. Its gray-white eyes were filled with ferocity, and there was a piece of cloth around its waist that covered its lower body. It also held a large bone knife. Human demon image. It looked like a human with a handsome face and a fine-looking body, and it wore white clothes and had a blood-red sword. Its eyes were also blood-red, and it gave off a dense killing intent. Heaven demon image. This demon god image looked like a demon fiend with pure black eyes and sharp teeth, and it also had a pair of large wings and a tail. It was dressed in black armor and held a large halberd. Animal demon image. It was humanoid and had a muscular body that was tall and sturdy. It had gray-white skin and 3 heads, one was a chicken head, one was a duck head, and one was a pig head. It had a beast skin wrapped around its waist, and its body gave off an immense amount of power. These were the 6 paths demon images, and the auras that they gave off were all abnormally powerful. After all, each one had been summoned using tens of millions of lives. That was why the undead disaster hadn't become bigger after going through 4 more regions. Zhao Fu had used all of the corpses to summon them. After being summoned, these demon god images couldn't be controlled just like the aura demon image. Just like wild beasts, they wanted to kill and destroy everything. Zhao Fu could only use his blood to strengthen his control over the demon god images and use the king's crown's chains to help, which helped him finally control them. That was why Zhao Fu looked like a skeleton right now. In order to control the 6 paths demon images, Zhao Fu had lost a lot of blood and was in an extremely weak state, and his life was in danger at any moment. The Chaos Imperial Star was formed from the Chaos Demon Star and the Myrtle Imperial Star. Both of these stars were quite powerful, because one represented kings and the other represented boundless disaster. Their combined power was even greater. Back when the Chaos Imperial Star descended, it had been incredibly terrifying, and it had been quite difficult for Zhao Fu to summon it. Because of how powerful it was, if Zhao Fu wasn't careful, it was easy for him to receive a backlash. The 6 paths demon images were an extremely powerful force within the underworld. They were powerful enough to kill gods and cause all undead creatures to feel fear. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to control them, which was why it was a forbidden technique. Zhao Fu had used countless creatures' corpses and blood to summon them, causing them to have such terrifying power. Now that the Chaos Imperial Star's power and the 6 paths demon images' power had combined, even Zhao Fu had no idea how powerful they would be. The power would definitely be of a world-ending nature, dragging the entire Heaven Awakened world into a crisis. After all, it had made it so that people were unable to leave. Feeling this power, the various legatees, leaders, and sect masters felt incredibly panicked and told their people to leave the Heaven Awakened world. However, it was too late. Now, they all looked seriously towards the north. Even those far away could detect those terrifying ripples, making them feel incredibly shocked. This terrifying disaster was most likely caused by Great Qin's legatee as well, but this power was simply too monstrous. In fact, it was probably impossible to destroy Great Qin, and countless corpses would litter the ground. The entire northern side would be heavily wounded, and even if it wasn't completely destroyed, it would at least be incredibly ravaged. Even though they knew that it was incredibly dangerous in the northern side, none of them had realized that they were all in danger as well. 469 six-paths demon images within the 8th region. Countless people looked up in terror. Under the massive blood-red star, Zhao Fu was standing in the air with 6 chains extending out of his arm, connecting him to the 6 shocking demon images whose auras seemed to cause the entire world to tremble. Everyone sank into fear, unable to escape. Some of the more cowardly people collapsed to the ground, paralyzed, and wet their pants. The ocean of bones had killed roughly 70 million players, and there were corpses and bones all over the ground. Nearly 100,000 million players were left, which was still a dark ocean of people. Su Yan yelled, "We have a lot of people and many buffs. There are only 6 of them, so don't feel afraid. Charge. As long as we kill Great Ken's legatee, everyone will receive great rewards." All of the leaders also yelled, convincing the players that right now, their only option was to kill Great Ken's legatee. When they heard this, the countless players felt that what they were saying was right. They had 100 million players, while the other side, including Great Ken's legatee, had only 7 people. With so many people, they would be able to suffocate Great Ken to death. The players suppressed their fear and roared as they rushed towards the 6 paths demon images. The massive ocean of players gave off an incredible aura as they flooded forwards. Zhao Fu stood in the air, and because of the Chaos Imperial Star, his eyes were like a pair of rubies that gave off a bright blood-red light. His eyes were icy cold without any emotions, and they were only filled with bloodlust. Facing the ocean of players, the Azura demon image in the middle stepped out, causing the ground to shake, and it gripped the spear in its hand and swept out with it. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the spear seemed to tear through space, creating a super windstorm. Within 10,000 meters, everything, including people and rocks, was obliterated, and everyone outside of the 10,000-meter radius was sent flying. This super windstorm caused the massive ocean of players to pause, and at the same time, the terrifying power wiped out a portion of the ocean of players, causing countless deaths. The forces from the School of Confucians, the Buddhist sect, and the Vatican did their best, wanting to help the other people. Their bodies gave off different types of aura, adding to the different abnormal signs in the sky. The book giving off an azure light that became a bit brighter, and the sound of the sage reading out loud became louder, giving everyone a feeling of boundless righteousness. The Buddha's light became even brighter, and the voice chanting scriptures also became louder as if it wanted to rid the world of evil and cleanse the world. The angel in the sky spread its pure white wings and gave off a blinding white light. Everyone felt a calmness in their hearts as the boundless white light shined on them, blocking off the evil around them. The 3 factions' buffs were somewhat effective, and because everyone immediately felt less fear, they put in all of their efforts as they rushed towards the 6 paths demon images. Clang! The human demon image cruelly smiled as it drew the blood-red sword at its waist and gripped the sword with both hands. It raised the sword high into the air and sent a massive amount of power into it, causing it to shine with a resplendent blood-red light. Boom! The human demon slashed out, seeming to rend the heavens and the earth, and a massive blood-red sword light swept forwards like a massive river. Wherever it passed by, no one survived, and a 100,000-meter-long sword gash that was hundreds of meters deep appeared on the ground. The human demon image had aimed for the people from the 3 factions, so no one from the School of Confucians, the Buddhist sect, or the Vatican survived, not even their corpses remained. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out as the animal demon image also attacked. It punched the ground, creating countless cracks, and an energy blade flashed out, traversing 10,000 meters and causing countless people's bodies to explode into a bloody mist. The hell demon image also attacked. It evilly laughed as it gripped its trident and pointed it at the ocean of players. A black mist moved towards the ocean of players, and it covered hundreds of thousands of people in an instant. Those within the black mist all cried out, and after it passed, only dry corpses remained. The hungry ghost demon image also eerily laughed as it continuously swung its bone knife, sending out gray-white sword lights. The players who were hit were immediately split in 2, causing blood and guts to cover the ground, making the scene incredibly gory. Finally, the heaven demon image also attacked. Its face was incredibly cold as it stabbed upwards with its halberd, causing a massive explosion of air. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless transparent spears rained down torrentially, nailing players to the ground. Once the 6 paths demon images attacked, they had killed millions of players in just a few minutes. It could be seen just how terrifying they were. In fact, they even caused the boundless ocean of players to stop in its tracks. No one wanted to run up just to die. Now, no one was within 1,000 meters of the 6 paths demon images. Su Yan and the leader's expressions were incredibly ugly, and now, most of the players couldn't even get close enough to attack. They were unable to deal any damage to the six paths demon images, and the battle was on a completely different level. Very quickly, they changed their tactics from rushing up to using long-range attacks. They ordered the players to take out bows to attack the six paths demon images. Countless arrows tore through the air, giving off an incredibly sharp aura as they quickly flew towards the six paths demon images. However, the arrow rain was like toothpicks to the 1,000-meter-tall six paths demon images, and before the arrows could even reach them, a formless energy blocked them from even hitting. Suyan felt quite exasperated, and he ordered the 200,000 archers to take out their final holy light crystal arrows and shoot them towards the six paths demon images. The holy light crystals dealt extremely great damage to undead and evil creatures, but the cost was also great. With all of the support from the various factions, they had only been able to afford this many, and now, they hoped that this last wave of holy light crystal arrows would be able to deal some damage to the six paths demon images. The arrows turned into streaks of white light that gave off a powerful holy light aura as they shot towards the six paths demon images. Looking at the countless streaks of white light, an expression of disdain appeared on the Azura demon image's face, and it stabbed forwards with its spear. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as the air in front of it seemed to explode. A formless energy pierced forwards, annihilating the approaching white streaks of light. Moreover, this formless energy didn't weaken at all, and it smashed into the 200,000 archers. Bang! The ground trembled as dust was sent billowing up, obscuring everyone's vision. After the dust settled, they saw a 10,000-meter wide, 100-meter deep crater filled with corpses. Around 80% of the 200,000 archers had been killed. This attack destroyed the last bit of hope that the players had, and all of them looked incredibly terrified. Even though they had so many people, in front of the six paths demon images, they were just like ants. They couldn't deal even a bit of damage. 470 Apocalypse. Countless people had bitter expressions on their faces, and they looked at Suyan, wondering how he would deal with this. However, Suyan had no idea either. They had used up all of their tricks, and even though they had wiped out the terrifying undead disaster, he had never thought that Greatkin would possess such a terrifying card up its sleeve. Seeing that Suyan didn't know what to do either, everyone else became quite worried. As they watched the six paths demon images massacre droves of players, they knew that if this continued, they would sooner or later be completely annihilated by the six paths demon images. Rather than suffering a total loss, it would be better to escape. That way, at least a few people could survive. If they all died, their factions would be greatly weakened, placing them in danger. Once a single person started running, others also started to run, and soon, all of the factions decided to run. No one wanted to waste their resources here because they were already destined for defeat. The massive ocean of players started to collapse, and countless people started to run in terror. In just a short amount of time, the six paths demon images had already killed tens of millions of players. Now, if they didn't run, all of them would die here. Seeing this, Suyan sighed. They had failed yet again, but destroying the undead disaster was quite good already. By now, Suyan could only give the order for a full retreat. They would have to wait to see if they could find some way to deal with the six paths demon images. After receiving this order, the ordinary people started to desperately flee. The massive ocean of players suddenly started to flow the opposite way, and countless people retreated. However, at that moment, a cold and hoarse voice said, "I said I want everyone in the Heaven Awakened world to die." Zhao Fu, standing in the air, coldly looked at the countless people running away, and he once again slowly raised his hand. The 6 chains going out from his arm went taut, causing the 6 paths demon images to stop what they were doing. They also raised a hand and spread out their fingers, pointing their palms towards the sky. At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to go silent, and there wasn't even a bit of sound. Even time and space seemed to pause, causing everyone to freeze. 6 paths of reincarnation. Open. A ferocious yell, accompanied with a world-ending sound, rang out as everyone in the Heaven Awakened world felt a pain in their ears as they felt an incredibly dangerous feeling. Boom. A massive shockwave instantly exploded out from the 8th region like a windstorm, sweeping through the entire Heaven Awakened world. Countless trees were uprooted, and massive boulders were blown into the sky. Everyone could feel this terrifying power, and their bodies and souls completely froze as if they had fallen into an abyss. Countless people wondered just what had happened in the northern side. The 8th region had been reduced to nothing, and all of the trees, hills, and even mountains had completely disappeared. At the center of the shockwave, the ground had completely collapsed, and lava flowed out, covering everything within 10,000 kilometers. The blood-red star in the sky looked like a blood-red sun that gave off an incredibly intense light. The 6 paths demon images stood in the air and gave off incredible aura flames. Their arms were still pointing towards the sky. All of the people a part of the player army had been completely annihilated by the shockwave, and nothing from the player army remained. This time, the Ken Resistance Alliance had been completely annihilated without even a single person remaining. Only now did the Heaven Awakened world's true crisis begin. Cuts appeared on the Six Paths demon image's raised hands, and balls of black blood slowly floated up into the sky, turning into a black mist. The mist then started spinning, creating 6 massive vortexes in the sky. A boundless chilling intent from the underworld instantly covered the entire Heaven Awakened world, causing all living creatures to feel incredibly cold, and they felt that a calamity was approaching. The 6 vortexes gradually became bigger, and the eerie aura spread within the Heaven Awakened world. Countless beasts ran in terror, but they felt that nowhere was safe. Countless people looked at the 6 vortexes with pale faces. They knew that this calamity would cause billions of creatures to die, and in fact, the entire Heaven Awakened world could be destroyed. If we knew that such a thing was going to happen, we should have stopped the factions in the northern side even if it cost us our lives. Now, Great Kin is going to open the 6 paths of reincarnation and allow countless ghosts and monsters to invade the Heaven Awakened world. When that time comes, the entire Heaven Awakened world will be destroyed, an elder from the ancient clans sorrowfully yelled. The other elders of the ancient clans looked quite grim as well. They had thought that Great Kin would definitely lose this time, and because of what had happened before, they hadn't wanted to get involved. However, they had never thought that Great Kin, when cornered, would actually have such methods, opening the 6 paths of reincarnation and destroying the Heaven Awakened world. The square-faced man from the governmental faction roared furiously, "What can we do to stop any of this? Is Great Kin's legatee completely mad? Is he insane to the point of killing everyone in this world?" Hearing his words, everyone around him went silent. Now that such a thing had happened, who could stop this? Could they even negotiate? After all, they had just reached an agreement, but because the northern side's regions had been connected, they had all instantly betrayed Great Kin and tried to destroy it. How could Great Kin's legatee negotiate? Within Flower Moon, a lovable-looking woman patted her chest as she said, "Luckily, we didn't continue to oppose Great Kin, or we would have died terrible deaths this time." However, a traditional-looking woman sighed as she replied, "So what if we didn't? Right now, the Heaven Awakened world is facing destruction, which isn't beneficial to us at all. All of our businesses within the Heaven Awakened world might be destroyed as well." A young girl with a childish voice agreed, saying, "Great Kin's legatee probably exploded with anger after seeing the factions that it negotiated with immediately betray Great Kin and want to destroy it. Now, Great Kin's legatee probably hates everyone in the world, which was why he opened the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now, we're all doomed." The other women sighed and nodded before discussing how to deal with this calamity. The foreign factions had never expected to receive news of an impending apocalypse instead of news of Great Kin being destroyed. Their previous attitude disappeared, and they all felt incredibly worried now. The 6 vortexes became bigger, and soon, they covered everything within 100,000 kilometers. Their terrifying might seemed to cause the air to freeze as if there were billions of evil creatures about to attack. 6 thin long cracks appeared at the center of the 6 vortexes, and boundless ghostly chi rushed out. The 6 paths of reincarnation had been formally opened, and an apocalyptic disaster was about to descend. 471 Guardian Roar. On the other side of the cracks, countless evil creatures could feel the living aura on this side, and they ferociously roared, their roars deafening. Even though the cracks were quite long, they were still quite thin, making it impossible for the countless evil creatures to pass through just yet. Hearing the evil roars from the sky, all of the people in the Heaven Awakened world felt their scalps go numb and their hair stand on end, feeling that something dangerous was going to happen. The sky was like a thin curtain with countless monsters on the other side, seeming incredibly ferocious and bloodthirsty, wanting to tear through this curtain and massacre all living creatures on the other side. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Now that a disaster was about to descend, countless people started to panic, not knowing what to do. They absolutely wouldn't be able to defend against those monsters because once the 6 paths of reincarnation were opened, countless monsters and ghosts would flood in. The sounds they made were already no weaker than the undead disaster. In fact, it was hundreds of times more powerful than the undead disaster. In terms of scale, the number of monsters was definitely far greater than the ocean of bones. With the disaster attribute, Great Kin's skeletons had gradually evolved, and they had been about equal in strength to the players. However, the monsters of the 6 paths of reincarnation were different. There were countless different types, and they had all existed for different lengths of time. Those that hadn't existed for long wouldn't be very powerful, but those that had existed for a long time would be simply monstrous. There would be monsters from stage 1 to stage 9 or potentially even those above stage 9, while players' cultivations had barely reached stage 1. How could they defend against such a disaster? They could only wait to be massacred. The Chinese factions weren't the only ones that were powerless, the foreign factions were powerless as well. For all of them, being slaughtered by these monsters were their destiny, and this caused the entire Heaven Awakened world to fall into chaos. Currently, countless people's hearts were filled with anger, reluctance, hatred, and regret. If they had known things would have turned out like this, no one would have been willing to betray Great Kin because things would have been better than right now at least. However, all regret was useless now. Right now, the cracks were still quite thin, and even though boundless ghostly chi had flowed out, not a single monster had arrived yet. Zhaofu expressionlessly raised his hand and grabbed at the air, and the 6 paths demon images did the same. Their power caused the entire sky to tremble. Bang! A sound similar to glass shattering could be heard as one of the cracks suddenly extended out into countless other cracks before shattering like a mirror, and a gigantic black hole appeared in the sky. The same happened for the 5 other cracks, resulting in 6 black holes that were 10,000 kilometers wide, giving off boundless ghostly chi. The 6 paths of reincarnation had been fully opened without any obstacles, and the twisted, eerie laughter of countless monsters filled the entire Heaven Awakened world. The blood-red sky, the countless monsters, and the eerie and oppressive aura caused the Heaven Awakened world to turn into a purgatory. Roar! Suddenly, an incredibly loud and bold dragon's roar sounded out, shaking the heavens. Everyone in the Heaven Awakened world heard this dragon's roar. At the same time, 6 azure spears of light that were 1,000 meters long and gave off an aura like that of lightning shot out from the sky. In just an instant, the 6 azure light spears pierced the 6 paths demon images' hearts, causing them to pitifully howl and turn into a black aura before disappearing. The 6 black holes in the sky gradually disappeared, and an azure light flashed as the countless monsters streaming out of the holes turned into wisps of azure smoke. Boom! It was as if the heavens and earth couldn't withstand this might, and the sky seemed to be torn as countless rays of azure light shot out and an incredibly large figure appeared. It was a divine dragon of undeterminable size. Its body covered the entire sky, and it had azure, jade-like scales and 4 claws that looked like they were made of azure steel. There was a pair of beautiful jade-like horns on its head, and the dragon's head gave off a majestic and domineering aura as the dragon looked down at Zhaofu. Under this terrifying might, Zhaofu's body completely froze. This divine dragon's power completely exceeded anything that Zhaofu could even imagine. Within his body, whether it was the nation armament or the clan armament, everything he had was suppressed by a formless energy, making it so that he couldn't resist at all. At that moment, Zhaofu felt as if his body had been submerged in a frozen lake, and his entire body felt icy cold. He felt a deep shock within his heart as he looked at the divine dragon before him. Legatee. You've gone too far. The azure dragon looked at Zhaofu as it spoke with an ancient voice. Zhaofu continuously went through the information he had obtained from God Kerr, and he realized what sort of existence this divine dragon was. They wanted to destroy Great Kin, so I wanted them to die. How was what I did wrong? Zhaofu replied, his voice filled with killing intent as he looked back at the divine dragon. The divine dragon said, I wouldn't have intervened even if you had killed all of them, but you opened the 6 paths of reincarnation, allowing countless monsters to invade the Heaven Awakened world. This could have resulted in the destruction of the Heaven Awakened world, so I had to step in. Zhaofu didn't say anything because he knew that he had indeed gone too far. More importantly, he knew that he couldn't fight against the divine dragon. A casual attack from it had killed Zhaofu's trump cards, the 6 paths demon images, and it had suppressed his nation armament and clan armament. It could be seen just how powerful the divine dragon was. In front of it, Zhaofu seemed far too weak, and he didn't have the power to resist it at all. However, the 6 paths demon images that Zhaofu had summoned were only clones, and they were much weaker than the originals. If they had been the originals, they wouldn't have been killed so easily. Regardless, Zhaofu didn't have the power to summon the originals, and even if he had summoned the originals, he wouldn't have been able to control them in the slightest. He would have most likely received a backlash because he was still far too weak. Now, his plan had been completely destroyed, and even though he had expended so much money and resources, he hadn't been able to do anything, making him unable to accept this. Zhaofu knew that the divine dragon wouldn't kill him, so he said, I've indeed gone too far, but if I don't destroy them, they'll gather to destroy Great Kin. Lord Guardian, do you want Great Kin to be destroyed? The divine dragon had already realized this, so after falling silent for a few moments, it said, Legatee, if you no longer do anything that will endanger the Heaven Awakened world, I can promise you that Great Kin won't be destroyed for 100 years. After 100 years, Great Kin should have the power to face all danger. A smile appeared on Zhaofu's face. With those words, everything he had done had been worth it. With his power, even after the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world, he wouldn't have to worry at all. 472 world energy. Alright Lord Guardian, I can promise you that. I'll be in your care. Zhaofu smiled as his attitude completely changed. He was ecstatic to receive the Azure Dragon's powerful protection because Great Kin would be guaranteed to not be destroyed within 100 years. Even if they gathered hundreds of millions of people, Zhao Fu wouldn't have to worry. Now that Zhao Fu knew the Azure Dragon's identity, he naturally understood just how powerful it was. It was a being that could utilize world energy. No one could resist it, and everyone was incredibly weak in front of it. The Azure Dragon replied before its indescribably big body disappeared from the sky. Zhao Fu recalled the Chaos Imperial Star, and the blood-red color gradually receded as the world became peaceful again. Countless people were incredibly confused, not understanding what had happened. Hadn't the 6 paths of reincarnation just been opened, and hadn't the Heaven-awakened world been about to be destroyed? Why had everything suddenly vanished? Even though they didn't know what had happened, they understood that the calamity was over, so countless people couldn't help but laugh. They all rejoiced that they had survived because the scene of those monsters flooding into the Heaven-awakened world had been simply too terrifying. The countless factions didn't understand what had happened either. They could only guess that the 6 paths of reincarnation had disappeared because of that dragon's roar. Because they had disappeared, the Heaven-awakened world was once again safe, and this was something to be celebrated. The entire Heaven-awakened world was filled with laughing and cheering, and many people sang and danced in the streets. After this matter had concluded, the world returned to normal. From when the undead disaster had begun to now, it had been nearly 2 months. 13 regions had been severely affected, with almost all life being wiped out from all of them. More than 100 million creatures had died during that time, and roughly 200 million players had died. China's northern side in the Heaven-awakened world became heavily injured, and the number of people in each region drastically decreased. Things were no longer as lively, and the northern side became quite quiet. There was a great lack of people after that disaster, and this couldn't be made up for in a short period of time. Countless factions almost collapsed, as most of their members had died, and they had lost many resources. This pushed back the development of the northern side's factions by many months. Only China's northern side had been severely injured, and now that it had fallen behind, it would always be behind. It would always be weaker than the other regions from now on. However, who could they blame? They were the ones who had caused all of this, so they were the ones who had to suffer the consequences. This matter resulted in the leaders of 10 factions being changed. After suffering such a massive loss, someone had to take responsibility, or there would be a riot. As for Su Yan, he had disappeared after the matter had settled. No one knew where he had gone, and it was as if he had simply vanished. The ordinary people were even worse off. After dying, all of their cultivation, equipment, and skills had disappeared, meaning they had lost everything. Now, they regretted participating with their entire being. After fighting for so long, they had suddenly gone back to the beginning. Now, practically no one dared to mention Great Kin. Whenever it came up in conversation, people would immediately change the topic. It was evident just how terrified everyone was. Even though the 6 paths of reincarnation had been closed, who knew when Great Kin's legatee would go mad again and open those vortexes? Because the northern side's passages had been opened, Great Kin had stopped issuing Great Kin writs and Holy Daughter writs. After all, many people had thought that Great Kin would be destroyed, so if it was going to be destroyed, why would they be stupid enough to join it? Before, they had only accepted the Great Kin writ and Holy Daughter writ under Great Kin's threats and coercion. If Great Kin had really been destroyed, they would have been overjoyed. As such, there had been no point in continuing to issue Great Kin writs and Holy Daughter writs. It was a pity that even though they had been full of confidence, they had lost pitifully and even almost dragged the entire Heaven-awakened world into disaster. If it hadn't been for the 6 paths of reincarnation suddenly being closed, everyone would have died without even knowing how. Now, everyone knew how powerful Great Kin was and what kinds of terrifying cards it had up its sleeve. Now, everyone wanted Great Kin writs and Holy Daughter writs to obtain Great Kin's protection and to no longer be threatened by it. However, it was already too late because Great Kin had already permanently stopped all Great Kin writs and Holy Daughter writs. This caused countless factions to panic because this meant that Great Kin wouldn't accept anyone's surrender, and it now viewed everyone as an enemy to be destroyed. Countless factions' representatives went to the Ying family's residence in fear and regret, wanting to once again negotiate with Great Kin. But this time, the Ying family rejected all of the visitors. All of the large factions tried to investigate what had happened. Why had the 6 paths of reincarnation suddenly been closed? What was that dragon's roar? What was the situation in Great Kin right now? These were all important things to be investigated. They had to find out because they were worried that Great Kin could do something even worse. That way, they would at least know what could stop Great Kin, but no matter how much they investigated, they couldn't find out anything. As such, the large factions all over the world could only send representatives to express their goodwill. Even China's governmental faction lowered its head and sent people over. The ancient clans also wanted to hear about Great Kin's legatee, and Flower Moon wanted to discuss working together with Great Kin's legatee. However, they were all rejected. No matter who went, the Ying family replied the same way, they wouldn't receive anyone. This tough attitude forced the countless factions to sigh and give up. At the same time, they wondered just what had happened and why Great Kin had suddenly gone so quiet. In the Heaven Awakened world, Zhaofu was reclining on a bamboo chair next to a small creek under a leafless tree. He held a fishing rod as he idly fished. Because it was now late winter, it was too cold to sit on the ground, and there was a blanket on the bamboo chair. After the matter had concluded, Zhaofu had gone into a period of rehabilitation. He had looked like a skeleton, and after a few days of recuperation, he had somewhat recovered. There was now more color in his cheeks, and his body had developed its muscles again. However, if he wanted to make a full recovery, it would still take some time. Zhaofu had used up too much of his flesh and blood this time, and it would be impossible to recover within a short period of time. "Zhao, you should taste this, it's so sweet," the flower spirit with a little rose on its head carried over a grape-like fruit and said happily. It was Rose, one of the flower spirits Zhaofu had taken in a while ago. She and the other two flower spirits were sitting on Zhaofu's shoulders, happily eating fruits. Because it was winter, the three flower spirits were wearing little warm articles of clothing made by Asani, which were much better than the flower petals that only covered their important parts. After receiving those clothes, they had been incredibly delighted. 473 Sky Desolation Azure Dragon Asani had a good relationship with practically everyone, and she was liked by all, making her quite popular. Zhaofu ate the fruit that Rose offered. It was quite sweet and delicious, though he had no idea what it was. Seeing that Zhaofu had eaten the fruit that she had offered, she sat back down on Zhaofu's shoulder and started to play with the other two fairy spirits. They normally stayed in the medicinal garden because they had the ability to reduce the growing time for plants, and the effect was quite great. With Great Kin's support, their strength had reached stage 2, because their abilities had been strengthened. Their job was to speed up the growth of spirit medicines. Zhaofu was usually quite busy, so he rarely saw them. This time, the three flower spirits had come to find him because most plants didn't grow during the winter. Therefore, even if they stayed around, many of the spirit medicines wouldn't grow. Because it was winter, the flowers didn't bloom either, so Great Kin didn't have flowers growing everywhere and have the fragrance of flowers in the air. As such, the three flower spirits had come to find Zhaofu to see if he could find a solution to this and make flowers grow again in Great Kin because that was what they loved the most about Great Kin. Zhaofu thought about it and decided that this was easily solved. All they had to do was plant more plants that could grow during winter, such as plum blossoms, winter cherry blossoms, camellias, etc. Even though there weren't many plants that could grow in winter, the ones that were available would be enough. The flowers that bloomed in spring were quite different than the flowers that bloomed in other times because they gave off a clear and cold aura, which Zhaofu quite liked. As such, Zhaofu ordered a few people to plant a few types of plants within Great Kin to resolve this problem. After this was resolved, the three flower spirits were naturally quite happy, and they stayed by Zhaofu's side and didn't leave, staying here with him as he fished. Everything had returned to normal in Great Kin. Because its population was now at 2.1 million and Great Kin had 632 villages, Great Kin spawned tens of thousands of people every day. The four system main cities spawned roughly 2,000 or so people every day, and with these cities and villages, they would have much more people as they went forward. Now that they had 2.1 million residents, Zhaofu expanded the army to 400,000 soldiers. 200,000 of them were stage 1 soldiers while the remaining 200,000's cultivations weren't weak either because they had all consumed stage 1 blood god pills. After the undead army had annihilated the 8th region and massacred the 4 system main cities, Zhaofu had obtained 400,000 stage 1 city guards' corpses. Even though they had used 200,000 of them, there were still 200,000 that could be used to boost Great Kin's soldiers in the future. Great Kin had obtained massive benefits from this ordeal, and what Zhaofu was happiest about was, of course, the 4 system main cities. They provided Great Kin with 4 more city lords, which greatly boosted Great Kin's battle power. Moreover, there were also countless pieces of equipment, medicinal pills, and other items. Putting aside everything that Great Kin had obtained from the system main cities, Great Kin still hadn't finished selling the equipment it had taken from the 15 million players because there was simply too much equipment. It was sad that the equipment on the 170 million players during the latest battle would have been worth 850 million gold coins if each person had 5 gold coins worth of equipment. This terrifying number was hundreds of times what Great Kin had. However, Zhaofu hadn't had the time to collect that equipment before the shockwave from opening the 6 paths of reincarnation had turned all of the equipment into dust. This was a massive pity, and now that he had calmed down, Zhaofu felt a pain in his heart. Zhaofu had ordered the 400,000 soldiers to be split into 4 groups that went off in 4 different directions, and he had them closely look for and destroy any villages within 10,000 kilometers. They would first control everything within 10,000 kilometers before considering how to take down the entirety of the Forest of Horrors. They had to speed up the plan for Great Kin's restoration because time was running out. However, Zhao Fu wanted to first destroy Heavenstone City, but he needed to wait until his body had recovered. Now that he had 4 city lords, there was no chance of failing, and Zhao Fu had waited for this day for a long time. Great Qin had opened up paths to 92 other regions, and they started to re-establish their restaurants, merchant alliances, and other shops. Zhao Fu wasn't worried at all about being attacked by the northern side's factions. After all, if they hadn't been utterly destroyed in that last fight, they would have at least been greatly crippled. None of them had much of their forces left, so how could they dare to attack Great Qin? Now that Zhao Fu had given them a way out, they were all extremely happy, and they didn't dare to do anything dangerous. Now, Zhao Fu didn't put the northern side's factions in his eyes at all. After dealing with these matters, he would take care of them. In the beginning, Zhao Fu had thought about sparing of them, but they had continuously betrayed him and even tried to destroy Great Qin. How could Zhao Fu let them off so easily? With the Azure Dragon's protection, Zhao Fu no longer feared a combined attack from them, so he had cancelled the Great Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs. Now, Great Qin viewed everyone as an enemy and planned to use force to conquer them instead of mercy. Also, Zhao Fu knew the name of that Azure Dragon. It was called the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon. It wasn't a Lord-class monster or a King-class monster but a type of guardian beast. Its job was to protect this world, so it could use world energy. It was powerful beyond anyone's imagination, and because it was a guardian beast, it had stopped Zhao Fu as he was opening the 6 paths of reincarnation because that could destroy the Heaven-awakened world. As the guardian beast of this world, the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon naturally knew almost everything. Zhao Fu was someone who it paid great attention to, so it knew a lot about him. It knew that Zhao Fu had killed a god and obtained the demon god's information. It also knew that Zhao Fu had the heaven and earth refining formation as well as some things that even Zhao Fu didn't know. Moreover, there were 3 other guardian beasts that guarded 4 different places. Even though the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon had Azure Dragon in its name, that didn't mean that the other guardian beasts were the White Tiger, the Black Turtle, and the Vermilion Bird. Turning back to Great Qin, the 4 major roads had begun construction, and Great Qin City was gradually expanding in order to accommodate more residents. At the same time, Great Qin was constructing a business street to develop its economy. After all, with more and more people, Great Qin had to start operating more like a system main city to look after everyone. Finally, Great Qin had made the switch over to winter crops and mass planted them, but the underground city they had constructed had essentially been constructed for nothing. 474 Rock Jian, Your Majesty, it's time for your treatment. A 16 or 17-year-old elf girl, with a faint blush on her face, walked over and paid her respects before saying in a small voice, it was Asani. Asani's healing skills were already quite advanced, and after such a long time, her healing skills had surpassed first rate and become Grandmaster tier. Because of this, her healing skills had a big effect. Within Great Qin, only her healing skills were at Grandmaster tier, while others were, at most, only at the first-rate tier. At the same time, her grade was now SSS grade. Great Qin didn't lack SSS grade corpses. After all of the city lords' corpses and their 3 great generals' corpses were SSS grade. After destroying 4 system main cities, Great Qin had obtained 16 SSS grade corpses, and Great Qin had also obtained SSS grade pills from the Disaster Festival. Now, Great Qin didn't lack SSS grade orbs at all. The reason Zhao Fu had given one to Asani was because her performance had been quite good, and he also felt that Great Qin needed a Grandmaster tier healer to deal with some potential problems in the future. 3 other people had also been given SSS grade orbs, and they had been with Great Qin from the start. They were Blacksmith Wang Dao, Apothecary Zhang Beishu, and Tailor He Yun. They possessed support-type professions, but they were no less important than battle professions. This was because they all provided strong support to Great Qin. A blacksmith could forge high-grade equipment, an apothecary could refine high-grade medicinal pills, and a tailor could create high-grade defensive items. Those 3 types of items were all important, and Great Qin couldn't lack them. As such, it was important for the people with those professions to have high grades. High grades not only increased cultivation speed but also one's comprehension. Apart from them, Zhao Fu also gave one to Road because he was the one who had forged most of Great Qin's epic rank equipment. He had contributed a lot, so it was only right to reward him. Zhao Fu distributed the rest of the grade orbs to some other people with support-type professions and some of the generals and ministers he was nurturing. Li Si was still SS grade, and this wasn't because Zhao Fu didn't value him. After all, Zhao Fu believed that giving grade orbs to historical figures was good. However, Li Si was a civil official, and other generals urgently needed grade orbs, which was why Xiaofu hadn't given him an SSS Great Orb. However, this wasn't a big deal. When the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world, Li Si's fate seal would be undone, and his grade would most likely increase. Of course, if Xiaofu obtained enough historical figures Great Orbs, it was possible that he would raise Li Si's grade before then. Following this, Xiaofu allowed Asani to treat his wounds. Her hands gave off a green light that was filled with the aura of life, and the light covered Xiaofu's body, causing his injured body to quickly recover. Xiaofu also had the royal wood sword, which could heal him a little bit, but that was only because it could provide a large amount of life energy. After all, it wasn't actually giving off pure healing energy. As such, Xiaofu had to rely on consuming medicinal pills and having Asani heal him. After the treatment went on for half an hour, Asani stopped and looked at Xiaofu caringly as she asked, "How do you feel, Your Majesty?" Xiaofu spread his senses through his body and found that his body was much better, so he smiled and nodded. "That's great." Seeing that she had been able to help Xiaofu, Asani happily laughed. She felt that there was great worth in helping others, especially Xiaofu, who was the ruler of Great Qin. All of them relied on Xiaofu for their happy lives in Great Qin. Seeing how happy she seemed, Xiaofu couldn't help but smile too, and he said, "All right, you can return and attend to any matters you need to take care of." However, Asani quickly shook her head, indicating that there wasn't anything urgent. Asani. 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 When they saw that Asani was done, the three flower spirits happily flew over to play with Asani. Looking at how cheerful they all seemed, Xiaofu felt a sense of peacefulness within his heart, and he once again sank into his cultivating state. Time gradually passed, and Xiaofu's body recovered with each passing day. 6 days later, Xiaofu had more or less made a full recovery. Now, it was time to set the plan to destroy Heavenstone City in motion. Xiaofu had his generals gather the army while he summoned Go Binglan and asked for the latest reports on Heavenstone City. Since he had made the decision to attack, it was best to gather as much intelligence as possible in case things had changed recently. Xiaofu looked through the intelligence reports in detail and found that not much had changed in Heavenstone City. The thing that had changed the most was most likely the attitude of the 3 other city lords. The 3 other city lords' attitudes were unclear, and because Xiaofu was unable to tell if they would help Heavenstone City, he had to make sufficient preparations. However, he now commanded 5 city lords, who would be enough to stall those other city lords, so this wasn't a problem. The main problem was the 100,000 Stage 1 soldiers from each of the other main cities. Xiaofu thought about it and decided to use an isolation barrier to prevent them from helping. All of the system main cities were tens of thousands of kilometers away from each other, so even if they sent troops, it would take at least a week for them to arrive. By the time, Great Qin would have already taken down Heavenstone City. If they really did dare to come, Xiaofu would set an ambush and take the opportunity to destroy the 3 other system main cities and take over all of East Green. Xiaofu first gathered his generals to discuss and determine their tactics before officially setting their plan into motion. Massive waves of soldiers orderly marched into the teleportation channels, giving off an austere atmosphere. By now, they gave off the majestic might of a nation. Xiaofu put on his black cloak and went deep into East Green to look around. There were many hills and mountains in East Green but not many trees. Because the creeks and lakes were gathered densely, the air was quite damp, and the moss here was quite lush. Xiaofu turned invisible and hid his aura as he flew in the sky. He was currently looking for East Green's super monster. East Green's super monster was a key part of this plan. The most powerful monster of the region was usually quite big, such as the Forest of Horror's 6-eyed flood dragon and Seeping River's fish monster. Their bodies were at least 1,000 meters long, so it wouldn't be too hard to find. Xiaofu was within the deepest part of East Green, and after looking around, he didn't find anything. He felt quite surprised and looked around again before finally finding something. East Green's monster boss was a rock giant. It was roughly 1,000 meters tall, and its body was covered with moss and made of gray rock. The rock giant was currently laying on the ground sleeping, which was why Xiaofu hadn't initially noticed it. He had thought that it had been a mountain. Afterward, he had felt that something was off, and after inspecting it closely, he found that the mountain was alive. Only then had he realized that it was a rock giant. 475 Fruit of Life. The rock giant didn't move around much, and it spent most of its time in a deep sleep. Only incredibly big shocks would wake it up, which fit perfectly well with Xiaofu's plans. Suddenly, Xiaofu noticed a 2-meter-tall tree next to the rock giant. Whether it was the branches or leaves, they were all red, and there were 9 fruits hanging on its branches. These fruits were as big as fists, and they looked somewhat like people. They were purple-colored and had a mysterious luster. At a glance, anyone would be able to tell that these were high-quality spirit fruits. What was even more important was that Xiaofu just happened to know what sort of fruits they were. They were the fruit of life that he had been searching for, which was the main ingredient for the fate-changing pill. The fate-changing pill was one of the pill recipes Zhao Fu had claimed from the disaster festival, and it had powerful effects. It could cause anyone at A grade or below to increase one's grade by 1 grade. Combined with the heaven and earth refining formations effects, Greatkin could develop a large number of S-grade soldiers. Looking at that tree, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel excited. However, he couldn't touch that tree just yet, as it was clear that it was quite important to the rock giant. If Zhao Fu tried to do anything to the tree, it was likely that he would wake up the rock giant. The fruit of life tree was something that Zhao Fu was determined to obtain, but he would leave it here for now and take it after he set his plan into motion. Following this, Zhao Fu's body turned into a streak of light and left the depths of East Green. After the incident last time, Heavenstone City's defenses had become incredibly tight because Shi Jian knew that Zhao Fu would return sooner or later. As such, he had made all sorts of preparations to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Shi Jian's greatest weakness was his son, Shi Wen, so if Greatkin was able to control Shi Wen, Shi Jian wouldn't be able to do anything. Shi Jian seemed to realize this, so Shi Wen was restricted to the city hall most of the time. He also had one of the 2 remaining great generals, Liu Sheng, protecting him at all times. Without Shi Wen causing trouble, Heavenstone City's situation started to improve, and it no longer had its foul atmosphere. Many players started to come to Heavenstone City to develop, causing Heavenstone City to become lively and prosperous. Even though Zhao Fu had been listed as a wanted fugitive by Heavenstone City, with his strength, it was easy for him to sneak in without being detected. However, those listed as fugitives would receive a 30% debuff to their stats. Regardless, Zhao Fu was still incredibly strong. Zhao Fu completely suppressed his aura and activated Stealther. Zhao Fu first entered Heavenstone City before heading to the city hall. After searching around the city hall, Zhao Fu finally found where Shi Wen was. Shi Jian never could have expected that Zhao Fu would become so much more powerful in such a short period of time, nor he have expected Zhao Fu to have the guts to infiltrate the city hall. The city hall was a central place of a system main city, and no ordinary person would dare to sneak in. Otherwise, that person would die without even knowing how he had died. Even though Shi Wen had matured and even many of the soldiers' impressions of him had changed, he still had some vices. Currently, even though it was daytime, he was within a luxurious bedroom rolling around in the bed with 3 beautiful attendants. The 3 attendants gasped and moaned while Liu Sheng guarded the door outside, an awkward expression on his face. Only after seeing Liu Sheng did Zhao Fu find out where Shi Wen was. Liu Sheng's strength was still at stage 3, which was nothing to Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu's own cultivation was just a step away from breaking through to stage 3, and he had countless other powers strengthening him. However, Zhao Fu still cautiously took out a dagger and slowly snuck to Liu Sheng's side. Because Zhao Fu was an assassin, doing such a thing wasn't very hard. A loud moan came from within the room, disturbing Liu Sheng's focus and allowing Zhao Fu to successfully come within 5 meters of Liu Sheng. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body sprang forward like a cheetah, and just as Liu Sheng instinctively sensed something, it was already too late. Zhao Fu had already arrived behind Liu Sheng and covered Liu Sheng's mouth with one hand as he gripped the dagger with his other, and he didn't hesitate to slit Liu Sheng's throat, ending his life. Before, Zhao Fu could only bitterly fight against Liu Sheng, but he was almost a completely different person now. Liu Sheng had become much weaker as well, and he couldn't resist at all. Following this, Zhao Fu put Liu Sheng's body into his ring before quietly opening the door. Currently, the 4 people were still romping around on the bed and hadn't noticed anything. Young master, you're so good. One of the beautiful attendants cried out underneath Shi Wen, her face completely red. At that moment, 3 black sword lights shot out, piercing through the 3 attendants' heads and killing them instantly. Shi Wen was given a big fright and quickly looked behind him. Without him noticing, a black-cloaked person had appeared in the room. Who are? Shi Wen was about to yell at the person. At the same time, he wanted to call his guards to take care of this person. Back then, Shi Wen had been too drunk, so he hadn't remembered what Zhao Fu looked like. Because of this, he hadn't yet realized that the person in front of him was the person his father had told him to be wary of. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Fu's body blurred and arrived beside him, knocking him out instantly. He then rolled out the naked man in his bed sheets and prepared to leave. Before, it had been easy for Zhao Fu to sneak into the city hall using the stealther and his assassin skills, but now that he had to bring another person out, it wouldn't be so easy. As such, Zhao Fu didn't bother hiding anything. He grabbed Shi Wen and blasted his way out of the city hall as he flew into the air and starting to fly towards the outside of the city. This sudden noise caused everyone in the city hall to feel quite shocked, and Shi Jian immediately noticed something and rushed out of his room. Shi Jian suddenly felt his son's aura disappear, and he looked at the black-cloaked figure speeding off as he roared and exploded out with strength, chasing after Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was incredibly fast and looked like a black streak of light as he flew towards the outside of the city. Shi Jian was slightly behind him, but he desperately chased after Zhao Fu. The distance between them started to close, but Zhao Fu paid no attention to Shi Jian. He merely glanced at him before continuing to speed forwards. "Return, my son." Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Shi Jian's heart sank, and he exploded with even greater strength, causing him to speed up. However, Zhao Fu continued to ignore him and fly forward. The distance between them gradually decreased, when suddenly two people giving off powerful auras stopped Shi Jian. These two people were Sar and Mengtian. 476 A debt is owed. It is time to pay. Sar was the city lord of a basic city, and Mengtian was the city lord of a system main city. With their combined strength, they were able to stall Shi Jian. This was why Zhao Fu didn't care about Shi Jian chasing after him, as he had made sufficient plans. Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and Bei Qi were stationed near the three other system main cities in order to prevent the three other city lords from helping out. If there hadn't been a need to prevent the three other city lords from interfering, Zhao Fu could have gathered all of his city lords, Lord Shi Jian out, and killed him. This was because Great Ken had 6 city lords including Zhao Fu. With 6 of them against Shi Jian would definitely lose. However, that wasn't Zhao Fu's plan because he also wanted to obtain the Fruit of Life tree. As such, Zhao Fu continued flying towards the depths of East Green while Sar and Mengtian continued to block Shi Jian. Feeling their strength, Shi Jian felt quite startled, as one of them gave off the power of a city lord of a system main city while the other gave off the power of a city lord of a basic city. With his own strength, it would be very difficult to escape from them. "Sirs, it's best that you stay out of this and mind your own business," Shi Jian said with a cold expression. He still didn't know that Sar and Mengtian were Zhao Fu's subordinates and thought that they were people Zhao Fu had recruited. He had no idea just what sort of strength Zhao Fu possessed by this point. Of course, Sar and Mengtian ignored Shi Jian's words and took out their weapons. Their goal was extremely clear. Humphrey. Shi Jian coldly harumphed and took out his large saber and city lord seal, and he used his full strength from the very beginning. He had to catch up to Zhao Fu, or his son would be in danger. He slashed out, sending out a massive saber light towards the two people in front of him. Sar and Mengtian unleashed their city lord seal's power as well and blocked Shi Jian's attack. The three of them engaged in a massive battle in the air, causing the clouds to swirl and for countless birds and beasts to escape as if a terrifying disaster was about to descend. Sar and Mengtian weren't proactively attacking. Instead, they focused on defense because their main task was to stall Shi Jian so that Zhao Fu could carry out the plan. Zhao Fu quickly flew into the depths of East Green. Looking down at the soundly sleeping rock giant, Zhao Fu smiled and took out a small stick of incense that looked like it would only burn for 3 minutes. It had 5 colors and gave off a dreamy fragrance. This was dream incense, and it had powerful effects that could cause even the super monsters of each region to fall into a deep sleep. It was a pity that once those who fell asleep suffered immense pain, they would wake up, otherwise, Zhao Fu would have been able to use this to kill the rock giant. Zhao Fu lit the dream incense and held his breath because if he breathed in the incense, he would also fall into a deep sleep. Zhao Fu didn't have much time, so he acted quickly. He first placed the burning dream incense next to the rock giant, and after breathing in the incense, the rock giant fell into an even deeper sleep. Afterward, Zhao Fu took out a sturdy iron cage and placed it beside the Fruit of Life. He threw Shi Wen in and locked the cage before using a few chains to bind the cage to the rock giant. The cage and chains were incredibly strong, as they were made out of a few epic rank materials, and they could even take a full force blow from a city lord. Zhao Fu smiled. It was now time to dig up the Fruit of Life tree. The Fruit of Life was a rare stage 6 spirit fruit, and they were even harder to find than ordinary stage 7 spirit fruits. They were extremely precious, and Zhao Fu had never thought that he would obtain some here. As such, Zhao Fu was incredibly careful as he dug up the Fruit of Life tree and put it inside his Disaster King ring. After Sar and Mengtian had stalled Shi Jian for a while, they acted according to the plan and left. Of course, Shi Jian wouldn't chase after them, and he instead headed in the direction that Zhao Fu had disappeared in. By now, the dream incense's smell had disappeared, and Zhao Fu went into stealth, hiding his aura. Zhao Fu had originally thought that after the dream incense's smell dissipated, the rock giant would wake up because of the Fruit of Life tree's disappearance. However, Zhao Fu had found that this wasn't the case. The rock giant continued in its deep slumber, and it seemed that the dream incense's effects didn't end as soon as it stopped burning. Unless there was some sort of external shock, it seemed that those who fell under its influence would never wake up. Zhao Fu hadn't expected this at all, and if he had known that this was the case, he wouldn't have used up all of the dream incense. He would have been able to use at least twice more, but it was too late now. Even though the rock giant was still deeply slumbering, Zhao Fu wasn't worried. He drew the Sin Dragon sword and flew above the rock giant because Shi Jian had nearly arrived. Shi Jian stopped some distance away and stood in the air as he furiously looked at the scene in front of him. The black-cloaked figure standing in front of him gave off a powerful aura with his sword drawn. His blood-red eyes under the hood seemed to be looking at him mockingly, and Shi Jian's son was locked within a cage next to the rock giant. From the black-cloaked figure's gaze, it was clear that he wanted him to fight with the rock giant. In order to save his son, he would have to fight the rock giant. "Sir, don't you think this is a bit too shameless?" Shi Jian coldly looked at Zhao Fu. He knew that this day would come, but he could never have expected that this person would become so powerful. Just his aura alone was no weaker than his own, and he also had a nation armament and clan armament. Shameless? Zhao Fu coldly laughed. Could it be that if you do evil, I have to do good? Hearing this, Shi Jian felt quite furious, but he quelled his anger and said, "Before, it was Heavenstone City that was in the wrong. However, Heavenstone City has paid a great price, and only 10 or so of your people were killed, while tens of thousands of my Heavenstone City's soldiers and residents died. I believe that this matter should end here. Heavenstone City will no longer make any trouble for you." Ha ha ha. Hearing Shi Jian's words, Zhao Fu laughed loudly and said, "I don't think you understand the situation. It's Great Kin making trouble for you. Even though 10 or so people died, they all belong to Great Kin. A debt is owed. It is time to pay." After speaking, Zhao Fu raised a Sin Dragon sword and sent his power into it, preparing to awaken the sleeping rock giant. "Wait!" Shi Jian quickly cried out. Zhao Fu paused and looked at Shi Jian as he asked, "What more do you have to say?" Shi Jian deeply breathed in, calming himself down as he said, "I can give you some compensation to resolve this matter between us. I'll do my best to fulfill your demands." Since his son had fallen into his enemy's hands, Shi Jian had to compromise. He hoped to use compensation to resolve this crisis. After all, he knew that the enemy had made great preparations. It wasn't just his son and him who were in danger but also all of Heavenstone City. 477,000-meter rock pillar. Whatever I want. Could you give Heavenstone City to me? Zhao Fu coldly laughed before asking. Absolutely not. Shi Jian immediately refused. How could he just give out a system main city like that? How could he face the soldiers and residents who trusted and respected him so much? Moreover, Heavenstone City was something that had developed for a long time, and it had taken great efforts to establish it. How could Shi Jian be willing to just hand it over to someone else? If he lost his city, he would just be someone with stage 4 cultivation. If he encountered a city lord, even if it was a city lord of a basic city, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. When that time came, anyone who wanted to kill him would be able to do so easily, and he would have no way of protecting himself. Zhao Fu knew that things would turn out like this, and since Shi Jian wasn't willing to compromise on this, what else could he offer? Zhao Fu didn't bother saying anything else because there was nothing that Shi Jian could offer him except the system main city. As such, Zhao Fu sent his power into the Sin Dragon sword, causing it to give off a terrifying green light. There seemed to a dragon swimming up and down the blade of the sword, and seeing this, Shi Jian was quite startled and wanted to stop him. However, it was too late. The Sin Dragon sword gave off a massive sword chi that smashed against the rock giant, resulting in a muffled explosion. The sword chi swept out like a berserk wind, causing some cracks on the surface of the rock giant's body. Zhao Fu had used his full strength in this attack, but because the rock giant's defense was too solid, he was barely able to deal any damage to it. Rumble. A massive earth-shaking sound could be heard as the slumbering rock giant furiously roared, shaking the heavens. No one would be happy to be so rudely disturbed from one's slumber. The rock giant felt a massive pain, shocking it awake, and started to climb to its feet. Zhao Fu completely hid his aura and activated the stealther, making it seem as if he had suddenly disappeared. No one would be able to detect his presence. Shi Jian was both startled and furious, and he quickly rushed towards the rock giant because the cage that his son was in was bound to the rock giant's body. Ha! Knowing that time was of the essence, Shi Jian loudly roared and used all of his strength as the large saber that he gripped with both hands gave off an incredibly sharp saber light as he slashed out with it. Boom! Space itself seemed to explode as a massive azure sword light slashed towards the cage. However, even though the cage was covered with cracks after striking the cage, it didn't show any sign of breaking open. That cage had been able to withstand a full-powered hit from him. Shi Jian felt quite confused, but he knew that the cage was already badly damaged. All it would take would be another hit to destroy it. However, just as Shi Jian wanted to attack again, the rock giant fully woke up. Roar! The rock giant once again gave off a terrifying roar because that azure sword light had also hit it due to how close the cage was to it. After suddenly suffering 2 massive attacks, the rock giant came completely infuriated. Before it had even fully stood up, It swatted its hand towards Shijian. The massive rock hand gave off a terrifying power, and just by traveling through the air, it created a massive sound, forcing Shijian to dodge. After its attack missed, the rock giant had fully stood up. Now, Zhao Fu finally saw the rock giant's full form. Its body was indeed 1,000 meters tall, and its head seemed to poke into the clouds. Because its body was made of massive rocks, it looked quite crude, but one could roughly tell that it had a humanoid body and face. Right now, this face was furiously staring at Shijian. It then suddenly realized something and turned to look elsewhere, and it found that the fruit of life tree had disappeared. Immediately, the rock giant's anger rushed to unimaginable heights. It had been rudely woken up from its slumber, suffered 2 massive blows, and now the tree that it had been guarding had disappeared. Human! I'll slaughter you! The rock giant voice boomed before the rock giant clenched its fist and punching towards Shijian. The rock fist brought with it unimaginable power, and a powerful aura of suppression covered Shijian's entire body, making it difficult for him to dodge. He had wanted to explain, but the rock giant hadn't given him an opportunity to do so. Bang! Shijian could only take out his City Lord seal and condense an azure hemisphere to block the rock giant's attack. Seeing that yet another of its attack hadn't hit the other person, the rock giant furiously raised both of its fists, which looked like small mountains, as it smashed them down towards Shijian. Shijian had no choice but to retaliate. He looked at the cage that was hanging from the rock giant and could only roar as he slashed out a 1,000-meter-long azure saber light. Bang! The mountain-like fists collided with a 1,000-meters-long saber light, resulting in a gigantic explosion and causing a wild gale to rush out. The rock giant leaned back because of the explosion and took a step back before being able to stabilize its body. Clearly, the azure saber light was a bit stronger. As the rock giant was regaining its balance, Shijian took this opportunity to rush towards the rock giant and came beside the cage. He slashed the cage open and took Shiwen, who was unconscious, in his arms. He didn't hesitate to immediately run, turning into a ray of light. Roar! Seeing that Shijian was trying to run, the rock giant went berserk with anger and deafeningly roared as it smashed its palms onto the ground. Boom! A gigantic explosion rang out, causing the ground to split as a 1,000-meter-tall rock pillar suddenly burst forth from the ground. This gave Shijian a great shock. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. In order to protect Shiwen from being hurt, Shijian could only use his own body to protect him. Bang! Shijian's body flew up like a sandbag and was launched thousands of meters into the air by the rock pillar. Og! Shijian coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his body was racked with pain as blood dyed the front of his clothes. Bang! Another massive sound rang out as the rock giant kicked off from the ground, leaving 2 massive footprints on the ground as it leaped up into the air and attacked Shijian again. Shijian once again roared. He knew that if he didn't struggle for his life with all he had, he would die here. The City Lord seal gave off a massive amount of azure light, and Heavenstone City's city heart continuously trembled, causing everyone in Heavenstone City to notice that something was off. The 100,000 soldiers could sense that their city lord was in danger, and they immediately wanted to go and save Shijian. If anything happened to the city lord, Heavenstone City would fall, as the City Lord seal was the core item of the city. One of the great generals had remained in the city to defend against anyone who wanted to attack, but they were now faced with a tough decision. Were they to defend the city or save the city lord? They had to save the city lord because if the City Lord seal fell into someone else's hands, they would lose Heavenstone City anyway. After all, the City Lord seal contained far too much power. 47880000 soldiers. After thinking for a short while, Yu Linping made the decision to take 80,000 soldiers to help the city lord, and he left 20,000 soldiers behind to defend the city. Of course, it was impossible for only 20,000 soldiers to defend the entire city, so Yu Linping also gathered some residents to help defend the city. He also gave out quests to players to help. In total, there were 200,000 residents and 600,000 players who were willing to defend. With such a massive number, Yu Linping felt quite at ease, so he took the 80,000 soldiers and headed towards where the City Lord seal could be detected. At the center of the region, Shijian roared out as the city heart's power continuously entered his body through the City Lord seal, causing him to erupt with an even more terrifying aura and for an azure aura flame to burst forth around him. Facing the attacking rock giant, Shijian raised his saber with one hand and sent his power into it, causing it to shine with a resplendent azure light. The light dyed the entire sky an azure color, and a terrifying saber light flashed around the saber, causing the clouds to swirl and for a dangerous aura spread. Boom! Shijian slashed out towards the rock giant, seeming to split the heavens and the earth with his strike. A massive azure saber light flew out, bringing with it an extraordinarily powerful saber wind that threatened to cut everything in its way to pieces. The rock giant was quite startled and immediately used its arms to block in front of it. Its arms gave off a gray-black light, creating a strong defense. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the ground trembled, and the rock giant was slashed down to the ground, creating a massive crater. At the same time, a long gash appeared on the rock giant's chest. This gash was quite long but not very deep. If a normal boss monster had been hit with the attack, it would have been heavily injured. However, the rock giant wasn't injured very heavily. This showed just how powerful its defense was. Roar! After suffering this massive attack, the rock giant on the ground furiously roared, its heart filled with rage. It stretched out its hand and pointed towards Shijian as he tried to escape. Boom! The rock giant clenched its hand into a fist, and a formless energy exploded out, causing countless massive boulders within 100 kilometers to rise into the air. They then shot towards Shijian like cannonballs, giving off a powerful aura. Facing such a terrifying attack, Shijian was forced to stop. He gripped his large saber as he deeply breathed in, and his eyes shined with an azure light as he roared, "Chaos Ruin Saber!" Boom! 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 As Shijian slashed the countless boulders to pieces, the rock giant's body gave off a large amount of a gray-black aura. It used all of its strength as it leaped up from the ground and heavily punched towards Shijian. After unleashing a powerful attack to repel the incoming boulders, Shijian was unable to dodge. After all, he was holding his saber with one hand and carrying Shiwen with the other. Some would have said that Shijian should have placed Shiwen by the side as he fought the rock giant, that way, he wouldn't be forced into such a passive position. However, that wouldn't have been possible. The battle with the rock giant covered such a great area that Shiwen could have been killed by the shock waves. Moreover, Shijian was certain that the black-cloaked figure was still around somewhere, so if he let go of Shiwen, he could once again kidnap him. As such, Shijian could only block with his saber, which gave off a large amount of azure light to defend. Bang! The gigantic fist struck Shijian, causing his body to fly out like a sandbag. As he flew, he kept his arm wrapped tightly around Shiwen to prevent him from falling down. The rock giant landed back on the ground and immediately attacked Shijian again, and their battle continued. The three other city lords detected the terrifying shockwaves coming from the center of the region, and their expressions became grim. They didn't know what was happening, but they knew it wasn't good. Following this, they received requests for support from Heavenstone City's general, Yu Lieping, who asked them to help Heavenstone City and save Shijian. After hearing this, the three city lords' hearts sank. The day had finally come. The karma that they had sown before had come back to bite them. The three city lords were quite hesitant, and they first thought about it and told the soldiers to wait for orders. They decided to take a look at the situation at the center of the region before making a decision. The three people turned into rays of light and left their system main cities, but soon, each of them was stopped by another person. Feeling the auras coming from the people in front of them, the three city lords felt quite worried. This was because the people in front of them were city lords as well, and they had never seen these people before. They were most likely city lords from other regions. Just what was going on? Why had city lords from other regions become involved as well? The three city lords felt incredibly shocked, and they understood that the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. One of the city lords looked at the person in front of him seriously and asked, "Who are you, sir? Why are you stopping me?" Beichi coldly looked at the city lord in front of him and said, "No one is permitted to interfere in Great Ken's business. You are forbidden to pass." Those words made the city lord feel quite angry because this was his region, while a city lord from another region was preventing him from passing through. These outsiders were not taking them seriously at all. However, the city lord realized that this person had most likely been waiting here for some time, which meant that he knew that he would try to interfere. Seeing the other side so prepared made him feel quite unsettled. The city lord knew that the two others had most likely been stopped as well, but what sort of faction could command three city lords? Could it be that Heavenstone City had offended an incredibly powerful legatee? After sensing the incredibly powerful shockwaves coming from the center of the region, the three city lords felt quite hesitant. Did they really want to enter these muddy waters? However, Heavenstone City was one of East Green's system main cities, and once it was destroyed, all of East Green would be severely affected. Their overall strength would weaken. After thinking about it, the three city lords decided to not participate because there was a city lord in front of each of them, and they were prepared. It was likely that they would just be stalled there and wouldn't be able to do much to help the situation. Since they couldn't do anything, they weren't stupid enough to jump into those muddy waters. Heavenstone City was doomed, and they were unable to change its fate at all. Facing the people blocking their way, the three city lords could only coldly harumph and return to their own system main cities. Moreover, they also found that they were unable to teleport to Heavenstone City. There seemed to be some sort of energy blocking them off. As such, Even if they wanted to help, they wouldn't be able to. On the other side, Yu Linping led 80,000 soldiers towards the depths of East Green. The feeling of uneasiness he was feeling became stronger and stronger, and he was right. They were about to face an ambush of 400,000 soldiers. 479 System Main City. Of course, Yu Linping had no idea what they were about to encounter. All he wanted was to reach the center of the region and save Shijian. Half of the army of 80,000 was on horses, and the other half traveled on foot. System Main cities typically had 30,000 cavalrymen, and they kept 40,000 war horses, which was why they were able to have 40,000 soldiers on horses. They were unable to use teleportation channels to reach the center of the region because Zhao Fu had long since set up an isolation barrier. Because of this, they could only hurry over using horses. Swish, swish, swish. As the army of 80,000 stepped into a flat area, Great Gen's soldiers, who had been lying in wait, shot out an arrow rain that seemed to cover the sky. The dark mass of arrows descended towards the arriving soldiers, and the arrows were simply innumerable. Under the massive aura from these arrows, all of the soldiers' hearts chilled, and their hair stood on end. Hurry and form a shield wall. Yu Linping quickly yelled. The countless soldiers quickly acted, raising their shields, and the soldiers without shields quickly moved towards those who did. Kai. The countless arrows tore through the air and poured down like a torrential rain. Even though the System Main City soldiers had formed a defensive wall, there were far too many arrows, and they had come too suddenly, resulting in many of the soldiers dying. Under this terrifying arrow rain, blood splattered everywhere, and a gory stench spread out. Those who were hit were usually hit by many arrows, giving them a pitiful death. Because the war horses were quite big, though they had some simple armor, they were unable to resist the countless arrows, so many of the war horses were killed as well. After suffering this surprise attack, in just an instant, a quarter of the System Main City's soldiers had died. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the sound of the air being torn could once again be heard. However, these weren't normal arrows but ballistic bolts and spears. The ballistic bolts and spears had a massive amount of strength, and they were perfect for breaking through shields. However, their targets were Stage 1 soldiers, so ordinary ballistic and ballistic bolts wouldn't be enough. As such, Great Ken had used Stage 1 ballistic, which were created out of secret silver rank materials. Bang, bang, bang. The ballistic bolts and spears smashed against the defensive wall with an immense amount of force, making the shield bearers feel as if a massive wild beast had charged over. It was fine to defend against one, but against an entire horde, it was simply too difficult to defend. One of the shield bearers was smashed to the ground, and following this, the defensive wall crumbled. Once this happened, countless ordinary arrows once again filled the air. Kai. The countless soldiers still wanted to resist, and countless sword lights and saber lights were shot out. However, they were unable to defend at all, and they were pierced by countless arrows. At the same time, the System Main City soldiers once again lost another quarter of its forces. Seeing this, Yu Linping could only give the order to retreat. Now, let alone saving their city lord, it would be difficult to keep their own lives. Yu Linping had never thought that the other side would be so powerful. They had at least 400,000 soldiers, of which 200,000 were Stage 1. The other soldiers understood the situation and didn't hesitate to turn and run. On another side of the area of the flat area, 80,000 cavalrymen were gathered into ranks, riding on their large and powerful black forest horses. They held their spears as they looked ahead, giving off an incredibly dangerous aura. Charge! As the order was given out, the countless cavalrymen rushed forwards like arrows shot out of bows. The rumbling of the countless horses galloping sounded like thunder, and Great Gen's cavalry flooded towards Yu Linping. By now, most of the System Main City's war horses had died, so most people were running away on foot. Seeing this scene, Yu Linping's heart sank. It was impossible to outrun war horses, so Yu Linping could only order the soldiers to stop retreating and to gather again. The shield bearers were to form a shield wall while the other soldiers were to support them. Very soon, under Yu Linping's orders, the surviving soldiers formed a shield wall, but the countless cavalrymen showed no hesitation as they raised their spears, sending their power into them and causing the spearheads to shine with a cold light. Boom! A massive sound rang out as countless cavalrymen smashed against the shield wall like a black flood. The black flood only paused for a slight moment before breaking through the shield wall. Once an opening appeared in the middle, the rest of the shield wall collapsed. Great Gen's side already had a numerical advantage, and their equipment was also slightly better than the System Main City's soldiers. Moreover, the System Main City's soldiers were already injured from the previous waves of attacks, so the cavalrymen were able to easily break through. Once the shield wall broke, the rest of Great Gen's soldiers, who were camped around Yu Linping's soldiers, also charged. Now, the system main city's soldiers not only had to face the cavalrymen but also countless infantrymen from two other sides. As such, Yu Linping could only once again give the order to retreat to save as many soldiers as possible. However, how could Great Qin's soldiers allow them to escape? Great Qin's soldiers charged up, and Great Qin's countless archers blocked their path from behind, making sure they had no place to retreat to. The battle concluded very quickly. The ground was completely dyed red with blood, and the stench of blood was especially striking. Countless bodies and pieces of equipment were scattered everywhere, and even though Yu Linping had stage 3 cultivation, under the combined attacks of 7 or 8 generals, he was killed in the end. The 80,000 system main city soldiers all died, as very few were willing to surrender. Despite knowing that they would die, they were determined to fight to the end rather than surrender. Fortunately, Great Qin didn't pay much of a price, with only around 1,000 casualties and injuries. Now, their job was to take care of the corpses and equipment before heading towards the system main city. The battle at the center of the region continued. Shijian and the rock giant were both covered with wounds, but it was clear that the rock giant held a great advantage. Its body had powerful defenses, and with how big its body was, it was very difficult to injure it. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu remained hidden and continued to spectate this battle. Boom! An azure sword light rushed to the sky, bringing with it a powerful sword chi that berserkly cut everything within 10 kilometers. The trees, the boulders, and the ground were left with cuts and gashes. Shijian desperately attacked the rock giant, and an azure sword light blasted the rock giant's massive body backward. After the rock giant crashed to the ground, the entire world seemed to tremble. There was now a deep gash on its body, and some green liquid flowed out. It seemed that the rock giant had been injured quite seriously this time. The berserk rock giant wildly roared and unleashed all of its power, causing a gray aura flame to burst forth around its body. It suddenly blurred before disappearing. Shijian was incredibly shocked, and he had never expected the rock giant to explode with such speed. 480 splitting the heavens at that moment, the rock giant had already appeared above Shijian's head. It slammed down its palm with immense force, creating a gravitational field that covered everything within 1,000 meters. Shijian couldn't dodge, so he had to once again block with his saber. Boom! The massive force caused Shijian's body to be blasted into the ground like a rubber ball. The sheer force of Shijian's body hitting the ground caused the ground within 100 meters of him to collapse. However, Shijian still used his body to protect Shiwen. After suffering from the violent tremors and receiving some damage, Shiwen, who had also breathed in the dream incense, gradually woke up. Shiwen opened his eyes and looked at his blood-covered father as he stared in surprise before quickly asking, "Dad, what happened?" Shijian's face was covered with blood, but he compassionately smiled, wanting to say something. Boom! A massive figure landed beside them, causing the ground to shake. Shiwen looked up, a terrified expression on his face as he saw the rock giant ferociously staring at them. The rock giant wouldn't show any mercy to the two people in front of it. It lifted its massive foot and stomped towards the two of them, wanting to turn them into meat paste. Shijian pushed Shiwen away with great difficulty and roared as he gripped his saber with both hands, exploding out with an intense azure light and blocking the rock giant's foot before dodging away. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying power exploded out from behind the rock giant. A pillar of demonic chi rushed up into the clouds, causing the sky to be covered with demonic chi. The sun seemed to be dyed black, making it seem like a demonic sun that gave off boundless steam and smite. A gust of immense sword chi spread out, and it gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. A black-cloaked figure appeared in the air, and the figure held a sword that gave off a soul-devouring black light, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to kill gods. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out, seeming to cause the world to tremble. A black sword light that was 10,000 meters long flew out, seeming to split the heavens and creating black cracks in space. The rock giant was incredibly startled, and it wanted to block. However, it was too late. It was hit by the black sword light, which easily cut open its body. The rock giant roared from the pain, shaking the heavens. A massive amount of green blood flew everywhere, and there was a savage wound on the rock giant's back that almost split it in two. Bang! The rock giant powerlessly half-kneeled on the ground. Despite suffering such a severe injury, it still had some life force. It could be seen just how sturdy the rock giant was. Zhao Fu stopped attacking because the rock giant was no longer a threat. Just then, Zhao Fu had used his clan armament and city lord seal, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal such a massive amount of damage. Now that he had taken down a few other legatees, Great Qin had gathered an immense amount of fate. As such, it was alright to occasionally use the clan armament. Moreover, if he killed the monster boss of a region, he would obtain a large amount of fate anyway. The rock giant had already received many injuries after fighting with Shijian for so long, and it had used up almost all of its strength. That was why Zhao Fu's sudden attack had been able to have such great effects. Zhao Fu's original plan was to have the rock giant and Shi Jian fight and then deal a sudden attack to Shi Jian using the death dagger and poison dragon liquid, which would be able to easily kill him. However, because Zhao Fu had become so much stronger, he changed his plan and decided to kill both Shi Jian and the rock giant. Now, it was no longer necessary for him to use the death dagger and poison dragon liquid. Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked at the dying rock giant with his blood-red eyes. There was a strange emotion within his heart, and he said, "If you choose to surrender, I can spare you." Even though Zhao Fu wanted to spare the rock giant weakly replied, "You humans can go die." After speaking, the rock giant raised its fists, preparing to attack. It was a pity that there was barely any strength left in the rock giant's dying body, so even raising its fists was incredibly slow. Zhao Fu didn't waste any words. He easily dodged the rock giant's attack and went to its head. He slashed out 10 or so sword lights, chopping off the rock giant's head, after which its massive body crumbled into rocks. A ray of light suddenly flashed and flew away, and Zhao Fu didn't have time to see what the rock giant had dropped before he also turned into a black ray of light and blocked Shi Jian's way. "Did you really think that you could escape?" Zhao Fu asked as he coldly looked at Shi Jian, who was carrying Shi Wen. Shi Jian's expression was quite grim, and he said, "Sir, it's best that you don't act too ruthlessly, the 3 other city lords won't just watch on." When he heard him, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. "Really? Then why haven't they come?" Looking at how confident Zhao Fu seemed, Shi Jian felt a sinking feeling, something must have happened. Logically, the 3 of them should have arrived by now, but they still weren't here yet. "Dad, who is he? Why is he determined to kill us?" Shi Wen angrily looked at Zhao Fu. He still had no idea who Zhao Fu was. Shi Jian sighed and said, "He's the dynasty legatee you offended before." When he heard this, Shi Wen's expression greatly changed, and he became quite panicked. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "What happened before was my fault, and it was the Keon family's plan. I've already destroyed the Keon family, and if you're willing to spare us, Heavenstone City is willing to provide you with compensation." Shi Jian looked at Shi Wen, and seeing that he had become much more mature, he reassuredly smiled as he said, "That's enough, Wenner. He won't spare us. I'll stall him, so you should run." "No. Dad, I'm going to stay here. I have stage 2 strength, so I can at least help you." Surprisingly, Shi Wen chose to stay. It was clear that he truly loved his father. The love between a father and a son? Zhao Fu coldly looked at the scene before him and raised the Sky Demon's sword before slashing out, causing a 10-meter-long black arc of light to fly towards them. Shi Jian coldly harumphed, and his body exploded out with azure light as he prepared to counterattack. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu clenched his fist, and a few rays of azure light shot out from between his fingers. Shi Jian's face became pale because the thing inside Zhao Fu's clenched fist was the City Lord Seal Shard, which Zhao Fu had obtained after their last battle. Now, both sides gave off azure lights, but Shi Jian's azure light gradually disappeared. This was because a City Lord Seal wouldn't attack itself, and since Zhao Fu controlled the City Lord Seal Shard, the City Lord Seal viewed him as its owner as well. Now, the City Lord Seal automatically stopped releasing power, only if it was reunited with the shard would it once again give off power. This was a battle for the position of City Lord. Anyone who had a piece of the City Lord Seal could participate, and the winner would obtain the position of City Lord. This was why Shi Jian's face had gone pale. 481 Rely on yourself. As soon as Shi Jian lost the City Lord Seal's power, he became someone with only stage 4 cultivation. How could he be Zhao Fu's match? Now, even if Zhao Fu didn't use his nation armament and clan armament and only used his City Lord Seal, Shi Jian wouldn't be able to fight him. "I'm willing to give you Heavenstone City, so please spare us." Now that Shi Jian could tell that he wasn't a match for Zhao Fu, he could only give in and ask this of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly laughed. How could he spare them? After all, Shi Jian was a stage 4 expert, so it was possible for him to make trouble in the future. As such, it was best to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Zhao Fu didn't reply to Shi Jian and directly attacked with the intent to kill. Seeing this, Shi Jian quickly said, "Sir, aren't you afraid of me self-destructing with the City Lord Seal? Even though I am unable to use the City Lord Seal's power, I can still cause it to self-destruct." This caused Zhao Fu to stop. If the City Lord Seal self-destructed, the system main city would devolve into an advanced town, and he would have to condense a City Lord Seal again. He didn't want to see such a thing happen. After all, an advanced town was of far less worth than a system main city. Now, Zhao Fu was in a predicament. He didn't want to spare the Shi family's father and son, nor did he want to lose the City Lord Seal. As Zhao Fu hesitated, Shi Jian took out something and threw something out. It traveled incredibly quickly and flashed by, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Zhao Fu could feel the City Lord's seal's aura from that, so he turned into a ray of light and chased after it. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, and a formless energy brought the City Lord's seal into his hands. Looking at the City Lord's seal in his hand, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. He then quickly returned, but he was surprised to find that the Shi family's father and son were still there. However, Zhao Fu immediately realized that something was off. Shi Jian had cut open his palm, allowing blood to continuously flow out. He drew a blood-red run in the air, which Zhao Fu could tell was quite profound. It gave off a mysterious and obscure power. Shi Jian then aged at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, and it was most likely because of the blood-red rune that he had just drawn. Seeing this, Zhao Fu didn't hesitate to kill him. Meanwhile, Shi Jian warmly smiled and placed his spatial ring in Shi Wen's hands. Shi Wen's eyes welled up with tears, but Shi Jian patted him on the back before saying, "You'll have to rely on yourself from now on." Sensing that Zhao Fu was about to attack, Shi Jian pointed, and the blood-red rune in the air entered Shi Wen's body, causing him to turn into a blood-red light that sped off into the distance. Clang, clang, clang. Chains shot out through the air towards the blood-red light, but it was simply too fast. The chains were unable to lock it down. Zhao Fu looked at the blood-red light disappearing into the distance and felt quite angry. He looked down at Shi Jian and waved his hand, causing a formless energy to send Shi Jian flying. Bang! Shi Jian's body crashed against a massive boulder, causing the boulder to crack. Shi Jian coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body slowly slid down. He had already been severely injured in his fight with the rock giant, and he had then used a forbidden technique and expended a lot of his fleshly essence to help Shi Wen escape. Now, he didn't have even a bit of strength left. However, as a father, it was all worth it for Shi Wen to be able to escape. As Shi Jian's body slid down, a figure suddenly appeared before him and grabbed him by his throat. Zhao Fu was no longer as angry and looked at Shi Jian calmly. He could feel the dense fatherly love that Shi Jian was radiating and said softly, "You're a good father." In response, Shi Jian could only bitterly smile. Zhao Fu looked away and didn't say anything before he squeezed with his hand. Crack! Shi Jian's neck was broken by Zhao Fu. Heavenstone City's city lord had died. Zhao Fu placed Shi Jian's body into his disaster king ring. There was nothing much of value on him. Even his saber had been put into that spatial ring, which he had given to Shi Wen. That spatial ring had at least 2 epic rank pieces of equipment, and they would be worth at least 600,000 to 700,000 gold coins. Who knew if it contained any other items or skills? Zhao Fu didn't care too much about that spatial ring, but he felt that it was a pity to let Shi Wen escape. However, being able to obtain a complete City Lord seal was still quite good. Zhao Fu looked at the City Lord seal before taking out the shard. The shard gave off a faint azure light and automatically flew towards the City Lord seal, forming a complete City Lord seal. Since Zhao Fu already had the Great Ken seal and couldn't possess another City Lord seal, he planned to give this one to Mangekyō. After returning to the place where he had killed the rock giant, he looked around in curiosity and excitement to see what the boss monster of a region would drop. Zhao Fu looked around and found 4 types of items. The first was gray-black rocks that were from the rock giant's body, and they had interesting effects. Body rock, a rock from the rock giant's body that can be fused with any rock or stone structure, greatly increasing its sturdiness and giving it some resistance against all magic skills. There were around 1,000 or so pieces of body rock, and their effects could be stacked. The more body rocks he fused into a structure, the sturdier it would become. The second type of item was 4 crystals that were as big as a palm. They were dark green and in irregular shapes. They also gave off an oppressive aura. Rock Giant Crystal, a type of crystal from the rock giant that is an excellent epic rank material. It can be used to forge epic rank equipment. The 4 rock giant crystals could be used to forge 4 excellent epic rank pieces of equipment, which was quite good. Of course, the more epic rank equipment the better, so after putting away the 4 rock giant crystals, Zhao Fu looked at the next item. The third item seemed to be a fragment of a black mask, and it was made out of wood. It was half the size of a palm and had some pictures on it. However, because it was just a fragment, it was difficult to tell what those pictures were, and the fragment gave off a boundless and ancient aura. This made Zhao Fu quite delighted because this was a desolate blood mask shard. At the auction before, Zhao Fu had spent a great amount of money to buy the shard of a nation armament, which was the desolate blood mask shard. The desolate blood mask had been split into 4 shards, and Zhao Fu had now collected 2 of them. Zhao Fu didn't know if he could restore the desolate blood mask if he collected all 4 shards. If he could, that would be fantastic, as Great Kin would gain an extra nation armament. Zhao Fu then looked at the 4th item, which was also quite good. 482 rock giants here. This item was a gray rock orb, and it was about as big as a watermelon. It was very round and quite rough to the touch, and it had a firm and stable aura. Rock Giant's Heart, A rock giant's core. It contains a great amount of rock energy and can summon 5 rock puppets. After looking through the information, Zhao Fu felt quite interested in the rock puppets. He tested out the rock giant's heart, and it floated up from his hand as a formless energy rippled out and the rocks around him began to gather. Following this, the rocks were put into humanoid forms by a formless energy, forming 5 rock puppets that were 10 meters tall. These rock puppets could also be called rock giants that were 10 meters tall. However, these rock puppets didn't have any life and had only been created using the rock giant's heart. As such, if they were destroyed, they could be regathered after a short while. Zhao Fu felt that it was quite a pity that he hadn't been able to make the rock giant his. If he could have subdued the 1,000 meters tall rock giant, it definitely would have been a powerful tool while sieging cities. The 5 rock puppets definitely wouldn't be as powerful. Zhao Fu then looked through the system announcements that he had received after killing the rock giant. System announcement. You have killed the rock giant and obtained 10,000 achievement points. System announcement. You have killed the rock giant and obtained a large amount of this region's fate. System announcement. You have killed the rock giant and obtained 300,000 experience point. System announcement. You have obtained 1 legend point. Zhao Fu felt quite pleased about the achievement points, which were enough to instantly boost him to second-ranked Earl. Killing the boss monster of a region or destroying a system main city would also give some of the region's fate, but the experience point wasn't much at only 300,000. Finally, as for the legend point, Zhao Fu didn't know what it was for, so he could only cast it to the back of his mind for now. After Zhao Fu put all of his spoils away, it was time to attack Heavenstone City. When Yu Linping had gathered residents and players to defend the city, countless players had felt that the rewards were quite good, so they had all joined in. After all, who would have the guts to attack a system main city? After all, apart from Great Kin using the undead disaster to take down 4 system main cities, no one had successfully conquered a system main city yet. With how powerful system main cities were, they weren't something that players could contend against. As such, the players were quite confident that no one would attack Heavenstone City, so they would just get rewards for free. However, they were shocked to see an army of well-equipped soldiers surround Heavenstone City. At the same time, the players found that the teleportation channels didn't work anymore, making them feel a bit panicked. However, after the reassurances from the system main city's officials, they were able to calm down. In total, they had 1.4 million people, and even though there was a massive army outside, there were only 400,000 of them. As long as they worked together to defend the city, the enemies outside definitely wouldn't be able to make it in easily. Indeed, Great Kin's soldiers wouldn't rashly attack. Even though there weren't many soldiers within the city and the cultivations of the residents and players were quite low, there were too many of them. If they tried to force their way in, Great Kin would lose at least a quarter of its soldiers. As such, they surrounded the city according to the plan and waited for Zhao Fu to kill Shi Jian and return with the city lord's seal. At the beginning, the residents and players all felt incredibly confident, but after receiving news that Shi Jian had died and that the city lord had changed, they started to truly panic. An azure-colored energy shield appeared around the city hall, and everyone started to collect one's belongings and run for one's life. After all, a city lord was the key figure of a system main city, and the city lord's seal was the core item of the city. Now, the key figure had died, and the core item had fallen into someone else's hands. Now that they had lost both of these things, how could they still feel any confidence and defend against the enemies outside? Now, they had become a pile of loose sand. Zhao Fu quickly flew until he was outside Heavenstone City. Sar and Meng Xian paid their respects as they called out, "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and looked at Heavenstone City below. Boom. An immensely powerful aura covered the entire city, causing the panicking people to feel a weight on their bodies and fear within their hearts. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at the person in the air. Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked down on the people as he said, "I'm sure you can guess who I am. Great Kin has taken revenge for the incident from that day. All 80,000 soldiers and your city lord have been killed by Great Kin. Now, you have 2 choices, you can either die or surrender. It's best that players don't get involved, or the leaders of all of the factions will die a true death." After hearing that their city lord had been killed by this person, the residents felt incredibly furious, but they still felt quite scared. As for the players, when Zhao Fu announced the name of Great Kin, all of them felt incredibly shocked. Before, the whole world had been covered by Great Kin's haze, and countless people could only tremble and plead for mercy. Now, even though the undead disaster had been destroyed and the 6 paths of reincarnation had been closed, the countless players' fear towards Great Kin hadn't decreased in the slightest. The players in East Green naturally knew of the enmity between Heavenstone City and Great Kin. After all, it was only because of the incident at Heavenstone City that Great Kin's legatee had been exposed, which resulted in a massive fight. After seeing so many soldiers surround Heavenstone City, their first thought was naturally Great Kin. After all, apart from Great Kin, no one would have the strength to do such a thing. Before, they had held on to a trace of hope, but now that they had heard that it was Great Kin who was attacking, they couldn't help but feel terrified. Moreover, the most important thing was that the person standing in the air was Great Kin's terrifying legatee. Furthermore, he had said that any factions that resisted would have their leaders killed. The countless players knew that Great Kin indeed had the ability to bring people into the Heaven-awakened world. As such, they really would die a true death. Under the threat of death, countless players came down from the city walls and yelled, "Great Kin's legatee, we surrender. We don't dare to make an enemy out of you. Please spare us." When they heard the players, the countless residents' faces fell. They were incredibly weak and would definitely lose against Great Kin by themselves, which was why they wanted the players to help. However, they had never expected the players to surrender so quickly and easily. Now that they had lost the players' support, the countless residents didn't know what to do. Now, only a few governmental officials remained. The city lord and great generals had all died, turning these people into a herd of sheep without a shepherd. 483 City destruction. What do we do? The governmental officials worriedly discussed because this was a moment that would decide their lives, so they had to talk with great haste. Right now, they could either surrender and live or resist and die. They no longer had any chance of success. A relatively short governmental official with small eyes said nervously, "I say that we should surrender. If we continue to resist, we'll just be massacred. Think of those innocent residents." If Shijian was still alive, he could at least make sure that everyone stayed loyal. However, now that he was dead, everyone thought for oneself. No one wanted to die, as one would lose everything and no longer be able to enjoy this world. However, hearing these words, a well-built man harumphed unhappily and said, "You're just craven and cowardly. You want to affect the residents as well. We shouldn't surrender. We should do our best to kill as many of them as possible to take revenge for the city lord." Evidently, this man was very loyal to Shijian, and he would rather sacrifice himself than surrender. The others all had different views, and they were split into a surrender faction and resistance faction. Neither faction was able to convince the other. In the air, Zhao Fu didn't give them much time to think. He took out Heavenstone City's City Lord seal and chose to destroy the city walls and list all of the residents as wanted fugitives. A formless energy rippled out from the City Lord seal, causing the sturdy, 10-meter-tall city walls to start to crack before collapsing. The sound of this collapse was massive and shocked countless people. Now that even the city walls were gone, their confidence to resist Great Kin became even smaller. Now, the players were set on surrendering and didn't dare to resist at all. The residents' expressions were quite unsightly. Not only were the city walls gone, but they had also been listed as wanted fugitives. If they remained within Heavenstone City, they would receive a 30% debuff to their stats, and they lost the buffs that they had from the city. Now, their stats were lower than those of ordinary players, and it would be incredibly easy for Great Kin to slaughter them. The governmental officials were incredibly shocked, and they quickly fell silent, coming to a final decision. Heavenstone City's residents, I'll say this one more time. If you're willing to surrender and want to enjoy the treatment of a resident of Great Kin, walk out of the city. If you're unwilling, I'll have to kill you all, Zhao Fu said, his voice filled with killing intent. This caused a few governmental officials to finally make up their minds and say, "We're going to surrender. If this goes on, there'll only be pointless deaths." The other governmental officials sighed and didn't try to stop them. After all, they didn't have the right to ask others to die with them. However, they also made the decision to fight to the death with Great Kin. Very soon, the residents split into two groups. One walked outside of the city and knelt down, choosing to surrender, while the other took up weapons and made some simple defenses, preparing to battle. There were roughly 200,000 or so people who had come out, and all of them were residents. Not a single one was a soldier. There were 380,000 residents in total, which meant that roughly 180,000 residents and 20,000 soldiers were choosing to resist. Zhao Fu coldly laughed. Now, Great Kin didn't even need to act. Zhao Fu loudly said to the players, "Do you normally envy the indigenous residents for their equipment and items? Or have you ever wanted their skills? Or the fortunes on them? Right now, all of them have been listed as wanted fugitives by me, and their stats are lower than yours. I will allow you to do anything in this city for 4 hours, whether it's killing or stealing. All that is required is that not a single person remains alive after. After 4 hours, I will open the isolation barrier, and all of you must leave." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the players' eyes all went red with greed. The residents were quite wealthy compared to ordinary players, and just like Zhao Fu had said, the players had always been envious of the indigenous residents. However, because of the system main city's soldiers, they didn't dare to do much. However, Heavenstone City no longer had any power to stop them, and what's more, Great Kin was permitting them to do this. As such, they could do whatever they wanted with full justification and without fear of any repercussions. There were 200,000 residents and soldiers left, and if Great Kin's 400,000 soldiers charged in, they would be able to easily kill all of them. Their cultivation and equipment were all far superior, and they had 200,000 Stage 1 soldiers who could easily kill those below Stage 1. However, 200,000 people were still a lot of people, and Great Kin would most likely still lose tens of thousands of soldiers. Because Great Kin valued its people's lives more and didn't care as much about the wealth that the residents possessed, he decided to do something like this. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, the countless players immediately started to act. Not only could they obtain great benefits, but they would also be able to live. Therefore, they were naturally quite happy. Many players took out their weapons and rushed towards the residents, causing sounds of battle to be heard. Countless players excitedly rushed towards the residents, starting a massacre and stealing anything of value. The residents had never thought that they would have to face so many greedy players before even fighting with Great Kin. There were nearly 1 million players, and because their stats were generally all higher, the only advantage that the residents had was their equipment. The residents defended with all their might, but they were unable to stop the countless greedy players. A governmental official, the well-built man, led 10,000 soldiers out of the city, disregarding the players behind them, and they rushed at Great Kin's soldiers. They didn't want to die at the hands of players, as they only had a single enemy, which was Great Kin. However, Great Kin had long since made preparations, and the archers already had their bows drawn. Countless waves of arrows rained down, giving off terrifying auras. Before the 10,000 soldiers could even reach Great Kin's army, they had been completely annihilated without a single person remaining. This gory scene gave the players who had wanted to come out to collect equipment a big fright, and they were scared back into the city. The residents who had surrendered had complicated or sad looks on their faces as they watched the people they knew being slaughtered by countless players. They had all belonged to Heavenstone City, so many of the people knew each other. However, they couldn't do anything about it. This was the outcome of not surrendering. The battle concluded faster than expected, and all 200,000 of the residents and soldiers had died. 10,000 or so of the players had died as well, and their bodies were everywhere. The stench of blood filled the city, and the scene within the city was quite chaotic. However, a large number of players looked incredibly delighted as they stepped into teleportation channels and went to other system main cities. By now, the sun had set. There weren't many stars in the sky, nor was the moon out, making the night quite dark. In the darkness, 10 disaster cavalrymen walked out. 484 beauties behind the disaster cavalrymen were a large group of skeleton mages wearing grey cloaks and holding bone staffs, and there were black tongues of flames in their heads. There were roughly 30,000 of these skeleton mages. Last time, Zhao Fu hadn't sent all of his forces into battle, and he had instead hidden away 30,000 skeleton mages because the disaster cavalry could reliably control them. Mage professions were quite difficult to obtain in the Heaven Awakened world, which was one of the reasons that Zhao Fu had kept the skeleton mages. Moreover, apart from attacking, the skeleton mages could also summon skeletons. A skeleton mage could control 5 skeletons, so 30,000 skeleton mages would be able to control 150,000 skeletons. That way, the disaster cavalryman would have the ability to effectively control 150,000 skeletons, which was another reason why Zhao Fu had kept the skeleton mages. These skeletons wouldn't be as powerful as those summoned from the undead disaster, but they were more reliable because they would be fully controlled by Great Kin and wouldn't just act on their impulses. Now, essentially all of the players had left, and the 3 other system main cities had heard about the demise of Heavenstone City. Of course, Zhao Fu took these skeleton mages into the city to use the countless residents' bodies to summon skeletons. The soldiers stood guard outside and didn't bother to clear out the city, as anything of value would have already been taken away by those players, who viewed money as their lives. The skeleton mages flooded into the city and stood beside corpses as they chanted strange incantations and raised their bone staffs, a grey light covering the corpses. The corpses slowly withered before all of their flesh and blood disappeared, revealing just white skeletons. Black tongues of flame then lit up in their heads, and the skeletons came to life as they slowly stood up. As the skeleton mages summoned more skeletons, Zhao Fu went to the city hall. Looking at the golden cube floating in the air, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he chose to conquer it and relocate the city. System announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered a system main city and obtained 5,000 achievement points. System announcement. Because you're a legatee and have conquered a system main city, you have obtained a large amount of this region's fate. System announcement. You have relocated a system main city and obtained 840,000 experience point. System announcement. Congratulations, you have obtained 200 war points. A chain of system announcements sounded out, And because Zhao Fu looked through them and found that they were the same as before, he didn't pay them much attention and returned to Great Qin. By now, countless factions in the real world had also received news that Great Qin had once again acted and shockingly destroyed a system main city. This was the first time that a player had destroyed a system main city with his or her own strength. Before, everyone felt that it was only natural that the undead disaster could take down 4 system main cities, and everyone wasn't really that surprised. However, a single faction taking down a system main city was simply too shocking. Just how much power did one need to take down a system main city? It had to be greater than that of a system main city, or else how could he conquer it? Great Qin already has such power? The countless factions felt a deep terror towards Great Qin's strength. The countless factions were once again forced to come to the Ying family's residence and ask for Great Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs. With those writs, they would no longer have to feel terrified every day, and they would have a shield against Great Qin. However, the Ying family followed Zhao Fu's orders and didn't see anyone. As such, the people from the countless factions could only wait around the Ying family's residence and refuse to leave. The Ying family couldn't do much about this. After all, they couldn't just kill those people, so they just let them hang around outside. Suddenly, another big piece of news spread out. The Feng family had sent Fengshu to the Ying family. Fengshu was the 10th ranked beauty on the ancient beauty rankings, and she was Feng Xiolian's descendant. All of the women on the ancient beauty rankings were the center of attention of countless men, and even meeting one or getting on good terms with one would be the greatest blessing of some men's lives. Almost all of the women were pursued by the young masters of large families, and information about them was the hottest topic on the forums, resulting in heated discussions. Now that the Feng family had sent Fengshu to the Ying family, their intentions were incredibly clear. They wanted a Holy Daughter writ so that they could become part of Great Qin as quickly as possible. Now, everyone knew that they couldn't resist Great Qin, so it was best to join Great Qin as early as possible to receive greater benefits. That way, they would be valued more than those who joined later. Following this, another 3 shocking pieces of news were spread. Li Qingzao's descendant, Li Muqing, Liu Rushi's descendant, Liu Yuan, and Pan Yunyu's descendant, Pan Yuling, had been sent to the Ying family. All 3 of them were extremely famous beauties, and they had fairly high rankings. This was especially so for Li Muqing, who was extremely talented and beautiful, and she was ranked 11th on the ancient beauty rankings. None of the large families expected Li Muqing to voluntarily go to the Ying family, causing her countless admirers' hearts to ache with pain. As such, many of them, in their anger, slandered Great Qin about being ruthless and licentious. Now, 4 exceptional beauties had gone to the Ying family and become Great Qin's legatees women, making countless men feel immense heartache and jealousy. However, they didn't dare to voice this and could only feel quite sullen. In the end, the Ying family decided to accept these 4 women. After all, as an emperor, Great Qin's legatee would definitely want many women in the future, and these 4 were exceptional beauties. All of the family leaders were sure that Great Qin's legatee would fancy them. Moreover, since Great Qin's legatee had given out Holy Daughter writs in the past, that meant that he wanted to gather beauties, so they decided to take in these 4 women and treat them well. Of course, Zhao Fu didn't know about any of this. After returning to the Great Qin city, he gave the important Fruit of Life tree to the medicine department's people and told them to look after it carefully. After all, the Fruit of Life could be used to refine fate-changing pills, which were incredibly important to Great Qin. There were 9 fruits of life on the tree that hadn't ripened yet, so they still had to wait. After all, they were stage 6 spirit fruits, and the higher stage, the longer they would take to ripen. After taking care of the Fruit of Life tree, Zhao Fu went to the Great Qin's city walls and took out a body rock. Zhao Fu had 1,500 or so pieces of the body rock, so he planned to use 300 pieces on the Great Qin city's city walls. After all, he couldn't conquer the world with just one city, and it was pointless to just have one city that was powerful. As such, Zhao Fu decided not to use too many of the body rocks just yet. 485 rock giant walls. Zhao Fu planned to leave the rest of the body rocks to be used in the future on the 4 boundaries of Great Qin. Those places were the boundaries between China and other nations, and because they would definitely suffer many battles, they needed to have powerful defenses. As the central city of Great Qin, the Great Qin city was incredibly important. However, if the enemies were able to reach the Great Qin city directly and attack it, that meant that Great Qin would most likely lose. After all, if a faction's core was attacked, even if it wasn't destroyed, it would be crippled. As such, it wasn't enough that the central city was powerful, the other cities also needed to be powerful to create defensive lines. As such, Zhao Fu couldn't just focus on the Great Qin city, and he had to develop other cities as well to create armor for the central city. Only then would Great Qin become powerful. No matter how powerful one central city was, if all of the other cities were broken through, the nation would no longer have the right to be called a nation. Zhao Fu didn't just want to be a lord with a few cities, what he wanted was a nation with countless cities and subjects, then an empire. The body rocks were quite easy to use, all one had to do was place them on the city walls, which would trigger a system announcement asking if he wanted to fuse them into the city walls. After selecting yes, they would automatically fuse like rocks sinking into quicksand. After fusing these body rocks, Zhao Fu received another system announcement. Rock Giants Walls, city walls with greatly enhanced defense. They have great resistance to ordinary magic. After seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied. Following this, Zhao Fu received news that Great Ken could now refine Stage 3 medicinal pills. These were the medicinal pills refined using the windbell fruits, and because Zhao Fu placed great importance on them, he personally went to the pill refining workshop to take a look. Zhang Beishu was the primary person in charge of refining medicinal pills, and he was Great Ken's advanced pill master. Zhao Fu watched as Zhang Beishu continuously placed ingredients into a pill furnace and used a formation to support the flames as he refined the ingredients. Zhang Beishu controlled the flames and used all sorts of techniques before medicinal pills that were as big as peas appeared. Zhao Fu picked up one of the windbell pills that had just come out of the furnace, which was still quite hot and gave off white steam and a fruity fragrance. Zhao Fu used his power to cool it down before swallowing it. After entering his body, the windbell pill turned into a green wave of spirit energy that spread throughout his body. Its effects were many times better than a stage 2 medicinal pills, and Zhao Fu grinned in satisfaction. With these windbell pills, Great Ken's soldiers' cultivation speed would be far superior to soldiers of ordinary system main cities. After all, Great Ken's medicinal pills were now of high stage and quality. Next, Zhao Fu refined Shi Jian, Liu Sheng, and Yu Linping's corpses and obtained 3 SSS Great Orbs, 2 Stage 3 Blood God pills, and 1 Stage 4 Blood God pill. Following this, Zhao Fu called Mastermind over. After using an innate talent blood crystal, his grade was SSS grade, and he had a general fate. It was a pity that Zhao Fu didn't have enough soldier souls, or Zhao Fu would have wanted to see what sort of general star he would awaken. Zhao Fu called him over to give him Heavenstone City's City Lord seal. They had re-established Heavenstone City already, so Zhao Fu now made Mastermind the City Lord. Zhao Fu had half of the 200,000 original residents remain in Heavenstone City while he distributed the remaining half to the other cities. The main reason was to prevent them from having anything thoughts of rebelling. Moreover, even though it was easy to relocate a city, many of the buildings still had to be rebuilt. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and gave Mastermind the Azure City Lord seal. Mastermind looked quite excited, as this was the City Lord seal of a system main city. With this, he would be able to obtain great power and truly serve Great Ken with great effectiveness. Mastermind immediately half-knelt as he accepted the City Lord seal and said gratefully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded in response. Now, Great Ken had 6 city lords, and this wasn't including Zhao Fu himself. Great Ken's strength was now quite amazing. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu had the generals and soldiers rest. The next day, he gathered the leaders to once again discuss Great Ken's strategy. Great Ken's overall plan was to continue conquering and quickly restore the nation. There were 3 major goals. The first was West Pan City, the Kobold Basic City. Great Ken had been trading with it for quite some time, and it had traded medicinal pills containing hidden evil and equipment containing shatter steel iron for items and people. Now, it had been around 3 to 4 months. Therefore, the hidden evil was most likely going to start taking effect, so they could start attacking West Pan City. The second was the region near the Vietnamese side. A while back, Zhao Fu had used schemes to bait a battle between a Vietnamese system main city and a Chinese system main city, which had provided Great Ken with many Stage 1 corpses. The Vietnamese system main city had suffered great losses, with over 50,000 Stage 1 soldiers dying. Now, it most likely had only 40,000 or so Stage 1 soldiers. Most of its players had died as well. Even though soldiers could be replaced and new players would spawn, it would take some time to regather its strength, so it would be easier to deal with than other system main cities. However, there were 2 things that they had to take into account. The city lord of the other Vietnamese system main city would most likely come to help. She had stopped Zhao Fu from killing Flowing Water City's city lord, making Zhao Fu expend his fate for nothing. Zhao Fu remembered this clearly, and he had told her to make preparations for Great Ken's revenge. The other consideration was that because Great Ken was a Chinese faction, if Great Ken wanted to destroy a Vietnamese system main city, all of the Vietnamese players would desperately retaliate. They wouldn't allow Great Ken to do to Vietnam what China had done to Vietnam. Even though they were afraid of China, they would still resist it. If Great Ken was a Vietnamese faction and attacked, they might have chosen to run. However, Great Ken belonged to China, so they would resist even if it was just out of the enmity between the countries. Great Ken's third goal was, of course, the Forest of Horrors. If it could conquer the entirety of the Forest of Horrors, the entire region would belong to Great Kin, bringing it great benefits. The region would provide a massive amount of manpower for Great Kin, and it would be the cornerstone of restoring the nation. They could then devour the other regions one by one until they Kin had restored their nation. However, this could be quite difficult, as the three city lords definitely knew of Great Kin and how dangerous it was, so they would definitely make preparations. Once Great Kin did anything, it would face the combined attacks of three system main cities, which would be quite difficult to deal with by Great Kin alone. As such, Great Kin had to think of a way to deal with this before attacking. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu and his leaders decided to take down West Pan City first. It was the weakest city that they had their sights on, and it had less than 300,000 people with only 50,000 soldiers. Moreover, with hidden evil and a shatter steel iron, it would be even easier to take it down. 486 Making preparations. Since they had decided to act against West Pan City, they had to first gather some information. Zhao Fu called Go Binglin over and asked him to bring over the latest intelligence on West Pan City. After looking through the intelligence reports, Zhao Fu found that not much had changed in West Pan City except that the population had increased by 30,000 and that there were a few new buildings. It seemed that they hadn't put the equipment and medicinal pills to good use. Even though there were negative side effects from the medicinal pills, if it wasn't for Great Kin, those pills and pieces of equipment would have boosted West Pan City's battle strength. That way, West Pan City would be able to attack others and plunder a large amount of resources and territory. And yet, nothing much had changed, and they continued to just defend their city and not expand outwards. It was a pity that they had taken so many resources from Zhao Fu. It seemed that these kobolds were far too peaceful, and even though they were powerful, they didn't attack anyone. There was nothing wrong with this, and in fact, some would describe them to be quite righteous and just. However, in Zhao Fu's eyes, this was a mistake. If you didn't attack others while you were strong, did that mean others wouldn't attack you when they were strong? Of course not. Because you were strong and possessed great resources, others would definitely attack if you became weak. Even if you upheld justice and didn't bully the weak, it wasn't reasonable to expect others to do the same. China was the same, so in ancient times, it had often been attacked by foreigners. Only when one stood in a position of absolute power could one welcome true peace. Once one became weak, one would immediately be devoured. From how Zhao Fu saw things, conquering was the true way to resolve things. One couldn't give one's enemies any chances. Unless a person could always remain strong, they would be eventually subjected to attacks, humiliation, or death. Enemies wouldn't show any mercy. As such, Zhao Fu believed that how the kobolds were acting was utterly wrong. The reason Zhao Fu put so much emphasis on martial might was because he would be able to unify the world and bring about a truly peaceful world in the end. Today was the appointed time for a trade with West Pan City. Normally, others from Great Kin would go to conduct the trade, but Zhao Fu decided to go personally today to confirm various things. They were definitely going to attack West Pan City, as it was the weakest out of the three objectives and could be easily taken down by Great Kin. After a few teleportations, Zhao Fu arrived at West Pan City. The person who received Zhao Fu was still the kobold called Belin, and from the look of things, he seemed quite well off. His clothes were much more splendorous than before, and his body was even a bit chubbier. Long time no see, Lord Belin. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Seeing that Zhao Fu had come, Belin looked quite excited as well. Trading with Zhao Fu had caused his position and his benefits to continuously rise. Indeed. It has been a long time. Please take a seat. Belin enthusiastically invited Zhao Fu over. Zhao Fu sat down before asking, now that it has been a while, what do you think of the medicinal pills I've supplied? West Pan City's strength must have increased by a lot. What have you gained from that? I've recently obtained a large amount of Stage 3 cultivating medicinal pills, and I'm willing to trade those. What? Stage 3 medicinal pills? When he heard this, Belin felt incredibly delighted, but he immediately felt sour. Apart from the salon spice, some ordinary items, and people, they didn't have much that they could trade. Zhao Fu wanted to test if West Pan City had anything good or if they were hiding anything. However, from how things seemed, they didn't have anything special, so he felt a bit disappointed. Guest, we're willing to trade 3 times the normal amount of Ceylon spice for your Stage 3 medicinal pills, is that satisfactory? Belin wanted to use 3 times the normal amount of Ceylon spice to trade for the Windbell pills, but Zhao Fu wasn't very interested in the spice. Even though it was a high-grade spice that was popular in other regions and enjoyed by the upper society of Great Kin, it definitely wasn't as valuable as the Windbell pills. However, Zhao Fu neither agreed nor disagreed, and he instead thought for a while. Seeing this, Belin felt a bit disappointed, and he decided to report this matter to the city lord to see if he could take out something of value to trade. After all, Stage 3 medicinal pills were simply too tempting. Zhao Fu wasn't going to actually continue trading with West Pan City, as they would be attacking right after he returned to the Great Qin City. After chatting with Belen for a short while longer, Zhao Fu decided to leave and use Stelver to do some scouting around West Pan City. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he returned to the Great Qin City. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered everyone to make preparations. He then realized that he hadn't been back to the real world in a while, so his real body was probably starving. He decided to go back to the real world and take care of his body first. Just as his consciousness returned to the real world, his body was racked with hunger pangs, and he quickly asked his bodyguard to bring some food over. At the same time, he found out about the four beauties coming to the Ying family's residence. This was told to him by Mugilan on behalf of the family leaders. Because this wasn't an incredibly serious matter, the family leaders hadn't wanted to bother Zhao Fu about it, so they told Mugilan to report this to Zhao Fu after he woke up. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but frown. If he had caught these women in the Heaven Awakened world, he would have been quite interested, as they would have been able to provide a large amount of Phoenix Chi. However, no matter how many women came to the Ying family's residence in the real world, there would be no point. After all, in order to bring someone into the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu would have to make that person eat a reality fruit in the Heaven Awakened world, causing that person's consciousness to fuse with that person's body in the Heaven Awakened world. Since he was unable to bring them into the Heaven Awakened world, they were unable to provide any Phoenix Chi, so they were quite useless. Zhao Fu had also found out that bringing a person into the Heaven Awakened world seemed to have benefits to that person's cultivation speed. Zhao Fu had heard this from the captives he had brought into the real world. After that great battle, Zhao Fu didn't kill them, and he instead kept them within Great Qin. Since their factions had decided to resist even though their lives were in his hands, it showed that they didn't care about these people. As such, there wasn't much value in killing them, but keeping them around could bring some benefits. As such, Zhao Fu kept them around and gave them decent treatment. Zhao Fu wouldn't expend a lot of resources for them to have a good life, but he gave good treatment to the two women who had been given titles as imperial concubines. Proxy leader, how would you like to take care of this? Perhaps you should tell the legatee, if he sees these four peerless beauties, he'll definitely be very happy, Mugilan said as he smiled. Hearing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile and say, how are you so sure he'll be happy? But of course, as a man, how could he not want to gather all of the beautiful women under the heavens? Moreover, he gave out holy daughter writs before, so doesn't that mean that he is interested in beautiful women? Now that four peerless beauties have presented themselves, he'll definitely be very happy, Mugilan said confidently. Zhao Fu nodded. Of course, he couldn't reveal that he was Great Qin's legatee, nor could he tell him the true reason for the holy daughter writs. Because of this, he could only smile and say, just leave the matter for now. 487 Do you know who I am? Mugilan felt quite surprised and replied, Proxy leader, don't you want to at least take a look at them? They're peerless beauties. They're incredibly difficult to find. This is especially so for the ones called Fengshu and Li Muking. They're both outstanding beauties, and after coming to the Ying family's residence, countless members of the Ying family have gone to see them. If it wasn't for the fact that they are to be the legatee's women, countless Ying family members would have madly started pursuing them already. By now, the bodyguard had come back with food. As such, Zhao Fu started eating while replying in an uncaring tone, so what? Even if they're beautiful, they're the legatee's women. What does that have to do with me? Of course, this was utter rubbish. He was Great Qin's legatee, so how could this not have to do with him? However, Zhao Fu didn't want to waste time on this, because after eating, he wanted to return to the Heaven Awakened world and attack West Pan City. Time was tight, so he had no time for those people. At that moment, Mugilan suddenly bowed and said in a low voice, but Proxy leader, you're the most important person to the legatee, so if you're willing, the legatee might even give them to you. Right now, if you want, any woman is willing to throw herself at you. If Proxy leader has such desires, I can arrange that for you. Right now, I am only loyal to you, Proxy leader. Zhao Fu swallowed a mouthful of food as his body froze. He realized that Mugilan had came to express his loyalty. That indeed made sense. His power now exceeded the other family leaders, and as long as Great Qin's legatee didn't say anything, he was the true family leader and wielded the highest authority. Countless factions tried to curry favor with him, as he was Great Qin's legatee's representative in the real world. However, Zhao Fu still had to reject his good intentions and said, let them stay in the Ying family for now and treat them well. I'll report this matter to Great Qin's legatee, but I won't be meeting with them. Hearing this, Mugilan felt slightly disappointed. He had wanted to help Zhao Fu with this, making Zhao Fu view him favorably, but it seemed that Zhao Fu wasn't too interested. However, after thinking about it, Mugilan remembered that the proxy leader had a close and intimate relationship with Wu Qingnian. Mugilan expressed that he understood and left. Zhao Fu continued to eat, And just as he finished eating and was wiping his mouth, a clamor sounded outside the door. It seemed that many people had come. This caused Zhao Fu to frown, and his bodyguard immediately left to see what was going on. A few moments later, the bodyguard returned and said, "Mr. Zhao, there are 4 women outside who want to see you. They are most likely the 4 beauties Mugilan was talking about." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite helpless and took a sip out of his cup before nodding. "Let them come in." The bodyguard nodded, and soon, a young woman, who gave off a pampered air and had delicate facial features, snow-white skin, and a tall and slim figure, rushed in furiously. Bang! She slammed her palm down on Zhao Fu's table and yelled, "You dared not to see me? Do you know who I am? I'm your legatee's future empress." Cough. 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 Zhao Fu choked on the water that he was swallowing as he looked at this young woman. The young woman furiously glared at him and yelled, "You're finished now. You'd best apologize to me now, or after I tell my husband, your legatee, you'll be severely punished." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite confused and asked, "Since when did you come into contact with the legatee? And since when did you become his empress?" The young woman, Feng Shu, crossed her arms and harumphed as she said, "Go into the Heaven Awakened world and tell him that I've become his woman. I don't believe that the legatee would think that I'm not good enough." Only now did Zhao Fu look at Feng Shu closely and find that she was indeed incredibly beautiful. Whether it was her aura or her looks, she was quite exceptional. By now, Zhao Fu had seen countless beauties, and she was still quite gorgeous. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Feng Shu felt quite pleased. However, after thinking about it, she wrinkled her nose and looked quite disgusted as she pointed at Zhao Fu with a snow-white finger and said, "You'd best not have any unruly thoughts towards me. I'm Great Kin's legatee's woman. Plus, how could I be interested in someone unmanly like you?" Zhao Fu looked away, not sure what to say. By now, the 3 other women had walked in. They were all extremely beautiful as well, and anyone who looked at them would feel entranced. The first woman looked like she was in her early 20s, and she was quite slim. She also gave off a learned and cultured aura. Zhao Fu was quite surprised to see that she was wearing an ancient-style dress, and her hair and makeup were also done in a traditional way. The second woman looked around 23 or 24 years old, and she had a shapely figure and skin like jade. She gave off a gentle aura like water and had incredibly slim fingers. The third woman looked like she had just turned 20, and she had an extremely voluptuous figure, which looked like baby fat. Her skin was quite white, and she looked extremely lovable and cute, making anyone who saw her want to make her theirs. Just from their airs alone, Zhao Fu could guess who they were. The first was most likely Li Muking, due to her scholarly airs. The second was most likely Liu Yuan, who was skilled in music, and the last was most likely Pan Yuling, whose body gave off an alluring aura. Seeing that the others had also come in, Feng Shu lightly harumphed and went back to her normal state as she sat down on a sofa. Zhao Fu looked at the 4 women in front of him and asked, "Everyone, why have you come to see me? If it's about Great Kin Legatee, I will let him know about you." Liu Yuan and Pan Yuling lightly shook their heads, indicating that they had indeed come here so that Zhao Fu would tell Great Kin's legate about them so that their families could be acknowledged by Great Kin's legatee. However, Li Muking was different, as she had come voluntarily. The 3 others had been sent by their families, and their fates had been decided. None of them felt happy about this, so there was a faint look of hurt on their faces. However, Li Muking smiled and asked, "Mr. Zhao, aren't you going to ask me to sit with you?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu suddenly remembered proper etiquette. He had forgotten the responsibilities that now came with his new social standing. As such, he asked Li Muking, Liu Yuan, and Pan Yuling to sit, and Zhao Fu looked at Li Muking, waiting to hear what she had to say. From what he knew, this talented woman was only interested in literary talents and didn't care about power or riches. As such, why had Li Muking come voluntarily? Zhao Fu was curious about this. 488 CDC Zhao Fu didn't like literati because he felt that they only had academic skills and no life skills. Moreover, because this was a period of war and chaos, they weren't very useful. However, since ancient times, the literati weren't to be offended. Back then, in order to unify thinking, the first emperor of Qin had burned all books except those relating to medicine, agriculture, and a few other fields. He had also ordered for the Confucian scholars to be buried alive, but that had been incited by alchemists. When Great Qin had established its empire, they had recommended dividing and conferring the empire, but because that was what had caused the Warring States period, how could the first emperor of Qin agree? Afterward, because of the alchemists' greed for money, they had slandered and vilified the emperor, forcing him to bury the Confucians. However, most of those who had been buried alive were alchemists, and very few Confucians had been dragged in. In total, there had only been 400 people. Moreover, 400 wasn't much compared to some of the other emperors. When Zhu Yuanzhang had established the Ming dynasty, In order to solidify the foundation of his rule, he had killed many meritorious ministers and generals and butchered dozens of cities, killing hundreds of thousands of people. And yet, very few people thought that he was a tyrant. In fact, many enlightened lieges had killed many more people, yet they were still considered virtuous rulers. As for the first emperor of Qin, even though what he had done wasn't as bad, it had been firmly recorded in history because he had offended the literati and scholars. After all, history was written by such people. If they spoke badly about you, no matter what you did, your reputation would be tarnished for thousands of years. Those who didn't know the full story would only hear about the idiom burn the books and bury alive the Confucian scholars, and they would think that the first emperor of Qin had burned every book and killed all of the Confucian scholars. As such, literati and scholars weren't to be lightly offended, and every dynasty did its best to treat these people well. However, it wasn't good for there to be too many literati and scholars, such as the Song dynasty. Even though there were all sorts of different ideas and the quality of life and the economy were quite good back then, it was the most humiliating period in China's history. The Qing dynasty had only given up land, but the Song dynasty's emperors, princesses and imperial concubines were made slaves or killed. Without a doubt, it was the most humiliating period of China's history. As such, what use was there in having so many literati and scholars? So what if the quality of life and the economy were excellent? If the military was too weak, a nation would still suffer humiliation and despair. After all, one established one's place in the world with one's might, not one's mouth. Because of the various reasons, Zhao Fu felt quite wary towards Li Muqing. Of course, Zhao Fu didn't despise literati and scholars. After all, they were the ones who passed down culture and history. I want to personally meet Great Qin's legatee, can you help with that? Li Muqing said as she smiled. Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about this before replying, that's not possible. Right now, the legatee isn't willing to meet many people, but if there's anything you would like me to pass on, I can do that for you. Also, why do you want to meet the legatee? Oh. Li Muqing replied before saying, it's not much. I just want to see what sort of person he is. Also, please don't misunderstand, I don't intend on becoming an imperial concubine. If he can establish a powerful nation, he should also ensure the continuation of literature and the arts, so I want to have a look at the Great Qin city. Zhao Fu knew that things would be as simple, so he replied, but of course, literature is the foundation of a nation. The legatee will definitely ensure its continuation. Hearing this, Li Muqing smiled happily and said, that's great. I don't have any other matters, so I'll be staying with the Ying family. If the legatee wishes to see me, I'll be happy to oblige. Zhao Fu nodded, indicating that he understood. Following this, Li Muqing, Yu Ian, and Pan Yuling left, leaving only Feng Shu. She glared at Zhao Fu and reminded him, remember to tell your legatee that I've come to the Ying family. He has to acknowledge me quickly, or I'll make sure you regret it. After saying this, she brandished her little fist, seeming as if she was going to beat Zhao Fu up, before leaving. Afterward, Zhao Fu dryly laughed and paid her no mind before returning to the heaven-awakened world. By the time Zhao Fu returned to the Great Qin city, all of the generals and soldiers were ready, so they officially set off towards West Pan City. A few hours later, Zhao Fu and the army arrived outside of West Pan City. Looking at the city ahead, Zhao Fu didn't bother with any tricks or schemes, and he ordered the soldiers to charge. They would destroy the villages outside first before surrounding West Pan City. After all, because they already had such immense strength, using schemes was quite troublesome. As such, Zhao Fu decided to use Great Qin's martial might to conquer West Pan City. Great Qin's 400,000 soldiers rushed forward like a black flood that wanted to destroy everything, and the ones charging at the front were the cavalry. At first, the kobold villagers looked quite confused because they had become accustomed to living in peace. With their strength, even system main cities didn't dare to attack them. Great Qin's countless cavalry didn't care at all, they had only one task, which was to kill anyone who resisted. They held their spears as they rode on their war horses and rushed ahead with unstoppable momentum, stabbing their spears through kobolds' chests. Immediately, blood flew everywhere, and pained cries sounded out as countless kobolds' lives were ended. The kobold villagers immediately retaliated, after all, they were outlanders and innately quite suited to fighting. The kobolds held spears, sabers, and clubs as they rushed towards Great Qin's cavalry, but the conclusion was quite tragic. First, they were only villagers, not actual soldiers, and their cultivation and equipment were far inferior to those of Great Qin's soldiers. More importantly, there were only a few thousand of them against Great Qin's 400,000 soldiers. No matter how ferocious the kobolds were, they were incredibly weak in front of Great Qin. They desperately threw spears, but they found that Great Qin's soldiers were able to knock them away easily, and the spears were unable to deal any damage. Soon, the kobolds were quickly devoured by the Black Flood, after which everything became peaceful again, leaving the corpses silently lying on the ground. Even though the kobolds were quick to resist, they were also quick to surrender. They respected power, and after seeing that it was impossible to win and hearing that those who surrendered would be spared, many kobolds obediently kneeled and chose to surrender. After quickly and easily dealing with the villages, Great Gin's soldiers tightly surrounded West Pan City. West Pan City went into a state of emergency, and kobold soldiers held their weapons and stood on the city walls, seriously looking at Great Gin's countless soldiers and prepared to fight. 489 Death. There was a tall and muscular kobold on the city walls, and he was most likely City Lord Westpan. Westpan looked at Great Gin's countless soldiers with a serious expression. He had never expected anyone to attack West Pan City, and there were at least 400,000 enemies. Just what was going on? How had such a massive army suddenly appeared? Could it be that these people were all otherworlders? However, from their auras and looks, they didn't seem like otherworlders or players, but it was impossible for the system main cities to have so many people. After all, the three system main cities would only have 300,000 soldiers combined. How could there be an army of 400,000 soldiers? Moreover, after being in this region for such a long time, he hadn't made any trouble, so there was no need for those system main cities to expend such great efforts to attack West Pan City. Moreover, if they were going to attack, they would have attacked long ago and not have waited until now. As such, just what faction was this below? West Pan couldn't figure it out at all. Just who were these people and why were they attacking? The army slowly parted, and Zhao Fu rode out on Little Black with a few generals following behind him. West Pan didn't recognize Zhao Fu and his people, but beside him, when Belen saw Zhao Fu, his expression greatly changed. After all, Zhao Fu was the person who he had been trading with and who had boosted his position, so how could he not recognize him? Wasn't he going to consider trading stage 3 medicinal pills? How come he had brought so many people to attack West Pan City? Moreover, he seemed to be the boss of this faction. Belen had never expected this at all. Before, he had been treating Belen with such respect, but after thinking about it, Belen realized that he had been duped. West Pan could detect the changes in Belen, and his gaze became cold as he asked, "Belen, do you recognize that person? What's going on?" Belen didn't dare to trick him and quickly explained to West Pan from when they had first started trading. After listening to Belen's explanation, West Pan felt quite confused. If they had long since planned to attack West Pan City, why would they trade with them and provide a large number of medicinal pills and equipment, which would boost West Pan City's strength? After all, the other side wasn't an idiot. Could it be that there was something wrong with the medicinal pills and equipment? But he had checked everything over, and there was nothing wrong with them. Just what was their aim? Could it be that they wanted to use those benefits to convince West Pan City to surrender? Zhao Fu looked at the city walls, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "I recommend that you surrender. I will treat all you well. If you resist, the only conclusion is death. Don't even dream of resisting an army of 400,000 soldiers. That is simply impossible." Hearing this, West Pan's expression became grim because he knew that it was indeed almost impossible to stop the attack of 400,000 soldiers. What's more, the person speaking seemed to be the city lord of a basic city. Even if they fought, West Pan wouldn't have an advantage when fighting him and might even lose. However, he couldn't just surrender so easily. "Sir, it's impossible for us to surrender so easily, but we can form an alliance. In the future, we will sell everything to you at half price." How does that sound? West Pan knew that it was likely that they would lose, so he planned to become alliance members to avoid this battle and sacrifice some of their profits in order to keep the peace. Hearing West Pan's words, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. Who wanted their items? The only thing that Zhao Fu wanted was the city itself and the people. That's impossible. All I want is West Pan City. You can either choose to submit or die, Zhao Fu said with great confidence and domineeringness. West Pan felt quite furious. He had already taken a step back and spoken civilly, yet the other side was still being so overbearing and didn't put West Pan City in its eyes at all. It was as if they thought that West Pan City was scared. "Then you can try us. West Pan City will show no weakness," West Pan said angrily, his words filled with hostile intent. "Ha ha ha." Zhao Fu loudly laughed before ordering, "Attack." As soon as this command was given out, Great Gin's soldiers' aura became incredibly serious and oppressive, shocking the kobold soldiers on the city walls. First, the 6 figures beside Zhao Fu shot into the sky, and the terrifying auras they gave off caused the weather to change, shocking everything within the entire region. The 3 city lords within the region felt this burst of strength, and their expressions became grim. They quickly left their system main cities and turned into rays of light as they flew towards West Pan City. Just what had happened there back at West Pan City, the kobolds all looked at the 6 powerful people in the sky. They were all city lords, 5 of them were the city lords of system main cities, and only one of them was the city lord of a basic city. How could they not be shocked at seeing 6 city lords gathering? After all, city lords weren't as common as radishes, and at most, a region would have 4 of them. And yet, the enemy commanded 6 city lords, and this didn't include their leader. This caused West Pan to feel incredibly shocked. Swish, swish, swish. As all of the kobolds stared in shock, countless ballistic bolts with hidden evil roots tied to them tore through the air and flew towards West Pan City. The numerous kobolds quickly reacted and raised their shields, and those without shields immediately ducked for cover as well. However, the targets of the ballistic bolts weren't the kobolds on the wall. The countless ballistic bolts hit the city walls, and even though not many kobolds were injured or killed, a white smoke started to spread because the hidden evil roots had been set alight. West Pan immediately realized that there was something wrong with this smoke, so he wanted to dissipate it. However, before he could do anything, the 6 people in the air started to attack him, forcing him to dodge about. Within the white smoke, after breathing a mouthful of the smoke, the kobold soldiers felt their bodies weaken and felt incredibly powerless. Beads of sweat ran down their bodies, and they soon collapsed on the city walls. West Pan City had 60,000 soldiers, and because they had all consumed medicinal pills containing hidden evil for a long time, they all instantly collapsed and lost the ability to fight. However, there were also many residents who were participating in the defense. There were 230,000 residents, and apart from some women, elderly people, and children, there were about 100,000 or so kobold residents defending. 490 West Pan. Those 100,000 or so kobold residents had taken many medicinal pills containing hidden evil, so they were immune to the smoke. Now, they were the main force in defending the city. Zhao Fu once again shouted, "West Pan, I'll give you another chance. Are you willing to surrender? If you're still unwilling to surrender, we'll have to kill you all." Now, West Pan was being completely suppressed by the 6 city lords. If it wasn't for him dodging about and being covered by the residents, he might have died already. However, the reason that the 6 city lords hadn't killed West Pan was because they weren't using their full power. After all, there were 6 of them against 1 of him, and 5 of them were city lords of system main cities. They had an absolute advantage. West Pan was only the city lord of a basic city, so it was impossible for him to win. The 3 city lords of the region could only watch from afar. Great Kin was too powerful, and they didn't dare to rashly throw themselves in. Moreover, West Pan City was just an outlander city and had no relation to them, so they wouldn't make trouble for themselves by getting involved. However, West Pan was still unwilling to surrender, and he seemed to want to escape with the city creation stone. "Hurry! Cover me!" West Pan yelled, causing the countless residents to fire arrows towards the 6 city lords in the air while West Pan rushed towards the city hall. West Pan wasn't stupid, and he knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat 6 city lords by himself. Now that his 60,000 soldiers had collapsed, it seemed that there had been something wrong with the medicinal pills. Now that there were only 100,000 residents defending, it was simply impossible to protect the city. After all, the residents had low stats and low cultivations, so how could they defend against an army of 400,000 people? Since he knew that they would lose, West Pan decided to take the city creation stone and run. With the city creation stone, he would at least be able to start over again. If he surrendered, he would always have to obey others and submit, and if Zhao Fu wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even be able to resist. He would no longer be able to enjoy the power that he did now, so unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't surrender. The countless residents obeyed and shot out a wave of arrow rain towards the 6 city lords in the air. Even they couldn't disregard so many arrows. The 6 city lords used their city lord seal's power and created a formless barrier that blocked the arrows. However, because of how many arrows there were, they were greatly slowed down. Even though the 100,000 residents were able to slow the 6 city lords down, West Pan City wasn't the only one that had archers. Great Kin also had archers, and it had far greater numbers. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the air being torn could be heard as Great Kin started to counterattack, and a wave of arrow rain densely fell towards the city walls. The sharp aura of the arrows caused the residents' hairs to stand on end, and their bodies instinctively trembled. The many kobold residents were instantly suppressed by Great Kin, and the 6 city lords continued to chase after West Pan. Zhao Fu didn't show any mercy and said, "Kill him." After hearing Zhao Fu's command, the 6 people's bodies exploded out with even greater power, and their expressions became serious as they used their full strength. Beiqi gripped the 7 murder's sword, and it hummed as it gave off an incredible killing intent and flashed with a blood-red light. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Beiqi slashed out, sending out a massive wave of blood-red sword light. This was accompanied by a blood-red sword wind, which rushed towards West Pan. West Pan was given a big fright, and he was forced to dodge to the side. The terrifying blood-red sword light continued onto the ground, demolishing multiple houses and leaving a 100-meter-wide sword gash on the ground. Even though Westpan had avoided this attack, he was forced to change his route to the city hall. He still wanted to fly towards the city hall because after seeing how powerful Beichi was, he was even more determined to escape. However, how could Great Kin allow him to do as he wished? Wei Liao also attacked, raising his voracious wolf sword, which gave off a green light, causing a green aura to gather towards him. He then slashed down, causing a 10-meter-long wolf to rush out with a ferocious aura towards Westpan. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out. Westpan had been a bit careless and was hit by the giant wolf. The massive impact caused Westpan's body to fly and crash onto the ground, creating a 10-meter-wide crater. Og! A trace of blood leaked out of Westpan's mouth as he furiously roared and exploded out with a terrifying power. He had been suppressed this entire time and felt quite angry, causing him to explode out with his full strength. A red aura flame burst forth, and Westpan swept out with his spear. Savage dogs appeared in the air, numbering in the thousands. They were all 2 meters long, and they savagely howled as they rushed at the 6 people in the air. Facing the onslaught of these savage dogs, the 6 city lords' expression didn't change at all, and they all unleashed their most powerful attacks. Boom! Saber lights, sword images, and spear lights, which gave off destructive power, shot towards Westpan. The savage dogs were instantly annihilated, and the various attacks continued on towards Westpan. Westpan did his best to block, but he was still easily sent flying. He only stopped after crashing through 10 or so houses and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu had ordered the 300 ghost illusionists and 300 ghost summoners to go to another city wall while Zhao Fu drew most of the people to the front of the city. Zhao Fu wasn't in a hurry to attack the city, so he had his archers shoot out waves of arrows to suppress and draw in their targets. The 300 ghost illusionists came to another city wall and raised their staffs and chanted, causing ghostly chi to rise up from the ground and cover that area. There weren't many people defending there, as most people had been attracted over to the front by the rest of the army. With the fact that the residents' cultivations weren't very high, they were drawn into the illusion very easily and tormented by the ghosts in the illusion. The ghost summoners pressed their hands against the ground, summoning malicious ghosts that rushed towards the city walls. Their sharp claws easily sank into the city walls as they climbed up and started to slaughter the residents in the illusion. Paint cries sounded out within the ghostly chi-filled area, causing others not to dare to step into it. Zhao Fu's soldiers started to move towards where the 100 ghost illusionists were and started to attack from there. The soldiers either propped up ladders or threw grappling hooks as the 100 ghost illusionists dissipated the ghostly chi, allowing them to climb up. The soldiers worked well together with the 100 ghost illusionists, and with the malicious ghosts leading the way, the soldiers quickly started to slaughter the remainder of the residents on the city walls. 491 city lords seal soon. Great Kin's soldiers controlled the city wall, and they had done it incredibly easily. In fact, if Zhao Fu had brought the wyverns and the 150,000 skeletons, it would have been even easier. After taking control of this city wall, Great Kin's soldiers were able to open the city gates, allowing the rest of the army to rush in. After hearing that the city wall had been breached, the other kobolds were unable to help because they were still resisting the attacks from the main force of the army with great difficulty, and they had no resources to spare. Great Kin's soldiers, who had flooded in quickly, took control of the elderly, women, and children before attacking the 3 other city walls from the inside. Now, Westpan City was destined to lose. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Westpan's body was sent flying after being hit by Meng Tian's spear. No matter how hard Westpan fought, he was only the city lord of a basic city, and even a single city lord of a system main city would be able to take him down. Even though it would take some effort, with 6 city lords, there was no hope of victory for Westpan. Westpan crashed onto the ground and coughed up a big mouthful of blood, his body covered with wounds. On the other hand, the 6 city lords were essentially unscathed, and even their clothes were perfectly fine. The conclusion was already set, and in order to prevent anything unexpected from happening, Zhao Fu stood in the air to ward off the 3 hidden city lords. He had long since sensed them and wanted to prevent them from interfering. Right now, Great Kin's only aim was to conquer Westpan City, and those 3 city lords weren't targets yet. However, if they dared to get too close, Zhao Fu wouldn't mind making them his targets as well. However, since they were so far away right now, if Zhao Fu approached, they would most likely run. Og! Westpan was already seriously injured, and he roared as he exploded out with the rest of his strength. His muscles went taut as he gripped his spear and stared at Zhao Fu, preparing to throw his spear at Zhao Fu with his final attack. Kai! Beichi appeared behind Westpan, and his face was extremely cold as his 7 murders sword stabbed through Westpan's chest. Blood flowed out of Westpan's mouth, but he gripped his spear, still wanting to throw his spear towards Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu didn't give him the opportunity to. The 7 murders sword shot out with blood-red sword light, destroying West Pan's organs. West Pan's eyes lost their focus, after which all trace of life left his body and his corpse fell to the ground. After West Pan finally died, an iron black city lord seal that gave off a faint light floated out of his body. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had thought that West Pan would surrender, but in the face of such adversity, he had still chosen to fight to the death. However, now that West Pan had died, West Pan City lost all ability to resist. Nearly all of the ones defending were residents, and there were practically no soldiers. West Pan was their only hope, and now that he had died, the kobolds had lost their hope. Of course, there were still some kobolds who were loyal to the death, and they continued to resist. However, when they rushed up and fought with Great Qin's soldiers, they were shocked to find that their weapons immediately shattered, and they were ferociously killed by Great Qin's soldiers. As such, many kobold residents died, and the rest started to quickly surrender. Following this, Great Qin easily took control of West Pan City. After seeing this, the 3 city lords in the distance chose to leave in order to prevent being dragged into this. Now, it was time to wrap things up. Some soldiers first gathered the captives, including the surrendered residents and the unconscious soldiers, while others collected everything of value. Beiqi walked over and handed over the iron black city lord seal to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked over it and felt the power that it contained. Great Qin had obtained another city lord seal, and the Great Qin city was one step closer to becoming a great city. Zhao Fu held the city lord seal and entered West Pan City's city hall, and he chose to conquer and relocate the city. System announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered West Pan City and obtained 1000 achievement points. System announcement. You have relocated West Pan City and obtained 340,000 experience point. System announcement. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 more points. It was the same system announcements as normal, so Zhao Fu didn't pay too much attention to it. The surrounding buildings started to crumble, and the light from the city heart grew fainter as it became a city creation stone again. Finally, the golden cube automatically floated into Zhao Fu's hands. Zhao Fu grabbed the city creation stone and immediately put it away. After coming outside, the countless surrendered kobolds had already been gathered together. The unconscious kobold soldiers had been woken up and tightly bound, making it impossible for them to break free. As Zhao Fu walked over, countless kobolds knelt in fear, and Zhao Fu looked over and found that Belen was among them. Feeling Zhao Fu's gaze, Belen thought about what had happened before, with him acting all high and mighty in front of Zhao Fu and not placing him in his eyes. Who would have thought that Zhao Fu's identity would be far grander than his by thousands of times, yet he had been acting high and mighty in front of him. It was like a mouse trying to scare a lion, and he might be skinned alive now. Belen was scared to the point that his head was pressed against the ground, and his body trembled. He was terrified that Zhao Fu would kill him, so he couldn't help but yell, "Lord, this lowly one unintentionally offended you before. Please have mercy on me." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and ignored him as he said to the captives, "West Pan City has lost. Those who submit to Great Qin will be treated as subjects of Great Qin, but those who refuse to surrender will be killed. Don't even dream of being released." These words were primarily spoken to the soldiers who had just woken up. By now, most of the kobold residents had chosen to surrender. "Lord, we are willing to surrender and become Great Qin's subjects. Lord, please don't kill me. I'll do anything you say, I'll even give my body to you. You scum, you killed our city lord. I'll kill you and take revenge for the city lord." After Zhao Fu spoke, countless voices sounded out, some expressed their willingness to surrender, while others cursed at Zhao Fu. 492 Silver Lake Immortal. In the end, Zhao Fu obtained 160,000 kobold residents and 40,000 soldiers, which added up to roughly 200,000 people. With these people, Great Qin's population reached 2.5 million. The 40,000 kobold soldiers were all Stage 1, which essentially meant that he had obtained 40,000 Stage 1 soldiers for free without having to expend any resources to nurture them. Apart from the people, they also obtained a large amount of money and items. They could once again take back the equipment containing shatter steel iron that had been sold to West Pan City. Great Qin never made a loss when trading, and it instead made incredible returns each time. "Your Majesty, this person knows the recipe for Ceylon spice, and I brought him here," one of the generals respectfully said. "Ceylon spice?" Zhao Fu was a bit interested in this, so he nodded and had the person brought up. "This lowly one pays his respects to you, Lord." Belen awkwardly walked up and paid his respects. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised that it was Belen. Zhao Fu didn't feel much towards Belen. His impression of Belen was someone who had some potential and could take care of matters well. "Tell me the recipe for Ceylon spice." Zhao Fu got right to the point. Ceylon spice was an expensive item, and if they could mass sell it, they would be able to reap massive profits. Bellin lowered his head and obediently told Xiaofu the recipe for Ceylon spice, as well as how they had discovered it. Kobolds' noses were extremely sensitive, and they had a good grasp of smell and taste. According to Bellin, Ceylon spice was first created by an elderly kobold, but he had long since died. However, the recipe for creating Ceylon spice was quite complex, and it required 20 or so orchids and Ceylon wood, which was fairly rare. Great Ken had the flower fairy's blessing and massive buffs from the city heart, so there was no need to worry about the orchids. Xiaofu went to take a look at Ceylon wood. Ceylon wood came from Ceylon trees, which were 5 or 6 meters tall and had pink branches and dark green leaves, making it look quite interesting. There weren't many Ceylon trees in West Pan City, so they were unable to mass-produce Ceylon spice. Xiaofu dug up all of the Ceylon trees and brought them back to Great Kin. Only after developing a large number of Ceylon trees would he start mass-producing Ceylon spice. After taking care of these matters, Xiaofu took his people back to Great Kin, and re-established West Pan City, and had the kobolds settle in. Following this, Xiaofu made West Pan City's City Lord Seal a subsidiary seal, which resulted in it becoming a bit smaller and a portion of its power to be absorbed by the Great Ken Seal. Xiaofu then gave the City Lord Seal and a Stage 3 Blood God Pill to Doke. Doke excitedly and emotionally held the City Lord Seal, and he quickly half-knelt as he said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiaofu nodded and dismissed him. Doke was the first kobold leader to join Great Kin, and even though he had only been a village chief, with Great Kin's nurturing, he had become an important figure. His grade and cultivation were both good, so it was only fitting to give the City Lord Seal to him. Because they had just taken down West Pan City, Xiaofu wasn't in a rush to move on to their next objective, and he instead gave the soldiers some time to rest and recuperate. The next day, a muffled explosion sounded out from within Xiaofu's room, after which a formless pressure rippled out. Xiaofu relaxed as his cultivation broke through to Stage 3. Being heaven grade meant that his cultivation speed was incredibly fast, and he had long since surpassed Beiqi. Before, Xiaofu's cultivation had been far below Beiqi's, but he had quickly overtaken him because of his grade. After breaking through to Stage 3, Xiaofu felt his strength increase a bit more. His strength, bloodline, and constitution had become more powerful. Xiaofu walked out of his room to move about and get some fresh air. Even though it was midday and the sun was in the middle of the sky, it was still a bit cold. "Your Majesty, the team from Gloomy Jungle has returned with a large number of essences," a soldier came up and reported. Gloomy Jungle provided a large number of Stage 1 and above corpses, and because the soldiers collected these corpses, they also collected a large number of essences. 1,200 of each type of essence could fuse to form a Silver Lake Immortal weapon, and Xiaofu had already fused together a Silver Lake Immortal sword. The sword was epic rank and had a type of martial conception. The sword was quite powerful, but because it wasn't easily wielded, it was quite difficult for Xiaofu to find a suitable person for it. As such, it had remained within Xiaofu's ring all this time. There were 7 Silver Lake Immortal weapons in total, and after Xiaofu had enough essences to fuse the sword, the goblins no longer dropped sword essences. This meant that there could only be 1 of each type of equipment. Xiaofu had been collecting these essences this entire time, and he had gathered quite a lot. Now that the team was returning with a large number of essences, they should be able to fuse together the 6 remaining pieces of equipment. Xiaofu went to an empty area and took out the saber essences first. They gave off a sharp white light and were the shape of a saber. They were also about as long and wide as a finger. Xiaofu didn't have to do much. After taking out the saber essences, they seemed to call out to each other as they flew into the sky. A massive saber chi rippled out, destroying the surrounding clouds as the sword essences turned into resplendent motes of light, looking as beautiful as the stars. A beautiful image of a peaceful lake appeared, and the power of a martial conception slowly appeared. Finally, the motes of light fused together and turned into a long, silver saber that gave off a bright silver light and slowly descended. Xiaofu stretched out his hand, caught it, and examined it. The saber was about 1 meter long, and it was longer than most ordinary sabers. It was about 3 fingers wide, and there were patterns on the blade. The hilt was also quite long, allowing one to grip it with both hands, and overall, the saber was quite beautiful. After fusing together the Silver Lake Immortal Saber, Xiaofu took out the spear essences, which looked like little spears that were as long as a finger and gave off a piercing aura. Xiaofu took out the 1,200 spear essences, which called out to each other and flew into the sky. They also turned into resplendent motes of light, after which the image of a lake appeared and the countless spear essences fused together to form a silver spear that slowly descended. Xiaofu grabbed the spear and looked it over. The spear was about 2 meters long, and the body seemed to be made of silver. The spearhead was quite long and sharp, and it gave off a chilling, sharp glow. There were patterns on the body, and it also looked quite exquisite and beautiful. 493 Unknown General Star. Following this, Zhao Fu took out another type of essence, which looked like a small shield that was 1 finger long and 3 fingers wide, and it gave off a firm aura. 1,200 shield essences automatically flew into the sky and fused into a large silver shield. The silver shield was circular and half as tall as a person. There was a blossoming daffodil at the center of the shield and flowery patterns around it, making it look incredibly beautiful. Moreover, this silver shield gave off an aura of firmness that seemed to be able to block everything. Following this, Zhao Fu fused together the bow essences, hatchet essences, and hammer essences. The 3 pieces of equipment all seemed to be forged from silver, and they were covered with patterns, making them look quite exquisite. At the same time, they gave off different powerful auras. The silver bow gave the feeling that anyone who held it would be able to shoot with 100% accuracy and kill all enemies. The silver hatchet gave off a ferocious power that seemed to be able to split open mountains, and the silver hammer gave off a berserk power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Now, Zhao Fu had fused all 7 of the Silver Lake Immortal pieces of equipment, and all of them gave off different auras. They seemed to be connected to each other and had some consciousness, which would allow them to choose their own masters. This made Zhao Fu think of the 12 assassin equipment sets, which also seemed to be connected and represented different types of power, and they could choose their owners and contained legacies. However, the difference was that the Silver Lake Immortal equipment was focused on direct battles and gave off direct, powerful, destructive auras, while the assassin equipment sets were mainly for assassination. Even though they all had different fighting styles, their core was the assassin profession. Moreover, the assassin equipment sets were only dark gold rank equipment, but they could evolve to much higher grades, though they only started at dark gold rank. On the other hand, the Silver Lake Immortal equipment started off as epic rank equipment and contained martial conception that only high-stage cultivators could grasp, so they would definitely be more powerful than the assassin equipment sets. It was a pity that the more powerful the equipment, the more difficult it would be for it to choose an owner. Looking at the 7 pieces of equipment floating around him, Zhao Fu felt quite troubled. These pieces of equipment were suitable for warriors, not generals. This was because the general profession wasn't centered around battle but leading troops. As such, it wouldn't be suitable for generals to use these pieces of equipment. Right now, apart from generals, Zhao Fu only had civil ministers or people who had already been chosen by the assassin equipment sets. The only person remaining was Jnaya, as he was not a general nor an assassin. Instead, he was a swordsman. However, Jnaya wasn't suitable either, as he walked the path of the sword. He didn't care how powerful his weapon was, only how powerful and sharp his sword darts and his heart were. As such, Jnaya was still using that iron sword he chose from the armory. However, as Jnaya continuously fought, it had become more and more powerful, and it had become a decent sword. With Jnaya's strength, he would be able to develop a sword conception that suited himself, so he wouldn't need the Silver Lake conception. If Zhao Fu gave the Silver Lake Immortal sword to Jnaya, it would instead hinder his progress. Now, Zhao Fu didn't have anyone suitable for any of the 7 pieces of equipment. Of course, it was best to find suitable owners for these legacy pieces of equipment as soon as possible so that they could quickly grasp their power. However, there was nothing that Zhao Fu could do about this, so he could only sigh, put the Silver Lake Immortal equipment into his Disaster King ring, and wait until he could find suitable owners for them. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion sounded out, and Zhao Fu was given a big shock and looked into the distance. A star giving off a green and black light and a boundless aura had appeared in the sky, and it was slowly descending. This wasn't a general star entering one's life but returning. In other words, a historical figure's fate seal had been unsealed. What was even more shocking was that this general star not only gave off the voracious wolf's green light and its mysterious and cunning aura but also the army destroyer's black light and conquering aura. The 2 lights covered half of the sky, and the aura from the star was immense, terrifying countless living creatures. Everyone in China was incredibly shocked as they looked at the 2-colored general star in the sky. This definitely wasn't one of the 13 general stars, as they all represented different attributes and there wasn't a single general star with 2 types of attributes. Moreover, this general star was quite extraordinary as it possessed both the voracious wolf and army destroyer's attributes, which were 2 of the 3 stars that could send the world into turmoil. This proved that this general wasn't simple and contained immense power. Who had awakened this general star? Countless people felt incredibly curious, but none of them could guess just who could awaken such a general star. Zhao Fu also felt quite curious as to who this person was. Whoever it was, he definitely surpassed his 3 most powerful generals, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao. Within the Great Zhou City, inside a massive magic formation, a white-haired, ruddy-faced elder, who gave off a boundless aura, was standing there. He was the renowned Grand Duke Zhang Zia. Apart from him standing at the center of the magic formation, there were 6 people around him. 1 held a sharp sword, one held a book, one held a black and white painting, one held a command medallion, one held an ink stick, and one held a Taiki diagram. The 6 people gave off different powers, and they represented the school of military, the Confucians, the logicians, the legalists, the Mohists, and the Taoists. They sent their own powers into the formation to boost its strength, lifting Zhang Zia into the air as a 2-colored pillar of light rose from his body and shot into the sky, making him seem like a deity. Zhang Zia's abilities were unrivaled in the history of China. He was adept at not only military strategy but also internal affairs, feng shui, philosophy, writing, and politics. He was skilled in almost every regard, and many schools of thought held him to be part of their school, which was why he was called the 100 Schools Grandmaster. Many of historical classics greatly esteemed him, which was incredibly rare, showing his abilities. Perhaps only he was able to awaken a 2-colored general star. Luckily, Zhang Zia wasn't fond of killing, or he may have awakened a 3-colored general star that possessed the voracious wolf, army destroyer, and 7 murders powers. As Zhang Zia's general star descended, all of Great Shu's fate greatly changed. Its fate started to toss and turn like an ocean, and it grew larger and larger and more powerful. This was just from Zhang Zia's fate being added to Great Shu's fate, and it even purified Great Shu's fate. 494 Whiteleaf City. Zhao Fu stared at the 2-colored star in silence for a while until it gradually disappeared. He didn't know how that person had undone his fate seal, but he felt that it probably wasn't through a general armament. It was only natural that others would have opportunities as well, but they had to investigate who this 2-colored star belonged to, as he could be a great obstacle to Great Kin in the future. This person would be an immense obstacle, so they had to investigate in advance to make good preparations. After thinking about this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but sigh. Great Kin's path in the future would be more and more difficult. Moreover, after such a long time, Stage 1 soldiers still weren't even common yet, so just when would they be able to have Stage 9 soldiers? This road was an incredibly long one, and Great Kin's growth was still too slow. Following this, Zhao Fu called Go Binglin over and had him prepare intelligence on their second objective, which was Vietnam's flowing water city. Go Binglin quickly returned with quite a lot of information. Zhao Fu sat on his chair and looked through the information in detail while Go Binglin stood beside him, ready to answer any questions. The room was very quiet, and the only thing that could be heard was Zhao Fu turning pages. An hour later, Zhao Fu finished looking through the information. He found that the boundary region was still as volatile, and the factions were still like fire and water. The situation there hadn't calmed down at all. In the face of national pride and enmity, personal gratitude and grievances didn't matter much. There were factions that would betray their nation for benefits, but most ordinary people still loved their nation and would choose to fight against their nation's enemies. Perhaps they would suffer some losses, but while they were still feeling hot-blooded, such things didn't matter as much. Since the people on both sides were like this, how could boundary regions be peaceful? Of course they viewed each other with enmity and attacked each other. Zhao Fu didn't care much about other boundary regions, he only cared about the region that Flowing Water City was in. In the last battle, Flowing Water lost a large number of soldiers and players. Currently, there were 330,000 residents and 100,000 soldiers, but only 40,000 or so of them were at Stage 1. Even though players had been respawning, there were still only 600,000 or so of them. In other words, Flowing Water City's battle power was only about 1 million people. However, because Great Kin was a Chinese faction, the Vietnamese people would still desperately resist, so the battles would be incredibly intense. There was also the other Vietnamese city lord, she would definitely get involved, so Zhao Fu had to take her into consideration as well. Her system main city was called Fragrant Moon City. It had 400,000 residents, 100,000 soldiers, and 1 million players, totaling 1.5 million people. If these two factions joined together, they would have a battle force of 2.5 million people, so Zhao Fu had to take this seriously. Great Kin now had 450,000 soldiers after adding the 40,000 kobold soldiers and another 10,000 soldiers. Even though Great Kin had good equipment, Great Kin would still suffer quite a bit against a force of 2.5 million people. Even with 150,000 skeletons, it was likely that they would still lose. Perhaps they could work together with the two Chinese system main cities. If they allied with those two system main cities, Great Kin would be able to take down the two Vietnamese system main cities. After making this decision, Zhao Fu gathered his generals to discuss in order to make sure that there wasn't anything that he was overlooking or missing. The generals were quite supportive of Zhao Fu's plan, and Wei Liao smiled as he said, "Your Majesty, this plan is quite doable. The main thing is how we'll convince the two Chinese system main cities to participate. Even though they have enmity with the Vietnamese system main cities, they won't let Great Kin reap such great benefits." Wang Jian also nodded and said, "Indeed, Those two system main cities are the key. If we can mobilize them, there won't be any worries for this battle. Suddenly, Beichi thought of something, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Your Majesty, I have an idea that we can try." When he heard this, Zhaofu smiled and nodded, saying, "What is your plan, Beichi?" Beichi cupped his hands as he said, "Your Majesty, with Great Qin's strength, a system main city is already unable to stop us. Ordinary players tremble at the name of Great Qin and don't dare to make an enemy out of Great Qin. We can have the army surround one of the Chinese system main cities and have our 7 city lords reveal themselves, forcing them to join our side. With Great Qin's strength, if they don't want to die, they'll have to agree to join us. However, Great Qin can also give up some benefits, such as some of the items and money within the Vietnamese system main cities, and use those as rewards for the players, motivating them. Moreover, Great Qin can also give some of the resources to the Chinese system main cities so that they'll be more willing to cooperate with us." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Zhaofu felt quite satisfied with this plan, so he asked the other generals what they thought. After hearing their approval of the plan, they decided to use Beichi's plan. By now, Great Qin soldiers had rested and cultivated for a few days, so they were full of vigor and battle intent. They marched into the teleportation channels and arrived at the boundary region. Suddenly, an isolation barrier's power covered Whiteleaf City, making it impossible to use any teleportation channels within the city. Everyone inside felt quite surprised, and they wondered why the teleportation channels no longer worked. Rumble. A massive rumbling sound came from outside the city, and it was simply deafening. A shocking and boundless aura covered Whiteleaf City, making countless people's expressions become grim. The soldiers standing guard on the city walls saw Great Qin's massive army, and they revealed expressions of terror and immediately yelled, "Enemy attack! Hurry and close the city gates." Seeing this petrifying scene, the players outside the city quickly returned to Whiteleaf City, and soon, news that Whiteleaf City was being attacked spread throughout the city. Whiteleaf City was the city that had fought with Flowing Water City, and it had also suffered some losses. It was weaker than the other system main city, so Zhaofu had made it his first target. Whiteleaf City's city lord, Beirushan, received this news and felt quite startled. He immediately came to the city walls and looked at the dense army heading towards them. He felt quite shocked. Who was attacking Whiteleaf City this time? Could it be that Flowing Water still wasn't done after last time? At first, Beirushan thought that it was one of the Vietnamese system main cities, but after looking closer, he found that it wasn't a system main city faction. After all, there were many outlanders within the army, and no human system main city had outlanders as soldiers. However, there were also humans among them, so Beirushan couldn't understand just what faction this was. However, this faction was incredibly powerful. 495 Dynasty Legatee. There were 400,000 people below, and half of them had stage 1 cultivation while the other half were close to stage 1. This force completely exceeded Whiteleaf City's strength. Upon seeing this, Beirushan immediately gave out emergency quests to gather players. With Whiteleaf City's own power, it was impossible to defend Whiteleaf City, and the situation was quite dangerous. The army below suddenly stopped and did not attack, making Beirushan feel quite surprised. After all, attacking now while they were unprepared was the best time, yet they had suddenly stopped. Following this, the army parted, and 20 or so people riding on black war horses appeared. Seeing these people, Beirushan's pupils constricted and felt quite shocked, as 8 of these people were city lords. 5 of them were the city lords of system main cities, and 3 of them were the city lords of basic cities. None of them hid their auras, so Beirushan was able to tell this immediately. This was what Zhaofu had wanted. "City Lord Bei, I would like to discuss some matters with you," Zhaofu loudly said with a trace of a smile. Beirushan still felt quite nervous because no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to fight against 8 city lords. This was a battle that he would definitely lose. After hearing Zhaofu's words, Beirushan thought about it and realized that he might be able to turn the situation around, so he felt a bit relieved and asked, "What is it, sir?" Zhaofu did not hide his identity or his aim, and he said directly, "I am Great Qin's legatee. The Vietnamese side has offended China and insulted us, so I am here to destroy it and restore honor to China. I heard that Whiteleaf City has enmity with Flowing Water City, so I came here to invite City Lord Bei and all the Chinese players to work together with us to destroy them. Don't worry. There will be great benefits for all of you. Great Qin won't touch any of the resources within the Vietnamese system main city, and will gift all of them to City Lord Bei and the Chinese players." Zhaofu did not bother hiding his identity because he wanted to scare the ordinary players into submission and give them confidence. After all, only with a large number of players would they be able to fight this battle, so he had to use Great Qin's name to make them join him. As for his aim, there was no need to hide that either, as his aim also served to motivate the players to join, nor was it even possible to hide it. Just as expected, after Zhao Fu said Great Qin's name, the countless players' expressions became ones of fear. The terror of Great Qin still had not disappeared. However, after hearing the second half of Zhao Fu's words, the players couldn't help but feel excited. Great Qin's legatee wanted to destroy the Vietnamese side, which they had great enmity with. With Great Qin leading them, they would definitely be able to destroy the other side. What's more, after destroying the other side, Great Qin did not want any resources. Just thinking about the equipment, skills, and money that would belong to them, the players couldn't help but feel excited. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, Bei Rusheng thought deeply. Great Qin wasn't inviting them to fight with him but forcing them. However, he could not do anything about this, as Great Qin was too powerful. Bei Rusheng did not want to face the attack of 8 city lords, so he could only take a step back and agree. After all, he did have enmity with Flowing Water City. If he did not destroy them, they would come and destroy his city sooner or later. Since that was the case, it was better to take initiative and act first. Who knew, perhaps they would obtain some great benefits, and Flowing Water City's resources would belong to White Leaf City. What Bei Rusheng didn't know was that the battle between them had been orchestrated by the person standing in front of him, Zhao Fu. Seeing that Bei Rusheng had agreed, Zhao Fu immediately took out a contract and had Bei Rusheng sign it before telling him the plan, and soon, White Leaf City's people started to move out. The players were extremely excited to the point that their faces went red. After all, living in a boundary region, they clashed with the Vietnamese players on a daily basis, and their enmity was extremely great. Now that they could finally take revenge, they almost couldn't control their emotions. After taking care of White Leaf City side, Zhao Fu took his army and Bei Rusheng to the other Chinese system main city. This system main city was called Fierce Mountain City, and it was about as strong as Fragrant Moon City, a Vietnamese city, and it was a decently sized system main city. When 400,000 soldiers surrounded Fierce Mountain City, an elegant young man's expression changed and lost his calmness. When Zhao Fu walked out with a group of people, the young man's expression became even more shocked because he remembered Zhao Fu. Back when Zhao Fu had ambushed Flowing Water City's city lord, he had been there too. He knew that Zhao Fu was a dynasty legatee and had a nation armament, which was incredibly rare. However, what the young man had never expected was that Zhao Fu would become so much stronger. Was he here for revenge? Back then, the young man had wanted to sit by and watch the two of them fight before reaping the rewards. Could it be that this person was here for revenge? Zhao Fu remembered this city lord. It was because of him and the other Vietnamese city lord that he had been unable to kill Flowing Water City's city lord and been forced to leave. If it wasn't for them, Zhao Fu would have long since killed Flowing Water City's city lord and obtained a system main city. When he thought of that, Zhao Fu felt quite annoyed. However, he had to think of the overall situation, so he put aside this matter and said the same words that he had said to Bei Rusheng. He also called Bei Rusheng out. Seeing Bei Rusheng, the young man looked quite serious and asked, "Brother Bei, have you really agreed already?" Bei Rusheng looked quite helpless and nodded. He had no choice but to agree, otherwise, he would have been destroyed. Seeing this, the young man sighed. In the face of Great Qin's power, he could only agree to join. After all, if he did not agree, he would have to face 9 city lords, Great Qin's soldiers, and the soldiers and players from White Leaf City. There was no chance of victory, and even though Great Qin had said that it was all for national pride and honor, they just wanted to use them to destroy the Vietnamese system main cities. Even though he knew Zhao Fu's true intentions, the young man had to agree, as he did not want to be destroyed. Following this, Fierce Mountain City's people also started to move out just like White Leaf City's people, and all of them were just as excited. Zhao Fu also found out that the young man's name was Zhao's. Following this, the 2 system main cities started to move out, and such a large movement could not escape the notice of the Vietnamese system main cities. However, it was only the Vietnamese system main city factions that knew that Great Qin's legatee had allied with the 2 Chinese system main cities to them. If the Vietnamese players knew about this, they would be scared witless. As for the Vietnamese system main cities, they had no idea who Great Qin's legatee was. 496 Great Qin attacks Vietnam. Even though they didn't know who Great Qin's legatee was, they understood that he definitely wasn't any ordinary person, or else he would not have been able to ally with 2 system main cities to attack them. Without any power on his side, how could those 2 Chinese system main cities be willing to fight on his side? Just his army of 400,000 soldiers alone was very difficult to deal with. With 2 system main cities and countless players by his side, it was not just the Vietnamese players who became fearful. The Vietnamese system main cities also started to panic as well. They were in a much weaker situation, and a single system main city definitely wouldn't be able to defend against so many people. As such, countless people started to feel terrified. News of this quickly spread into the real world, and any information related to Great Ken drew countless gazes. Now, there were two major pieces of news on the Heaven Awaken World Forum, the two-colored General Star and Great Ken attacking Vietnam. There were many people who were interested in the two-colored General Star, but they were mostly large factions. Ordinary people did not care about such things. However, Great Ken attacking Vietnam was an international war, so even the ordinary people were quite interested. Everyone knew how chaotic the boundary regions were. Those in boundary regions were continuously provoked, insulted, and attacked. The tension in the boundary regions affected all of China, making many Chinese people quite furious, but they were unable to do anything because the boundaries had not been opened up yet. Even though they felt angry, there was nothing they could do, so they could only watch on. Both sides continuously attacked each other, taking both victories and losses, but this did not solve the problem. After all, neither side could destroy the other, and the fights only made both sides hate each other even more. China's territory was quite large, and it neighbored many other countries. All of them continuously probed China, making the Chinese side feel a great amount of pressure. A single wolf was not very scary, but a pack of wolves was quite dangerous. The Chinese side was unable to deal with so many enemies, and many factions did not wish for battles to happen either. If the regions were all opened up, many ordinary people would head to the boundaries, as the clashes at boundary regions had angered many people on both sides. Once the regions were opened up, there would definitely be a massive battle, and countless ordinary people would be dragged in. This would be an opportunity for countless factions to rise up, but most of the large families would choose to sit aside instead of rushing in hot-headedly. The countless up-and-rising factions would be like spears charging forward, while the large families would be like solid shields. This was not just the case for China but other countries as well. The large and powerful families only cared about their interests and would not charge into things like the ordinary people would. These intense battles would create many powerful factions, but the large families were not weak either. If they fought, it was unclear who would win. Countless Chinese people were paying attention to the battle, as it was led by Great Ken. Many people felt quite excited, as they felt confident that Great Ken could destroy those two Vietnamese system main cities and take the first step in resolving the problem at the boundary regions. This would calm down the countries that bordered China and show them that the Chinese side could destroy them. Soon, many people who hated and feared Great Ken started to like it again. That was just how two-faced people were. The ordinary people just wanted Great Ken to bring honor to China and destroy its enemies, but what the countless factions were focused on was something else. Great Ken already had 4 system main cities, and it had just taken down Heavenstone City not too long ago, which made 5 system main cities in total. With the Great Ken City, that was already 6 city lords that they knew about. Moreover, Great Ken's army was simply too terrifying. It had 450,000 soldiers, and now, it was about to obtain 2 more system main cities. Great Ken was simply too powerful now, so compared to the ordinary people, who were excited, the countless factions became even more terrified. However, not all the factions felt this way, such as those whose goals weren't to become overlords, such as the ancient clans, the 100 schools of thought, and some righteous sects. They all more or less supported Great Ken's conduct. After all, they were quite supportive of Great Ken attacking foreign factions, increasing China's strength, and bringing China glory. At the same time, they felt glad that Great Ken could do some good things for China instead of simply harming it. Compared to China, the Vietnamese side was covered with a cloud of worry. With Great Ken's legatee leading such a massive force, could they resist him? If this region perished, then other regions would not be safe either. In the future, Great Ken could invade deeper into Vietnam, bringing Vietnam into danger. The Great Ken's actions caused all of Vietnam to start panicking. If it was within China, they would have been happy for it to rampage as much as it wanted, as those who died would all be Chinese people. However, Great Ken had set its gaze on Vietnam, and with a disaster imminent, they couldn't feel happy at all. All of Vietnam's factions started to conduct emergency meetings to discuss how to face Great Ken. After doing this for the first time, Great Ken would definitely do this even more times in the future, and they weren't wrong, as Zhao Fu's plan had always been to destroy Vietnam first. However, he had been forced to change his plans because of various things, and now that he had the opportunity, he wouldn't let Vietnam off. Some people cursed China for being shameless and unfair. If they had any pride, they wouldn't have Great Ken move out. Instead, they should fight fairly. Countless Vietnamese people supported such notions, so there were all sorts of battle invitations on the internet, demanding for there to be a fair fight without Great Ken. However, this only caused the Chinese side to wildly laugh, who wanted to have a fair fight with Vietnam. The notion of fairness simply didn't exist in war. Indeed, when had wars ever cared about fairness? There were only victors and losers, and only idiots demanded fairness and justice in wars. Hearing this, the Vietnamese people became even more enraged, and they continued to curse the Chinese side. The Chinese side did not back down either and cursed and insulted them back. Before the battles in the Heaven Awakened world had even started, a battle of insults had begun in the real world. Of course, Zhao Fu still did not know about any of this. News that two system main cities were about to attack caused all of the people in Flowing Water City to feel quite melancholic because Flowing Water City was the weakest out of the four system main cities. As such, it was only natural that the first one to be attacked would be them. 497 Fragrant Moon. Of course, it was impossible for Flowing Water City to defend against the combined attack of two system main cities. If they wanted to survive, they would have to think of a plan. The only choice they had was to ally with the other Vietnamese system main cities, which would not be a problem because they were in the same situation. This was because the Chinese side's objective was not just any system main city but the entire Vietnamese side, including the players. As such, it was only natural that the Vietnamese side would ally together. The relationship between the two system main cities was quite good, otherwise, why would Fragrant Moon City's city lord help out? Flowing Water City's city lord, Homing, immediately contacted Fragrant Moon City and told them about the situation and asked how to defend against the Chinese side's attack. After hearing about this, a beautiful woman in green looked quite serious and considered what to do about this. She was Fragrant Moon City's city lord, Danzō. After hearing about this, she had no idea what to do, as the other side was simply too powerful, and there was no way to deal with them. This matter was quite serious, so she felt that it was best to talk about this in person. Because of this, she personally went to Flowing Water City. Within a room, Homing and Danzō both looked quite austere as they sat across from each other. Homing said first, "Danzō, what do you think we should do? If they attack either of our system main cities, neither of us will be able to defend against them." Danzō nodded earnestly and said, "We're indeed unable to defend against so many people, but what I'm worried about is that we don't even know who Great Ken's legatee is and why he's targeting our system main cities. Could it be that there are grievances between us and him?" Thinking of grievances, Homing suddenly thought of a familiar figure, the person in the black cloak. He hadn't seen that person's appearance, but he remembered a pair of blood-red eyes. That person had most likely killed his adoptive father and blamed it on White Leaf City, resulting in that battle between Flowing Water City and White Leaf City, causing both of them to suffer heavy losses. Homing naturally felt great hatred towards that person, and he wanted to reduce that person to dust. He had almost died at that person's hands, so Homing had a deep impression towards Zhao Fu. "I feel that it could be that person because he's a dynasty legatee." According to the reports from the other worlders, Great Kin legatee's appearance is just like that person's. Homing said as his eyes shined icily. Hearing this, Danzō's expression became one of shock. Back then, when she and the other city lord had saved Homing, that person had said that he would make them pay for their actions. Who would have thought that the person would really come back for revenge? Two system main cities added together were already incredibly difficult to deal with, and with an extra dynasty legatee, it would be even more difficult. After thinking for a long time, Danzō sighed and said, "Right now, we can only combine our system main cities and gather our power to defend against the Chinese side. It's best that Fragrant Moon City moves over." "How could I let you do such a thing? It's better that I move Flowing Water City over. Now that the Flowing Water City is so weak, it should be moved over," Homing said resolutely. Hearing this, Danzō could only nod and agree. Homing relocated Flowing Water City as well as all of its residents and players. Because only the city creation stone could be moved and all of the structures were left behind, Flowing Water City's people had to enter Fragrant Moon City. Fragrant Moon City, which had already been a bit cramped, became incredibly overcrowded now that so many more people had entered. However, with more people, the Vietnamese side felt much more confident in stopping the Chinese side's attack. Homing re-established Flowing Water City's city creation stone next to Fragrant Moon City's city hall. Even though it seemed like Fragrant Moon City now had two city halls, it still had the stats of one system main city. This was because simply re-establishing a city inside another city did not stack their stats. If such a thing was possible, if Zhao Fu stacked all of the system main cities with the Great Ken City, its stats would become heaven-defying. However, because of how massive the Heaven Awakened world was, there were lots of interesting cities. Some twin cities had two city lords but only one city hall, and they had the stats of two cities combined in one city. Of course, twin cities were quite rare, and they could only be formed under special circumstances. After Flowing Water City was moved over, the two city lords gave out orders, and all of the residents and players started to work together. Because they were resisting a foreign force, they were all incredibly united. In this time of life or death, the two system main cities were not stingy with each other at all, and they took out all of their equipment and skills and gave them out to the defending players to increase their defenses. The countless players felt incredibly grateful, and they made the decision to guard Fragrant Moon City to the death. They also prepared arrows, oil, and heavy objects, and this teamwork greatly boosted their morale. Let alone Great Kin, it felt as if anyone could come and they would not feel afraid. The Vietnamese situation was soon reported to the Chinese side, and Zhao Fu sat in a hall with his generals, as well as Bei Rusheng and Zhaos, and discussed this matter. Now that the two system main cities have joined together, it won't be easy to attack the city, and our advantage will not be as great, Bei Rusheng said as he frowned. This is indeed quite difficult to deal with. Sir, do you have any ideas? Zhaos agreed before looking at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, even though this is a bit problematic, with our combined strength, Fragrant Moon City will not be able to stop us. As long as you give me your full support, Great Kin will definitely break through them. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Bei Rusheng and Zhaos felt quite reassured. With the other side's formidable power, they most likely had some powerful cards up their sleeve. Following this, the Chinese side completed their preparations. There were 1.9 million players, 160,000 Stage 1 soldiers, and 100,000 residents. With Great Kin's 450,000 soldiers, they had a military force of 2.6 million people, and they began to march towards Fragrant Moon City. Even though the Vietnamese side did not seem weak at all, the Chinese side's aura was incredibly powerful. They were led by Great Kin, and they all had great faith in Great Kin, as they had seen just how terrifying Great Kin's legacy was. Yet another heaven-shaking battle was about to erupt. 498 Falling Charge. Someone mightily bellowed as countless Chinese players rushed towards Fragrant Moon City like an ocean, seeming to be able to sweep away anything before them. The countless defenders on the city walls looked incredibly serious as they gazed at the countless charging Chinese people. They knew that this battle would not be an easy one, so none of them dared to be careless. Tranziayu and Ho Ming stood on the city walls as well, their expressions quite grim as they looked at the Chinese players. There was no space at all for negotiations, so they ordered, "Fire!" Swish, swish, swish. The defenders drew their bows, and arrows tore through the air, drawing arcs before falling like rain. In just an instant, the Chinese side suffered some injuries and casualties, as the first wave that had rushed up had simple wooden shields. These wooden shields were unable to stop the arrows from Stage 1 soldiers, but they could easily withstand arrows shot by players. The Vietnamese side had 2.5 million people, but excluding the children and elderly, they only had 2.3 million people, while the Chinese side had 2.6 million people. However, in terms of sieging, the defenders had made many preparations and had the advantage. As such, victory was still uncertain. The Vietnamese side and the Chinese side started to officially fight, and the eyes of the people on both sides were blood red. The hatred between the two sides was finally going to be resolved today. Only one side would live while the other side would die. As the Chinese side vigorously attacked, the Vietnamese side powerfully defended. Neither side wanted to lose. Fire. Another wave of arrow rain shot out, and the sharp aura that the arrows gave off seemed to be able to pierce the sky, shocking countless people. This once again caused some injuries and casualties to the Chinese side. By now, the Chinese side was able to counterattack, as many of them were close enough to attack. Now, waves of arrows also traveled upwards from below, and the defenders had to start raising their shields to protect themselves. Soon, the bloodthirsty ocean of people below reached the city walls, and players started to set up ladders or grappling hooks, preparing to climb up the city walls. The defenders above carried over all sorts of heavy objects, such as boulders or logs, and they threw them down towards the attackers. These heavy objects were quite effective at stopping the players. After all, being dropped from so high up and being so heavy, any object would cause a lot of damage. However, this was another matter for those with high cultivations, as they had the power to block those heavy objects. Only those with the same level of cultivation, sending their power into the heavy objects and throwing them down, would be able to injure those with high cultivations. Not all of the defenders were Stage 1 soldiers, so soon, some of the people from the Chinese side were able to reach the top of the city walls. Seeing that the situation was taking a turn for the worse, Ho Ming immediately ordered all of the archers to start firing directly downwards. At such close range, and also because the Chinese players were climbing up, it was very difficult to defend against the arrows. The arrows easily pierced into many Chinese people's bodies, and pitiful cries sounded out. Blood flew into the air as their bodies toppled down from above. The Chinese side's archers also ferociously counterattacked, continuously sending waves of arrows to the city wall. Soon, many Vietnamese people had also been injured or killed. At that moment, the Vietnamese side started to pour buckets of oil. Once they were ignited, they would form a sea of flames, causing countless deaths. At the same time, it would suppress their siege, lowering their side's morale. However, the Chinese side was prepared as well. Just as the sea of flames formed, The Chinese people threw out sparkling white powder, which gave off a hint of chilliness. The ground was instantly covered with ice, freezing the flaming oil. This powder was called ice powder, and it would instantly form ice upon landing on something. Seeing that the flaming oil had failed, the defenders continued to use arrows and heavy objects to defend, and the Chinese side continued to struggle. The battle was incredibly intense, and the number of casualties on both sides continuously rose. Looking from a high place, one would be able to see enemies on all sides of the fragrant Moon City. There were many people climbing up the city walls and countless people still approaching from the distance. Fragrant Moon City was in complete disorder, and many people hurriedly rushed to the various city walls, reinforcing that side and defending against the Chinese onslaught. The battle cries from both sides were incredibly loud, and the sound of roaring and wailing continuously sounded out, creating an incredibly intense scene. Zhao Fu, Bei Russian, and Zhao stood in the air. Zhao Fu looked down and felt that the time was right, so he said to the two others with him, "All right, carry out the plan." Hearing this, Bei Russian and Zhao nodded and flew towards Fragrant Moon City. Instantly, two powerful auras covered Fragrant Moon City, and the massive gusts of wind they caused made those inside the city feel quite afraid. Similarly, Danzō and Homing also released their terrifying auras and blocked Bei Russian and Zhao's auras. "I never thought that you two would work together with otherworlders and obey their commands." "What, isn't he going to act?" Danzō said to Bei Russian before looking at Zhao Fu in the distance. Upon seeing Zhao Fu, her heart sank. It was indeed him. Not much time had passed, but he had already become a city lord and gave off such a dangerous aura. Of course, Zhao wouldn't tell her the true reason, so he coldly harumphed and said, "It's best that you surrender, perhaps you'll be able to live. Otherwise, your only path will be death." Ha ha ha. Standing beside Danzō, Homing started to loudly laugh. "You think that you can beat us? What a joke. Also, Bei Russian, our battle before was a misunderstanding, all of that was caused by that person, resulting in us fighting." Homing said as he pointed at Zhao Fu. Homing believed that if he told this to Bei Russian, he would be able to make the Chinese side disjointed, allowing their side to easily win. Back then, it had indeed been his fault, and not only did he suffer a heavy loss, but White Leaf City also suffered. As such, Bei Russian would most likely not tolerate that person for causing all of that. Logically, Great Kin's legatee should be White Leaf City's enemy. It was not just Homing. Danzō also thought the same way as well. If they disclosed this, the other side would definitely have a falling out and might even start fighting. Once that happened, the Vietnamese side would win without a doubt. 499 7 City Lords Humphrey. "It's best that you don't try to incite discord between us, you'd better think about yourself first." Bei Russian coldly harumphed, which greatly surprised Homing. In actuality, Zhao had already told him about this before. When he had found out, he had been quite angry because no one liked to be used. That disaster had caused many deaths in White Leaf City, and under normal circumstances, he would definitely take revenge. However, things were different now. Great Kin was simply too powerful. Not only did it have 8 city lords, but it also had 450,000 soldiers, and the 2 million players seemed to obey them. If they wanted to resist, not only would they die, but their cities would also be butchered as well. Because the gap in power was too great, Bei Russian had to take a step back. Homing had never thought that Bei Russian would say such a thing, and his gaze became icy as he said, "Don't you want to take revenge for those who died? Even though I was the cause, if you help me kill that person, I'll let you do whatever you want to me after this is over." Homing didn't want to let off the person who killed his adoptive father, but it would be incredibly difficult for him to kill that person by himself. If Bei Russian worked with him and Danzō, they should be able to kill him. At the same time, they would be able to resolve this battle. If they could achieve such an outcome, Homing would be willing to die. Bei Russian inwardly sighed. This offer was quite tempting, but how could he accept? Just as he was about to refuse, the sound of someone's laughter could be heard, making Bei Russian and Zhao tremble and back down. Zhao Fu smiled as he lightly laughed and looked at Homing. He stretched out a hand and beckoned with his finger, saying, "Come at me if you want to kill me. I killed your adoptive father, and he died incredibly painfully and pitifully. You." Homing instantly became incredibly enraged. His adoptive father was the most important person to him, otherwise, he would not have sacrificed so much to attack White Leaf City. And yet, the person who had killed his adoptive father dared to be so arrogant, and he even described how his adoptive father had died. How could Homing endure such a thing? A terrifying aura exploded out of him as a blue aura flame appeared around him. The bricks beneath him shattered as he shot forwards. "I'll kill you." Homing roared as his body turned into a blue blur and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Danzō looked at Bei Russian and Zhao's expressions and found that something was off, so she immediately rushed out, wanting to stop Homing. However, just as the two of them flew off the city walls, 7 monstrous oars burst forth, causing even the weather to change. 7 people surrounded Danzō and Homing, and Bei Rushing and Zhao's side as they joined those people. Immediately, Danzō and Homing's expressions became stiff. How was this possible? From their auras, they could tell that these people were all city lords. 5 of them were the city lords of system main cities, and 2 of them were the city lords of basic cities. This was not even including Great Kin's legatee. After being surrounded by 9 city lords, Danzō immediately understood why Bei Rushing would be willing to go along with Great Kin's legatee's plan. With his immense force, how could he not submit? Homing felt incredibly shocked and realized that he had been tricked. He had never expected the other side to be hiding such an immense force, and now, not only was he in danger, but he had also dragged Danzō in. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he looked at Danzō and Homing. A cold look appeared in his eyes as he said, "Kill them quickly and finish this battle." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 7 city lords said as they unleashed their most powerful attacks, and Bei Rushing and Zhao also joined in. Instantly, the terrifying attacks from the 9 city lords shook the entire sky. The battlefield below was also affected by the shockwaves from this battle, and feeling those immense auras, the countless Chinese people felt incredibly delighted. None of them expected their side to have 10 city lords. They would completely annihilate the 2 Vietnamese city lords. The Vietnamese people's expressions were extremely unsightly, and their hearts sank. They were most likely doomed this time. The reason why Zhao Fu did not have them appear from the start was because he wanted to lure Homing and Danzō out first. This would make sure that they could not receive help from the defenders, and it would also prevent them from taking the city creation stones and running away. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would not have provoked Homing like that. Everything had progressed as expected, and the battle was about to be finished. Zhao Fu personally gave out the command, and his voice, which was filled with might and dignity, could be heard by everyone present. "Heed my orders. All of you attack the northern, southern, and western sides. The eastern side, which has the most people, will be handled by Great Kin." Hearing this, the countless Chinese players felt quite delighted. Great Kin was finally going to act. What's more, they were going to attack the side with the most people, relieving a lot of the pressure that they felt. At the same time, they understood that victory was completely within their grasp, so they excitedly ran towards the other sides. Not only would they be able to relieve their hatred, but the things within the city would also belong to them. The Vietnamese players on the eastern wall all looked quite scared, and many of their bodies trembled because they were about to face the terrifying and epic-ranked Great Kin. Groups of soldiers that gave off powerful oars marched out from the ocean of people, immediately changing the situation. Great Kin's 450,000 soldiers' auras completely suppressed the auras of the 600,000 defenders, making them feel as if they couldn't even breathe. Fire! A loud shout suddenly sounded out as countless arrows with immense force tore through the sky and shot towards the city wall. The Vietnamese people quickly reacted and lifted their shields, but the arrows shot out by Great Kin were completely different to those shot out by ordinary players. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds rang out as countless arrows pierced through the shields and the people behind them. Some of the better quality shields were not pierced, but those holding them were sent flying backward. Only the few Stage 1 soldiers were barely able to stop the arrows completely. In an instant, a massive arrow rain descended, killing countless Vietnamese defenders on the eastern city wall. They had been careless because they had assumed that Great Kin's arrows would be the same as the players' arrows, resulting in them taking a great loss. Not only did Great Kin have powerful archers and better quality arrows, but it also had ballistae. Great Kin had nurtured many elite archers who had good skills, high-quality equipment, and high cultivations. The arrows that they shot out were incredibly powerful. As for the ballistae, they contained immense force as well. They had taken Great Kin a lot of time to research, and they were completely made out of secret silver rank materials. As this wave of arrow rain landed, ghostly chi started to spread out. The arrow rain was only to cover for the 100 ghost illusionists. 500 ghostly moon after the wave of arrows, the Vietnamese people decided to retaliate. Even though Great Kin's arrows were terrifying, they couldn't just sit there and wait to die. However, a sudden chill could be felt as ghostly chi started to spread over, covering most of them in an instant. Within the ghostly chi, it was incredibly dim, and the atmosphere was quite terrifying. There was a gray ghostly moon in the sky giving off eerie moonlight, making those who saw it feel their hairs stand on end. Og! Malicious ghosts howled as they suddenly appeared and dove at the Vietnamese people. Facing this ocean-like attack, the Vietnamese people were scared out of their wits and screamed as they started to run. The minority of people who hadn't been covered by the ghostly chi heard those screams and immediately retreated, not daring to get close to the ghostly chi. In just a few moments, the eastern city wall fell silent, making the scene seem quite strange. After detecting the changes at the eastern city wall, the other Chinese people attacked the 3 other city walls even more ferociously. This was no less than expected from Great Kin. They had controlled the eastern city wall in an instant and pushed them even closer to victory. "Charge, brothers! Kill them all and take their things!" A man roared, and the Chinese people started to attack even more savagely. The Vietnamese people's expressions became quite grim, and their morale plummeted. The 2 Vietnamese city lords battling in the air could not pay any attention to the situation below because the slightest bit of careless would spell the end of their lives. Seeing that the eastern city wall was under their control, Zhao Fu took out a grey rock orb and summoned the 5 rock puppets. A formless energy rippled out as large boulders started to gather and formed 5 rock puppets that were 10 meters tall. After the rock puppets appeared, Zhao Fu sent his power into the rock orb floating above his hand, causing it to buzz. A formless energy lifted up the 5 rock puppets, causing them to slowly float upwards until they were on the city wall. The 5 rock puppets did not have any life, so they were not affected by their environment. After being delivered by Zhao Fu onto the city wall, Zhao Fu gave them the order to kill everything around them, which were the people within the dark ghost world. The rock puppets swung their arms, their massive power causing gusts of wind. Their attacks either crushed people on the spot or sent them flying dozens of meters, gravely injuring them or killing them. Blood and corpses instantly covered the eastern city wall, and the 5 rock puppets were like war machines that continuously took life after life. Even though the 5 rock puppets were massacring the people on the eastern wall incredibly quickly, Zhao Fu felt that it was still too slow. As such, Zhao Fu pointed forward, and 10 disaster cavalrymen covered with a black fog and leading an army of skeletons entered the battlefield. Skeletons were undead creatures and only had a bit of intelligence, so they had some resistance to illusions. These skeletons also had the disaster attribute, so they were more powerful and intelligent than ordinary skeletons, who only had basic instincts. Black tongues of flames flickered in the heads of the skeletons, and they gave off a monstrous aura as they slowly climbed up the eastern city wall and started killing the people there. With 150,000 skeletons joining, the rate at which the Vietnamese people on the eastern city wall were being killed became many times faster. A while later, Zhao Fu felt that they were about done, so he ordered the 100 ghost illusionists to cancel the dark ghost world. The eastern city wall was now covered with corpses and blood, and a putrid stench of blood hung in the air. Only now did Zhao Fu have Great Kin's soldiers advance. Zhao Fu was not so stupid as to use his soldiers to directly fight against the enemy, since he had better methods. Why would he go for a direct confrontation? The rock puppets and countless skeletons started to move towards the 2 adjacent city walls. Zhao Fu did not care too much if they died here, because he could resummon them at any time. However, Great Kin's soldiers were different. They were alive, so Zhao Fu treated them as if they were precious gems. Great Kin's soldiers easily took control of the eastern city wall and opened the city gates. Countless soldiers flooded in, and even though some people ran over to try to stop them, they were instantly killed by Great Kin's soldiers. After the eastern city wall was breached, the Vietnamese side's morale plummeted greatly. The northern and southern city walls were now also being attacked by the rock puppets and skeletons, and with their help, the other Chinese people were able to take over those 2 city walls. Now, only the western city wall was still resisting. However, after hearing that the 3 other city walls had been breached, the people there scattered and ran because they knew that they had already lost. If they didn't escape, all that would be waiting for them would be death. As these people ran, the western side was also easily taken down. Now, all of Fragrant Moon City had been taken by the Chinese side, and the Vietnamese side had lost. Countless Chinese people excitedly rushed into the city and killed any Vietnamese people they saw, pillaging anything of worth. Some people even lewdly grinned and leaped at some Vietnamese women. Immediately, Fragrant Moon City descended into chaos, and screams sounded out everywhere. This was the consequence of losing. Great Kin's soldiers remained at the eastern city wall and did not enter Fragrant Moon City because of the promise Zhao Fu had made. Even though Fragrant Moon City had lost, it still had a bit of resistance left in it, and because Great Kin would not be taking anything, it would not help in killing the remnants either. In the air, under the combined attacks of 9 city lords, the 2 Vietnamese city lords' bodies were covered with wounds, and their clothes were stained with blood, making them look quite pitiful. "Xiang, I'll stall them, you need to run." Ho Ming said as he looked at the 9 people surrounding him and Tran Xiang. Seeing that Fragrant Moon City had been taken over and that they had lost, Ho Ming knew that if they didn't escape, they would definitely die here. He had dragged Tran Xiang into this, so he felt quite guilty. As such, he planned on using all of his might to allow her to escape. Tran Xiang sighed, and her eyes looked quite dim. However, she understood that this was their only option. It was a pity that even if she escaped, Fragrant Moon City's residents would still be slaughtered. However, as long as she was able to escape, There would be opportunities in the future. Ran Xiangayu's gaze became determined, and she looked at Zhao Fu hatefully before nodding at Ho Ming and saying, "In the future, I'll take revenge for you and myself." Ho Ming smiled and suddenly exploded out with a terrifying burst of strength. His hair gradually became white, and he rapidly aged. He was burning his life force in order to obtain great power. Boom! Ho Ming vigorously slashed out with his sword, seeming to cause the heavens and earth to become dim. A massive crescent-shaped saber light that gave off an incredibly sharp saber chi blasted out, and it was as if he wanted to tear space itself apart. Such a terrifying attack shocked the 9 city lords, and they retreated. At that moment, Xiangyu grasped this opportunity and used a secret technique to raise her speed to the limit, and she turned into a ray of light as she escaped. 501 Boundary Medallion. Even though Xiangyu could not take the city creation stone, staying alive was not a bad result. What's more, as long as she controlled the City Lord Seal, even if the enemy conquered Fragrant Moon City, they would not be able to truly control it. In the future, she would still have an opportunity to make a comeback. Xiangyu held onto this bit of hope and quickly flew away. The scenery around her flashed by as she traveled incredibly quickly with her secretly technique. Clang, clang, clang. The massive sounds of chains rang out, giving Xiangyu a big fright. She felt that her speed had suddenly decreased, but just as she was about to do something, countless chains shot out from the air and locked her up in the air. Kai. Xiangyu turned, and her pupils constricted as she saw Ho Ming's body being pierced by chains. His body had been completely destroyed by the chains, and there was a look of confusion on his face. The scene became silent, and blood dripped down from the air. Zhao Fu had been watching from afar this entire time, and he finally decided to step in. "Your Majesty, forgive us for being incompetent." Great Qin's 7 city lords came over and lowered their heads as they spoke. They had almost let one of the Vietnamese city lords escape. If it had been a one-on-one situation, that would have been fine, but they had had an overwhelming numbers advantage. Zhao Fu nodded but did not blame them. Ho Ming had used up almost all of his life force to release that attack, and the power it contained was quite terrifying, and it had been difficult to block. If they directly went against it, they would have been heavily injured. However, because of that, Zhao Fu had been able to easily kill Ho Ming. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, and the city lord seal that floated out of Ho Ming's corpse came into his hands. Zhao Fu went over to Xiangyu's side and looked at her with his blood-red eyes as he coldly smiled and said, "Did you really think that you could escape? Have you forgotten what I said back then?" Xiangyu furiously and spitefully looked at Zhao Fu before turning her head aside, ignoring Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not mind and lightly stretched out his hand and grabbed her neck. Feeling that she was about to die, Xiangyu's body started to struggle, but Zhao Fu's grip tightened. "Your Majesty, it's best to let her off," Xianru said as she smiled and flew over to Zhao Fu. Because Xianru could see fate, Zhao Fu often brought her along, and because she had a flight stone, she could also stand in the air. Seeing that Xianru had come, Zhao Fu knew her intentions, so he stopped. However, he grabbed at the air towards Xiangyu's stomach. Xiangyu cried out in pain and coughed up a mouthful of blood as a green city lord seal slowly floated out of Xiangyu's body and came into Zhao Fu's hands. After this, Xiangyu's constitution greatly weakened. Zhao Fu released Xiangyu from the chains. Now, not only had her city lord seal been taken away, but Zhao Fu had also sealed her cultivation with the city lord seal's power. She was now just an ordinary person. "Why don't you just kill me?" Xiangyu hatefully looked at Zhao Fu, feeling quite surprised. She could tell that this person had been about to kill her, but he had suddenly stopped. Zhao Fu did not bother replying to her, and turned to Xianru and said, "I'll leave her to you then." Xianru nodded and looked at the Xiangyu. Facing Xianru's gaze, Xiangyu felt an ominous feeling. Zhao Fu went above Fragrant Moon City and said loudly, "I have killed Flowing Water City's city lord and captured Fragrant Moon City's city lord. If you surrender, you will live, but this is limited to the indigenous residents. For those of you on the Chinese side, do not touch anyone who has surrendered, but you may do as you wish to those who resist." After hearing Zhao Fu's words, some of the Vietnamese indigenous residents immediately knelt on the ground and chose to surrender, and the Chinese people did not dare to do anything. Now that Great Qin had said such a thing and after seeing how terrifying Great Qin was, none of them dared to offend Great Qin. Moreover, they had only been able to take down Fragrant Moon City because of Great Qin, so they could only comply. However, even though some Vietnamese indigenous residents surrendered, there were still other Vietnamese indigenous residents and players who did not surrender, and they were killed. Looking at the pitiful state of the city below, Xiangyu couldn't bear to watch on. They were her residents, so even though she was unwilling, she still said in a loud voice, "Fragrant Moon City residents, Now that things have come to this, don't resist and please surrender. Zhao Fu looked at Ran Xiaoyu in surprise. He had never thought that she would help convince them to surrender. However, he understood that she didn't want those innocent people to die for nothing. Hearing their city lords speak, many of Fragrant Moon City's residents decided to surrender.